Sherlock Holmes at Hogwarts. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 426: A Shocking Secret. As Harry left the headmaster's office, he couldn't help but chuckle. Sherlock had explained to him what he and Dumbledore had discussed. This summer, Dumbledore would be taking Sherlock with him to visit Professor Horace Slughorn. Thanks to Dumbledore, Harry finally remembered his name correctly this time. The purpose of taking him there was, of course, to extract the secret he shared with Voldemort. This was crucial to understanding the Horcrux incident and even to completely destroy Voldemort. That's why Sherlock needed Harry. Because Harry's mother, Lily, was Professor Slughorn's favorite student. In Slughorn's eyes, Lily's talent in potions even surpassed that of Snape, the potions master. He had a fatherly affection for Lily. Therefore, by bringing Harry along, he could fully utilize this to persuade Slughorn. That's why Dumbledore called him a despicable man for trying to exploit this to extract secrets from Slughorn. Of course, Sherlock clearly agreed. Harry wasn't against it. Using him was fine, as long as it was Sherlock, he'd do whatever he wanted. But despite the use, he still said to Sherlock in a half-joking tone, "Please, Sherlock, next time you sell me, just tell me, I don't want to be manipulated by you all without knowing why." Sherlock, Harry, degree. After resolving the Slughorn issue, only one thing remained for this semester. This was also why Dumbledore couldn't take them to find Slughorn right now, the final exams. For Sherlock personally, his third year was the easiest year he'd ever had at Hogwarts. At the end of his first and second years, Voldemort would always come to give him a practical lesson in defense against the dark arts. Only this year he didn't come. Although there was the Azkaban prisoner escape, it had been resolved long ago. So, the MVP this year was actually the Weasley twins. It was thanks to the Marauder's map, the magical artifact they provided, that Sherlock was able to determine Peter Pettigrew's true identity before the end of the first term, and thus expose this scoundrel who had been lurking for 12 years. Otherwise, it might have taken until the second or even third term to resolve the matter, potentially leading to a werewolf war. Speaking of the Weasley twins, these two mischievous boys are quite different now. Thanks to their intelligence, they were able to pass their exams in the previous 2 years without much effort, and even achieved high scores in some courses. But this year is different. Now in their 5th year, they have to take the ordinary wizarding level, OWL, exams. They need to study hard. Otherwise, if they don't get certificates in some courses, they won't be able to pursue further studies in their 6th year. Just like Morgoth, whom Sherlock encountered while investigating the case of the Greek translator, he couldn't even attend 6th year because he didn't get a single certificate, ultimately having to drop out of Hogwarts. Besides the 5th year students, the 7th year students graduating this year are preparing for the NEWT exams, which are more advanced and difficult than the OWL. This is the highest level of education Hogwarts can offer compared to the regular wizarding exams. Gemma, Percy, and Penelope all need to prepare well. Percy is arguably the most nervous of them all. He's determined to enter the Ministry of Magic after graduation, and excellent grades are essential. Because of this, he's become increasingly neurotic. He severely punishes anyone who disturbs the peace in the common room at night. To be blunt, someone like Percy Weasley wouldn't be valued even if he got into the ministry. I agree with you, but you wouldn't usually be so quick to judge others. Because I'm graduating soon, I'm planning to leave England anyway, so some things don't matter anymore. Have you decided? Yes, it's already June, and the fire pit in the room of requirement is naturally gone. Gemma transformed it into a small fountain, filling the air with a damp coolness that dispelled this summer heat. Speaking of which, you didn't call me here today because of the final exams, did you? Gemma was quite surprised that Sherlock had suddenly summoned her. After all, given the boy's personality, the probability of him doing something like this was extremely low. It's not an exam. Sherlock shook his head. What, are you busy? Yeah, so how are you going to make it up to me? Gemma's fingers lightly traced the rim of the chilled lemonade, leaving ripples. She looked at Sherlock with a hint of mockery, winking knowingly. However, Sherlock seemed oblivious to the deeper meaning, saying calmly, "I'm here because of Professor Lupin." Professor Lupin? Gemma paused, her grip on the cup tightening slightly, then a knowing glint flashed in her eyes. You want to help him conceal his identity, so you knew after all." A hint of approval flickered in Sherlock's eyes. "Sherlock, don't underestimate a 7th-year student," Gemma chuckled, her azure eyes shining brightly in the water. She leaned forward slightly, teasingly saying, "Maybe I discovered this secret even before you did." Sherlock didn't care who discovered it first, he was more concerned with something else. "Besides you, who else knows about this?" "Not many. Penelope is one of the people you know." At this point, Gemma sighed, a mixture of regret and relief. The regret was that the Hogwarts students were rather poor. After a whole year, not many had discovered Professor Lupin's true identity. Not to mention that when Snape first substituted for Professor Lupin, he tricked him. He deliberately brought up the various habits of werewolves in class to attract the young wizard's attention. Surprisingly, even so, only a handful of people, including Sherlock and Hermione, discovered the truth. They were also relieved that Professor Lupin's identity remained unrevealed. Everyone who realized Professor Lupin was a werewolf kept silent. Anyone who can see this is a smart person. Smart people naturally know that Professor Lupin staying is the best choice for the students. Sherlock, you've only met 3 defense against the dark arts professors, and you think Professor Lupin is the best? I've met 7. To be frank, since I entered this school, all the defense against the dark arts professors have been mediocre. Before I enrolled, there were 1 or 2 excellent defense against the dark arts professors. Unfortunately, I heard one divorced his wife and lost his property, and has lost interest in teaching ever since. The other went back to his hometown to get married and can no longer teach. After saying this, Gemma blinked curiously. After what happened last year, do you think the curse on this position has been lifted? Sherlock smiled slightly, his eyes shining with determination. I only believe that fate is in our own hands. As long as Professor Lupin's identity isn't discovered, I can't think of any reason for him to leave. It doesn't seem to be a problem for now. Just like you said, the students who discover this matter are like you and me. They won't tell anyone. It's so that truly excellent teachers like Professor Lupin can stay at Hogwarts next year. Gemma stirred the lemon slices in her glass gently, her tone becoming serious. But who knows what will happen in the future? After all, there will always be self-righteous people in this world. That's why I need your help. Sherlock's voice was deep and earnest. These words instantly brought a radiant smile to Gemma's face, like a sunflower suddenly blooming in summer. She suddenly leaned forward, closing the distance between herself and Sherlock, her hair brushing against a table as she breathed softly, urging, "Speak." "I didn't want to say it." In the Gryffindor common room, Harry pointed to the exam schedule he had just copied down with a quill, his brow furrowed, shaking his head repeatedly. "But I have to say it now. 9 o'clock, arithmetic divination 9 o'clock, transfiguration, lunch, 1300 hours, charms 1300 hours, ancient runes. Is the school deliberately trying to prevent us from passing these exams?" Harry's voice was full of disbelief as he heavily poked at the overlapping dates with his finger. "It's already too much for electives to overlap. But now even compulsory courses are clashing with electives. How can we possibly sit in 2 exam rooms at the same time?" Hermione glanced at Sherlock furtively. Since being enlightened by Sherlock and Gemma last time, Hermione had come to terms with it. During this time, she selectively dropped a few courses, no longer attending every single one as before. The effect was obvious. The dark circles under her eyes had faded considerably, and her mental state was much better than before, when she seemed so tense. Otherwise, given her previous attitude, she would likely have become another Percy overwhelmed by her studies. However, she still planned to take all the final exams for this academic year, except for the fortune-telling. She was thoroughly fed up with Professor Trelawney, considering her a complete and utter old fraud. "It's fine to skip those 2 classes, Sherlock said without looking up. "We didn't have a choice, did we?" "That's true. Well, actually I was planning to skip those 2 classes too. Runevin and divination are too difficult." Harry stared at the timetable for a while, his brow still furrowed. "The exam schedule for the next few days is fine, but the divination class on the last day conflicts with Muggle studies." "You don't need to take Muggle studies. It's not very meaningful for you." Sherlock paused, offering his advice directly. "If it were Ron, it would be the opposite." Harry immediately nodded in agreement. "That's what I thought too. Hey, I only chose protecting magical creatures and divination," Hearing Sherlock and Harry's conversation, Ron couldn't help but gloat. Besides the 5 compulsory subjects, I only need to take 2 more exams. Aren't you envious? Sherlock still didn't look up. Harry and Hermione turned their heads at the same time, their gazes falling on Ron's face, but they just looked at him silently, their eyes filled with an indescribable complexity. Hey, it wasn't me pointing my wand at you and forcing you to choose all the courses. Why are you looking at me like that? Ron complained, feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, and unconsciously ran his hand through his messy red hair. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, then silently looked away, each returning to their study materials. Hey, you guys, Ron watched as the two immediately regained their composure, as if the argument had never happened, and suddenly felt like a clown. He pursed his lips, his fingers fidgeting with his sleeve. It was supposed to be a conversation between 3 people, but he felt like an outsider, completely isolated. Left with no other option, he cleared his throat and awkwardly changed the subject. Hermione, could you lend me your numerology and grammar for a bit? I'm planning to look through it before bed. Hermione frowned, but still moved the stack of parchment exam papers on the table around, her fingertips tracing the thick magic textbooks, her brow furrowing slightly. Strange, I remember putting it here. Where did I find it? It's with me. Sherlock pulled a large book with an intricate star map on the cover from under the open history of magic, the gold embossed title Numerology and Grammar gleaming in the firelight. He held the book up to Ron. Do you want it? You still have to study for your own exams. Never mind. Ron seemed to remember something and waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over Sherlock's open study notes, the dense annotations making his scalp tingle. Harry hesitated, then decided to remain silent. The time for divination and transfiguration exams conflicted. Even Sherlock couldn't choose divination over transfiguration. However, Harry always felt that the book was more important to Sherlock than to Ron. Just then, footsteps sounded in the common room, and Dean Thomas rushed in excitedly. Behind him were a bewildered Neville and an equally excited Seamus. Dean first cautiously looked around, making sure Percy wasn't there, before approaching the round table with Sherlock and the others. He lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement, his breath trembling. There's a huge secret. Absolutely explosive. I bet even you, Sherlock, wouldn't guess. Sherlock finally looked up for the first time, a clear smile appearing on his lips. Chapter 427 Sherlock, you're invincible. Sherlock's gaze swept over Dean's shining eyes, Neville's bewildered expression, and Seamus's barely suppressed smile. A distinct curve slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth, tinged with knowing amusement. You're quite right, dear Dean. You met your good friend in Hufflepuff, then encountered Peeves on your way here, and barely managed to get rid of him. Aside from that, I really can't see anything else, Neville gasped. Sherlock, how could you? But Seamus interrupted him, laughing smugly. Haha, Sherlock, even you can't see things right now. Clearly, he wasn't interested in how Sherlock knew Dean's recent itinerary. He was more concerned that Sherlock hadn't seen through that earth-shattering secret this time. Traditionally, Sherlock Holmes had always been portrayed as omniscient and omnipotent. Even Sherlock Holmes isn't omniscient and omnipotent, Sherlock said calmly, as if reading Seamus's mind. At this point, Ron couldn't stand it anymore and immediately said, stop beating around the bush, Dean, just say what you have to say. What I want to say is, about Professor Lupin's true identity. As soon as he said this, Harry, Hermione, and Ron's expressions changed instantly. Oh no, had Professor Lupin been exposed? No way. Thinking this, the 3 of them looked towards Sherlock. Facing the nervous and helpless gazes of his 3 friends, Sherlock remained calm and composed. He picked up his cup, took a sip of water, and then calmly said, Remus John Lupin, born in March 1960, is a pure-blood wizard. He entered Hogwarts at the age of 11 and was sorted into Gryffindor. He excelled academically and in all aspects during his time at Hogwarts, becoming a prefect in 1975 and serving until his graduation in 1978. In 1993, last year, he returned to the school as the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Since taking on this role, he has been highly praised, and Defense Against the Dark Arts is currently the most popular course. As for him, he is hailed as the best Defense Against the Dark Arts professor in recent years. The 3 friends all looked at Sherlock in surprise. Dean, Neville, and Seamus also looked at Sherlock with admiration. Amazing. He had described Professor Lupin's past so clearly. After a moment of stunned silence, Dean was the first to react. No, that's not it, What? Am I wrong? I don't know if you're right or wrong. After all, not many people besides you know these things, but Sherlock, that's not what I'm talking about. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Oh, then what is it? Haha, Seamus wasn't wrong. It seems you don't know this either, Dean said excitedly. Our beloved defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, he's actually not. Harry, Meghan, and Harry immediately tense up, afraid that Dean's next sentence would be he's not actually human. Unexpectedly, Dean changed the subject. He's not actually a man. Professor Lupin is a woman in disguise. What did you say? The three friends were completely stunned. Harry's glasses almost fell off the table. Ron let out a gasp like a rooster being choked. Hermione covered her mouth in shock and instinctively looked at Sherlock. When she saw that he was still calm, a bold idea immediately came to her mind. A woman. After a long pause, Ron finally reacted and couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! Dean, where did you hear this nonsense?" "This isn't nonsense," Dean explained urgently, his words coming out like a machine gun. "My source is absolutely reliable, and I don't usually tell just anyone. It's said that Lupin has some unspeakable troubles, perhaps to avoid some terrible curse, or perhaps to protect a huge family secret." And, at this point, Dean suddenly lowered his voice, glancing around mysteriously, as if afraid of being overheard. "Most importantly, this perfectly explains why she has those few days every month when she's in terrible shape and has to hide away completely. Everyone's been talking about this lately, hasn't they? Such an excellent defense against the dark arts professor, yet she has to have the old bat substitute for her a few days every month. Even when she comes back, she's pale and looks like she has no energy." Harry, Hermione, and Ron, the three of them looked at Sherlock in unison. "Why are you all looking at Sherlock?" Dean asked, puzzled. "Does Sherlock know about this?" "No, Dean, I really didn't know Professor Lupin was a woman," Hermione noticed. Perhaps it was just her imagination, that Sherlock was trying hard to suppress a smile as she spoke. It's said that because of her special physical condition, coupled with a long-term use of some kind of complex shape-shifting technique to maintain a male appearance, it puts a huge burden on her body. So every month she has those few days. Sorry, Granger. Anyway, her reaction is much stronger than that of ordinary women. So, the facts are obvious, Dean mimicked Sherlock's manner, stating the conclusion directly. So every time that happens, she becomes extremely painful. So Professor Snape comes to teach in her place every month. So every time she returns after her rest, her face is so pale. Now that I think about it, it all makes sense. It's definitely a symptom of excessive blood loss. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were speechless. "You really are a genius, Dean," Sherlock said with a smile. "Although it's very bizarre, this analysis seems to make a lot of sense." "Really, Sherlock, you think so too?" Dean became even more excited upon hearing this. Obviously, receiving affirmation from the great detective Sherlock Holmes was as joyful as eating a watermelon for him. Yes, once all the impossible scenarios are ruled out, the remaining one, however unbelievable, must be the truth. Great, but don't tell anyone else about this yet. After all, we have no evidence, it's just speculation. Of course, of course. I only told you because we're good friends. I was just about to tell you not to tell anyone else. Dean and Seamus excitedly rubbed their hands together and laughed. Neville didn't follow them. After practicing swordsmanship with Sherlock for so long, his mind had gradually developed. So he felt something was off. He looked at Sherlock with a puzzled expression, about to ask another question, but was pulled away by Dean and Seamus who had returned. "Neville, what are you still doing here?" "I wanted to ask." "Oh, don't ask. Did Sherlock say this was a secret?" "But, no buts. Come with us. Dean's composed a new song." Okay, Dean, does anyone else know about this?" "Don't worry, Hermione, not many people know. I only told you, and you must keep it a secret too." "Of course, don't worry." Hermione had recovered from her shock and smiled at Dean. After Dean left, Hermione's expression became extremely subtle and complex. Once Dean, Seamus, and Neville had completely disappeared from their sight, Hermione leaned closer to Sherlock and whispered, "Sherlock. Was that you?" From the moment Dean said Professor Lupin is actually a woman, she had keenly sensed something amiss. Intelligent as she was, she quickly pieced together the cause and effect. This sudden rumor, almost a slanderous story, was actually a shield protecting Professor Lupin. The purpose, of course, was to protect the secret that, if exposed, would lead to utter ruin. Professor Lupin was a werewolf. This seemingly absurd reason, along with the act of subtly revealing the truth instead of publicly announcing it, was perfectly in line with Sherlock's style. Sure enough, Sherlock nodded, directly admitting, "It was me." Hermione paused for a moment, then laughed, lightly punching Sherlock. "Even though it's to protect Professor Lupin, how could you use such a ridiculous reason? Don't be fooled by their current enthusiasm. Once this time passes and they think about it carefully, they'll realize it's completely impossible. The reason doesn't need to be too specific, just enough to distract," Sherlock said calmly. "From the current effect, it's not bad, but it's still a bit lacking. But it's okay, time will tell." Harry and Ron stared blankly at Sherlock and Hermione's exchange, completely at a loss for words. In the following period, the news of Professor Lupin disguised as a man spread like wildfire, even easing the tension of exam week considerably. "I have a secret to tell you, but you absolutely mustn't tell anyone. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. Hey, have you heard about Professor Lupin? It's a secret, you can't just tell anyone." "Alright, I'm only telling you, you're my best friend, that's more like it. I heard it from Professor Hagrid after a magical creatures class." "What about you?" "What a coincidence, me too." As the rumors spread, the details became increasingly elaborate. There were several theories about why Professor Lupin was disguised as a man. For example, her father had raised her like a son, which led to her developing male-like behaviors. Another possibility was that her family possessed a magical inheritance that could only be passed down to men, forcing her to disguise herself as male. Yet another was that she was hiding her gender to protect herself from an ancient family curse that only affected women. Even a renowned academic prodigy from Ravenclaw, known for his erudition and wisdom, claimed to have indeed found this bloodline curse in ancient books. Due to the curse's influence, while appearance can be altered, female physiological characteristics cannot be completely eliminated. Furthermore, due to the unique physical condition, the discomfort is far greater and more intense than that of ordinary women. Ultimately, this forces Lupin to completely avoid crowds during his period each month. This makes this explanation the most credible among the various theories. It immediately provides a reasonable explanation for his monthly absences, gaining widespread acceptance from the students. The core of this rumor lies in Professor Lupin's monthly discomfort. Once or twice could be considered a coincidence, but once a month. Actually, students from 1st to 7th year had already noticed this throughout the school year. The young wizards, who disliked deep thought, weren't interested. But as time went on, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, having Professor Snape teach such an interesting course every month was, how to put it? Objectively speaking, Professor Snape was actually quite good at teaching defense against the dark arts. He was far better than Quirrell and Lockhart. But what could he do when there was the superior Professor Lupin around? So, comparisons are inevitable. When there's no other choice, Professor Snape is quite appealing. But given a choice, the young wizard would naturally prefer Professor Lupin not to take leave, and Professor Snape to be far, far away. Letting Hagrid know about this is the same as letting the whole school know, Sherlock said calmly to his three friends. "I gave Professor Hagrid a little hint beforehand, making him believe it was true, just like I did with Dean Thomas now. You should have noticed that Professor Snape was also happy about it. I've already spoken to Professor Lupin, and he won't comment on it. He should thank me. Now all the details are filled in, and apart from a few people who know the truth, no one will doubt it anymore. After all, compared to Professor Lupin being a werewolf, it's easier to accept that he's a woman." "I feel like it's about the same," Harry said somewhat helplessly. "Sherlock, you're unbeatable," Ron exclaimed excitedly. "As expected of you." Only Hermione was a little worried. "But Sherlock, this isn't a long-term solution. Professor Lupin will still be at risk of being exposed next year. It's alright, this temporary fix was originally just a way for me to buy time." "Then why?" Hermione paused for a moment, then realized, "Do you have a better idea?" Her words surprised Harry and Ron. "Yes, I found a way to completely get rid of Professor Lupin," Sherlock said with a smile. "If all goes well, we can deal with him next school year." This time, the three friends were completely stunned. Chapter 428 Sherlock the Melee Wizard. The topic of Professor Lupin being a woman eased the tension of the upcoming exam week, but the exams themselves weren't postponed. When exam week arrived as scheduled, Hogwarts Castle became its quietest time of the year. However, most people thought it was the quietest the castle had been in years. The reason was that the Weasley twins were taking their common wizarding qualification exams this year. Compared to previous years, the common wizarding qualification exams clearly put them under greater pressure. Monday. By lunchtime, the third-year students were listless and pale. Professor McGonagall's words from the first year weren't an exaggeration. Transfiguration was indeed the most difficult and dangerous of all the magic young wizards could encounter at school. Emerging from the Transfiguration exam room, the young wizards compared their scores while complaining about how difficult the questions were. One question even required them to turn a teapot into a turtle. This difficulty was clearly beyond the curriculum. However, amidst this chorus of groans, Hermione stirred up a lot of hatred. Because she exclaimed, "Oh no! The turtle I conjured looks like a sea turtle." This naturally infuriated everyone, even Harry and Ron, her two friends. There was absolutely no need to worry about this. Hermione didn't realize this and continued her incessant chatter to Sherlock, since only Sherlock would listen to her at this time. "As far as I know, a turtle's head can rotate flexibly and completely retract into its shell, but a sea turtle is too big to retract. And also, a turtle's limbs are oval cylindrical and have claws, but the one I conjured looks like flippers." Hearing her say this, the others couldn't help but keep their distance. However, their conversation was actually quite absurd. "The turtle's tail is shaped like a spout. How terrifying. The turtle's shell has willow patterns on it. Do you think I'll lose points? Do you think turtles should exhale steam? As the saying goes, whether you stick your neck out or not, you're still going to get hurt." Regardless of the results, the most difficult Transfiguration exam of all courses was over. The following exams were considerably easier. After lunch, the Charms exam was in the afternoon. It must be said, Hermione was indeed quite capable. Professor Flitwick actually tested them with a happy charm. Trusting Hermione, Harry and Ron had practiced diligently and performed flawlessly. Sherlock and Hermione, needless to say, were at a level where they could pass without even studying. Neville and Dean, Harry's roommates, were less fortunate. Although they also trusted Hermione and were worried about having practiced the happy charm, Neville was too nervous and overdid it. As a result, his partner Dean burst into uncontrollable hysterical laughter. In the end, Dean had to be taken to a quiet room and wait for an hour before he could complete his own spell. Afterwards, Neville repeatedly apologized to Dean, who naturally didn't mind. After dinner, the students rushed back to the common room. On Tuesday, there were 3 exams: protection of magical creatures, potions, and astronomy. This was to be expected, as the astronomy exam would naturally be held in the evening. The next morning, the young wizards arrived outside the castle first to take the protection of magical creatures exam, presided over by Hagrid. After the exam, Hagrid's popularity soared again. Once more closing in on defense against the dark arts Professor Lupin, becoming a strong contender for Hogwarts' most popular professor of the year. This was because he had prepared a large bucket of fresh flobber caterpillars for his students, saying that to pass the exam, they had to ensure their flobber caterpillars were still alive an hour later. This was practically a freebie. Since flobber caterpillars thrive best when left unchecked, this was arguably the easiest exam they had taken since their first year. No one would refuse such an exam. Even the Slytherin students cheered, their gazes towards Hagrid becoming exceptionally friendly. "Hey, did you hear?" Hagrid deliberately walked over to Sherlock and the others, bending low, pretending to check if Harry's flobber caterpillar was still alive. "Professor Lupin is actually a woman." Hermione glared at Harry and Ron, who looked like they were about to burst out laughing. Sherlock calmly said, "I heard, Professor Hagrid, what do you think?" Well, I can't really say about these things," Hagrid said mysteriously. "But I do know that Professor Lupin has a secret, and Dumbledore and the other faculty members seem to know it too. The strange thing is, they haven't told me about it." "Why is that? Why won't they tell you? Don't you have any idea?" The 3 friends beside Sherlock stared at Hagrid speechlessly. Only Sherlock said seriously, "Because you're too honest, Hagrid. Once you knew about this, you'd definitely question Professor Lupin. And since he's hiding the truth, there must be some unspeakable reason. So, for your sake and Professor Lupin's, Headmaster Dumbledore didn't tell you." "Well said, Sherlock." Hagrid was overjoyed. He slapped Ron on the shoulder, almost sending him tumbling into the bucket full of flobber caterpillars. Luckily, Sherlock and Harry were prepared and stopped him beforehand. Ron, who had almost had a close encounter with fresh flobber caterpillars, glared resentfully at Hagrid. "Hey, you're praising Sherlock, Why did you slap me? By the time of the potions exam that afternoon, all the good mood from protecting magical creatures was gone. For Harry, it seemed like a complete disaster. Because no matter what he did, he couldn't pick in his potion. Snape watched with a smug look on his face, jotting something down in his notebook before leaving. Sherlock thought it looked like a 0. Of course not 0, hearing Harry's concern, Sherlock shook his head. Compared to the others, you've done very well. Some people's confusion potions were the wrong color, obviously lacking normal potion properties. Some didn't even manage to brew a potion. Compared to them, at least your potion has a normal effect, just a slightly weaker one. Thank you, Sherlock, you're so good at comforting people. Sherlock, you even had time to observe the others' exams, Hermione said in surprise. I was so afraid of running out of time that I was too nervous to check on anyone else. Even the potions I brewed, I kept checking them over and over again. The fact is, we had plenty of time. After all, this is just a regular final exam, not owls. The astronomy exam at midnight was somewhere between the difficulty of protecting magical creatures and potions, and it was held on the top of the highest tower. Although Sherlock only attended a few classes this semester, he still easily got high marks thanks to the Galaxy model he and Hermione bought together in Diagon Alley before the semester started. Hermione, needless to say, was even more formidable, thanks to the time turner, which was a huge advantage for her. The performance of the other young wizards varied greatly. Wednesday morning's exam was a history of magic course that didn't require practical application. There was nothing special about this. As long as you paid attention in class, everyone would get full marks. Unfortunately, very few people could do that in Professor Binns' class. Even someone as strong as Hermione sometimes couldn't help but doze off under Professor Binns' unique hypnotic voice. However, this didn't affect her performance in the exam. It was even less of a problem for Sherlock. He was still very interested in how the magical world had developed to its current state, so he easily finished the exam. As for the others, they just tried their best to fill the exam paper. Some people who really couldn't answer the questions simply copied them down. As long as they filled the paper, they would at least get points for their effort, right? Finally, the last day of exam week arrived. The morning session was the penultimate exam, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Lupin, already incredibly popular, came up with a unique approach, presenting an outdoor exam resembling an obstacle course. This was arguably the most unusual exam ever. They first had to wade through a deep pool infested with the Grindylows. Grindylows are pale green water monsters found in Britain and Ireland, with horns, green teeth, and extremely long fingers. While seemingly ferocious, they are only classified as XX in the British Magic Department's classification system. Although their long fingers are quite powerful for gripping, they are easily broken. Sherlock, when facing them, didn't use magic, relying solely on his fists to give them a taste of Sherlock Holmes's prowess in hand-to-hand combat. After the deep pool, they had to traverse a series of pits filled with red-hatted creatures. These dwarf-like magical creatures are commonly found in northern Europe and resemble fairies. They often live in ancient battlefield trenches, castle dungeons, or places stained with human blood. In short, wherever there is bloodshed, there will be traces of them. The Red Hats are classified as XXX in the British Department of Magic, slightly higher than Grindelwald. They are extremely dangerous to lone muggles, ambush lost travelers, and there have even been instances of them beating people to death with clubs in the dead of night. Now, with their numbers increasing, they are also a considerable problem for wizards. Sherlock, sword in one hand and a shield made of rock bread in the other, scurried through the pit as if cutting vegetables. These diminutive creatures only slightly slowed Sherlock's progress. Beyond the pit lay a swamp, where Professor Lupin had placed a hinkpunk. This one-legged monster lurks in remote areas at night, emitting a misleading glow to lure travelers astray. Once misled, one would sink into the swamp. The correct way to pass was to ignore the hinkpunk's misleading glow and cross quickly. However, Professor Lupin was surprised to find that when the hinkpunk emitted its misleading glow, Sherlock charged straight at it. Could it be? Professor Lupin was greatly surprised. Sherlock shouldn't have missed this. Besides, his performance against Grindelwald and Red Hat was practically perfect, even without using magic. But he was an enlightened professor, after all. Gryffindor used swords back in the day. But now. Then he saw Sherlock simply lift Hinkpunk by its only leg, dragging it from the swamp to solid ground. He then raised his longsword once more. Professor Lupin's face paled, and he rushed over to stop Sherlock, Stop, stop, Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Professor, I don't remember you saying you couldn't deal with this guy during the exam. That's true. Professor Lupin suddenly realized he was too naive. How could someone like Sherlock be misled by Hinkpunk? Seeing Hinkpunk trembling and helpless in Sherlock's hands, Professor Lupin even had a feeling that Sherlock was the real boss. If you eliminate it, what about the rest of you for the exam? Didn't you prepare a few more? I see there are quite a few gringolos and red hats. Yes, we did, but this exam is about training your stealth abilities, quickly crossing the swamp without being detected or misled. Just kill it, then no one will notice, right? Doesn't that count as stealth? Lupin was speechless for a moment before saying, fine, defense against the dark arts is a perfect score for you. Come out. Leave this Hinkpunk to the other students. Aren't we going to fight the bog art? Sherlock asked this because the last challenge after crossing the swamp was climbing into an old box and fighting a bog art. No need, Professor Lupin said with a wry smile. I've seen your bog art more than once, and I know you have the ability to deal with it. There's no need for you to face it again. It's a pity. I was hoping to catch up with my other self. Despite saying this, Sherlock obediently left with Professor Lupin, staying behind to watch the others take their exams. During this time, Professor Lupin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Thank you, Sherlock, no need to thank me. Your excellence earned you this opportunity. Not everyone will believe you are a woman. Those who know the truth are only pushing for it because you are our best defense against the dark arts teacher, and no one wants to lose you. Thank you for your praise, Sherlock, Professor Lupin said with a smile. What I'm doing is only buying you some time. It's far from enough to truly solve your problem. I know that once my identity is exposed, letters delivered by owls will come like snowflakes, and no parent wants a werewolf tutoring their child, so this matter needs to be resolved completely. Don't bother, Sherlock, it's impossible. Who says? Sherlock smiled slightly. I've already spoken with Dumbledore. Next year, we might be able to truly resolve this issue. Professor Lupin's eyes widened again, even more astonished than when he saw Sherlock bully Hinkpunk. Please forgive me, I cannot tell you the specifics yet. Before Lupin could ask further, an excited Harry climbed out of the box. Chapter 429 Sherlock is getting married. Well done, Harry. Professor Lupin, seeing Harry, immediately ended his conversation with Sherlock and smiled, saying, perfect score. Harry wasn't surprised to see Sherlock standing next to Lupin. In fact, he would have felt strange if Sherlock hadn't been there. This was his older brother. Having achieved a perfect score, Harry didn't rush to leave after the exam, staying with Sherlock to watch the other students take theirs. Sherlock and Lupin were very interested in everyone's exam process, while Harry's attention was mainly focused on Ron and Hermione. Ron started off well. But when he encountered Hinkpunk, things went wrong. It was impossible to deal with it directly like Sherlock, nor could he ignore it like Harry did, successfully avoiding its interference. Somehow, he sped up and was unknowingly carried into a waist-deep swamp. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He was already deeply mired. Although he eventually struggled to climb out, he had undoubtedly exceeded the time limit. When facing the bog art in the final test, it took him even longer than Harry to overcome his fear and climb out. The feeling of facing a giant spider inside the box was completely different from facing it outdoors. Compared to Harry's flushed face, Ron was deathly pale, clearly terrified by the spider the bog art had conjured. Surprisingly, even so, he performed better than Hermione. Hermione had performed flawlessly in the previous tests, arguably on par with Harry. However, when she reached the box containing the bog art, she screamed and rushed out in less than a minute. Hermione, Lupin asked in surprise, what happened? It was hard to believe what terrifying thing the bog art had transformed into to frighten Hermione like this. Professor McGonagall, Hermione gasped, pointing at the box. She said I failed all my tests, and, she glanced at Sherlock, then stopped herself. Professor Lupin couldn't help but chuckle. This excellent witch was most afraid of this? They didn't pay much attention to the rest of her sentence. However, as a result, Hermione's score in the defense against the dark arts exam was actually lower than Ron's. Ron, although he went over time in both sections, at least finished. Hermione, however, forfeited in the final round. This was understandably a blow to Hermione, and it took the others quite a while to calm her down. In the following time, the other young wizards also finished their exams. Compared to the group of four, their performances were quite varied. Some suffered in the first round, surrounded by a group of Grindylows, ignoring the vulnerability of their fingers. Some were no match for the many red hats in the second round, requiring Professor Lupin to rescue them. Some, like Ron, were lured into the swamp by Hank Punk in the third round, but unlike Ron, they couldn't escape on their own and had to be rescued by Professor Lupin. Others, like Hermione, couldn't overcome their fear when facing the Boggarts and ran away. Hermione gradually regained her composure and told Professor Lupin that she wanted to retake the exam. "I'm very sorry, Hermione, you only get one chance." Although annoyed, Hermione accepted this situation. Before the four of them walked back to the castle, Lupin suddenly said to Sherlock, "Sherlock, good luck, Professor Lupin is so kind to you." Hermione couldn't help but say, "He only said that to you." Sherlock smiled slightly, offering no explanation. Hermione had clearly misunderstood, thinking Professor Lupin was wishing him good luck on his final exam. In reality, Professor Lupin was referring to the matter of resolving his werewolf identity. However, Sherlock wasn't entirely certain about this matter yet, so he didn't intend to elaborate. During lunch, Ron curiously asked Hermione about the exam. "Hermione, you said Boggart transformed into Professor McGonagall, said you failed all your exams, and what else?" Hermione immediately retorted angrily, "Is it really necessary for you to keep bothering me like this, huh?" Ron was taken aback. "I just asked casually, how did it become keeping me like this? This reaction is a bit too much." But seeing Hermione's expression, Ron really couldn't continue asking. Harry had initially been somewhat interested, but seeing Hermione's reaction, he wisely gave up. Only Hermione, taking advantage of the two not paying attention, secretly glanced at Sherlock. Unexpectedly, Sherlock was looking at her at that moment. Hermione immediately avoided Sherlock's gaze. Could he already know? Hermione was incredibly guilty. Because just now, Professor McGonagall, who had transformed into Boggart, had said something else besides failing all her exams. "Hermione, Sherlock and Gemma Farley are getting married, and they've invited you to be their bridesmaid." How terrifying. Just thinking about it made Hermione's scalp tingle. That's why she screamed and ran out. It's hard to say whether failing all the exams or Sherlock's marriage to Gemma terrified Hermione more. But no one could know about this. After lunch, it was time for the last exam. This time, the schedule conflicted again: Muggle studies and divination. Harry, following Sherlock's advice, went to take the divination exam with Ron. Sherlock went to take the Muggle studies exam with Hermione. Actually, with the time turner, Hermione could still have taken the divination exam, and she was confident she'd get a high score. But she kept her word. She said she'd give up divination, and she gave it up. The four of them walked up the marble stairs together. Sherlock and Hermione parted ways with them on the second floor, while Harry and Ron climbed all the way to the 8th floor. "Actually, I'm planning to give up this course too," Hermione sighed and said to Sherlock on the way to Professor Bubbagey's classroom. "You've figured it out." "Yes, I couldn't take another year like this. If it weren't for you and Gemma persuading me, I probably wouldn't have made it after Easter. After this year's exams, I'll hand the time turner over to Professor McGonagall. Without Muggle studies and divination, I can have a normal schedule again." "A wise choice, Hermione. And you, Sherlock?" "I'll still choose all, but choosing all doesn't necessarily mean attending every class," Sherlock said. "Percy and Gemma both got their 12 certificates without the time turner, right?" "Yes, Professor McGonagall said I was the first student to use it." Before Percy and Gemma, Tom Riddle and Bill Weasley also got their 12 certificates. According to Professor McGonagall, they also didn't use the time turner. "It's clear this item is never truly necessary. You're right, this semester has been so tiring, so thank you, Sherlock. You should thank Gemma." "I will." Hearing Sherlock mention Gemma, Hermione recalled her confrontation with the Boggart and said somewhat awkwardly, "The Muggle Studies exam, like the History of Magic exam, was entirely theoretical. Professor Carity Bubbage was truly a kind person. Several questions on her test were even the same ones from the first lesson's assessment. What nationality invented Arabic numerals? What animal is the Canary Islands in the Atlantic Ocean named after? What kind of hair is a camel hairbrush made of?" This was practically free points, just like Professor Hagrid's. Then, some young wizards confidently wrote down their answers. Arabic numerals were invented by Arabs. The Canary Islands are named after canaries. Camel hair brushes are made of camel hair. All wrong. After the exam, When the young wizards compared their answers with a brilliant Hermione, they were completely petrified. What? How could such simple questions be wrong? Hearing Hermione's words, the previously confident young wizards were stunned. Isn't the answer right in the question? Hermione exclaimed. It's obvious you weren't paying attention in the first lesson. Arabic numerals were invented by the ancient Indians. The Canary Islands are named after dogs. Camel hair brushes are mainly made of squirrel hair, or maybe sheep's wool or cow hair, definitely not camel hair. Professor Bubbagee explained the reasons for these questions in detail in the first lesson, and you still don't know. Hermione put her hands on her hips, looked at them with a look of utter disappointment, and spoke very quickly. What? No way, this is clearly a joke. The little lions and badgers who got the questions wrong cried out, while a few eaglets cautiously asked, Miss Granger, can you tell us why? Faced with the eager eaglets, Hermione was still willing to answer their questions, even though she was a little annoyed that they hadn't paid attention in the first lesson. Arabic numerals were invented by the ancient Indians and later spread to Europe by the Arabs, hence the name Arabic numerals. The Spanish name for the Canary Islands is Islas Canarias, which originally comes from the Latin Canariae Insulae, meaning Dog Island. Legend has it that when the Romans first arrived on the island, there were many canary dogs, so they named it a Dog Island. Later, this name was mistakenly transmitted in English as the Canary Islands. As for camel hair brushes, it's because when these brushes first appeared, the squirrel hair used was highly similar in texture and appearance to the downy hair on a camel's belly. Early users and merchants lacked the ability to accurately identify materials and mistakenly identified it as camel hair based solely on visual observation. This misidentification gradually solidified through word of mouth, and camel hair became the conventional name. Even after people clarified its true material, this name was retained due to habit. It's the same reason why the black box on an airplane is clearly a bright orange color. Unfortunately, Professor Bubbagee didn't ask this question this time. If this question came up, I'd definitely answer black. That's the point of Muggle research. You guys are really. After checking their answers, Sherlock and Hermione returned to the Gryffindor common room. Sherlock glanced around and instantly understood what had happened. Is Professor Trelawney's presiding so slow? You noticed, she saw us one by one, and spent at least 20 minutes on each of us. I don't know what she did to everyone, when everyone came down the silver stairs. Those who hadn't taken the exam yet asked her what she said, but none of them would tell. Ron looked at Hermione speechlessly. I'm starting to think you were right about her. She's an old liar. Hermione smiled slightly. That's common sense, my friend. Ron, you're having fun playing Sherlock, aren't you? Don't say that. Neville, standing nearby, was startled. He said mysteriously, Professor Trelawney said the crystal ball told her that if I told anyone, there would be a great calamity. Hermione said dismissively, how? That's a convenient excuse. Nobody's willing to tell anyone, Sherlock asked. Parvati Petty did say something. Ron shrugged. She said she saw many things through the crystal ball, and that the professor told her she possessed all the qualities of a true prophet. Sherlock remained non-committal and continued, what did she tell you? She told me to tell her what I saw through the crystal ball. You know, Sherlock, I can't see anything, so you just made something up. Yes, Ron shrugged. But I don't think she believed me, and she warned me not to tell anyone else, or there would be a great calamity. Good heavens, Ron, you actually said it? Neville looked at Ron in horror. Please, Neville, don't believe that old liar, Ron said helplessly. Sherlock's deductive reasoning is far superior to hers. Hermione's words were even more pointed. I think comparing her divination to deductive reasoning is an insult to deductive reasoning. Just then, Harry rushed into the common room like a whirlwind. He found the common room almost empty, but Sherlock and Hermione were sitting in a corner. A little further away, Ron seemed to be trying to persuade Neville. However, judging from Neville's constant shaking of his head, it seemed to be having little effect. Your performance tells me that something went wrong with this exam. Sherlock saw Harry's panting appearance and immediately deduced something. He clasped his hands together to support his chin, his gray eyes shining brightly as he looked at his friend. Dear Harry, tell me quickly, what happened? It's Professor Trelawney. Harry, who had originally planned to share this with his best friend, took a deep breath upon hearing this. She just told me a real prophecy. Chapter 430 The True Prophecy. Harry climbed the silver staircase leading to Professor Trelawney's room after Ron. He had waited a full 20 minutes for Ron, so he was prepared for a long wait. But when he finally reached the room, He was instantly enveloped in a wave of heat. All the curtains were drawn tightly shut, making it completely airtight. Despite it being June, the fireplace roared, releasing heat relentlessly. The usual pungent aroma filled the air, growing stronger than ever, making Harry cough and feel a stinging pain in his throat. Harry struggled around the haphazardly placed tables and chairs, heading towards Professor Trelawney, who sat before a large crystal ball. Trelawney was shrouded in a hazy light, the shadows flickering in the dim firelight and incense smoke. "Hello, dear." Professor Trelawney slowly raised her head, her gaze falling on Harry. In her familiar, dreamlike, soft, and ethereal voice, she said, "Look at this crystal ball, look slowly, and then tell me what you see." Harry did as she was told, leaning closer to the crystal ball, staring intently at it. He genuinely hoped to see something special beyond the swirling white mist. However, as time passed, nothing appeared except for the endless, monotonous swirling white mist. The scene inside the crystal ball was like a desolate white wasteland. "Well?" Professor Trelawney showed no impatience, maintaining her gentle tone as she asked, "My child, what do you see?" The room was unbearably hot, the heat like an invisible shackle binding Harry. The smoke from the nearby fireplace stung him, each breath feeling like a burning sensation in his nostrils, making him desperate to escape this suffocating, dreadful place. Just then, Ron came down and recounted his experience, so Harry decided to imitate Ron and pretend to see something. Harry squinted slightly, feigning intense concentration as if he were seeing something through the crystal ball. "A shadow, I saw a shadow. What does it look like?" Professor Trelawney pressed softly, his voice as gentle as a feather. "Think, what does it look like?" Harry knew perfectly well that whatever answer he gave, the professor would most likely associate it with that ominous sign. After a moment's thought, he uttered a name that would make the professor wary. Harry's tone was certain, a hint of cunning in his eyes. "I saw a human figure. It was my best friend, the detective of Hogwarts, Sherlock Holmes." "Is that so?" Professor Trelawney murmured to himself, his quill, which had been eagerly scribbling something on the parchment on his lap, suddenly paused, leaving a dark ink dot on the parchment. "My child, you may very well see the fateful bond between yourself and poor Sherlock Holmes. Look closely. Holmes's shadow. Is it complete?" "Very complete," Harry said firmly without hesitation, his eyes revealing an unwavering determination. "Are you sure?" Professor Trelawney pressed on, her gaze fixed on Harry, as if trying to glean more information from his eyes. "Are you really sure, child? Didn't you see him struggling violently, with a shadow behind him about to devour him?" "What the hell?" Harry thought to himself, but his face remained calm. "No," Harry answered firmly again, by now feeling a nausea rising in his stomach. "He's perfectly fine, upright, and perfectly healthy. No crying? No injuries? No blood?" Professor Trelawney continued to press, her voice tinged with urgency, seemingly eager for an answer that met her expectations. "No," Harry frowned, his tone slightly impatient. Professor Trelawney's words were like sharp noise, making the room feel even more stifling and nauseating, the air seeming to squeeze his nerves. He looked perfectly fine, a cane in his right hand, a pipe in his left, and a deerstalker hat on his head. "He walked away," Harry blurted out, the classic image of Sherlock that he and Professor Lupin had seen when they learned the Patronus charm flashing through his mind, and he rattled it off. He had a feeling that the more detailed his description, the better he could fool Professor Trelawney. Sure enough, after he finished, Professor Trelawney sighed softly. "Well, son, that's enough. It's a little disappointing, but I believe you've done your best." Harry also breathed a long sigh of relief. Great, finally over. He stood up unsteadily, his legs even a little numb from holding one position for so long. He quickly grabbed his bag, intending to turn and head towards the door. He felt that if he stayed in this room for another second, he might suffocate. Just then, he heard a loud, piercing voice behind him. The voice seemed to come from another world, shattering the previously oppressive atmosphere. Tonight, Harry felt as if struck by lightning, his body jolting, and he whirled around. Professor Trelawney sat stiffly in her armchair, her posture as rigid as a wooden sculpture. Her eyes were lifeless, unmoving, as if covered by an invisible membrane, and her mouth was slightly open, her appearance utterly eerie. Harry was startled by this sudden turn of events. He had never seen Professor Trelawney like this before. A chill ran down his spine, and he couldn't help but ask, What did you say?" However, Professor Trelawney seemed not to hear Harry at all. Her eyes began to slowly move, as if struggling against some invisible resistance. Harry stood there helplessly, feeling as if the professor was about to have a seizure. He hesitated, wondering whether he should run to find Sherlock. Wait, Sherlock isn't a doctor, he should be at the school hospital to see Madame Pomfrey. Just then, Professor Trelawney spoke again. It was that same grating voice, completely different from her usual dreamlike tone, as if another soul were speaking through her. What terrified Harry even more was what she said next. The Dark Lord lies there all alone, friendless, abandoned by his men. His most loyal servant has been chained for 12 years. Tonight, his most loyal servant will break free. Tonight, a powerful ally will join him. Tonight, the Dark Lord will return with their help. He will be stronger and more terrifying than ever before. Tonight, that ally will set out to meet the Dark Lord. That servant will break free. Professor Trelawney's voice trailed off, becoming broken and labored, like a worn-out bellows struggling to pump. Finally, her head drooped to her chest, making a gurgling sound, like muffled syllables squeezed from deep in her throat. Then, quite suddenly, her head snapped back up, the movement stiff and abrupt. "I'm sorry, dear child," Professor Trelawney mumbled absently. "It was so hot, you know. I dozed off." Harry remained staring at her, his mind still processing the terrible prophecies he had just heard, unable to believe it all. Noticing Harry's expression, Professor Trelawney was somewhat surprised. "Is something wrong, my dear? You just told me that the Dark Lord is coming back, that someone will help him come back, the Dark Lord? That person whose name can't even be mentioned." Professor Trelawney looked utterly shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief. She exclaimed immediately, "My dear child, that's no joke, coming back, good heavens, but that's what you just said. You said the Dark Lord. I suppose you're asleep too, my dear." Professor Trelawney interrupted Harry abruptly, saying decisively, "I certainly couldn't have predicted something so outrageous. Exams are over, get out of here." Harry climbed down the ladder and spiral staircase, his steps unsteady, his mind filled with doubt. Did Professor Trelawney think ending exams this way would be memorable? But judging from her appearance, that didn't seem like it. Or, had he just heard Professor Trelawney make a real prophecy? Thinking of this, Harry's heart pounded as if it would burst from his chest. A strong sense of unease spread through him. 5 minutes later, Harry rushed through the entrance to the Gryffindor Tower. Professor Trelawney's words still echoed in his mind. People walked towards him, chatting and laughing as they headed towards the grounds to enjoy their long-awaited freedom, but Harry paid no attention. When he reached the entrance to the fat lady's portrait and climbed into the common room, it was almost empty. However, Sherlock and Hermione were sitting in a corner, and Ron, who seemed to be trying to persuade Neville, was not far away, though the situation didn't look too good. After hearing Harry's description of what had just happened, Hermione covered her mouth in surprise. Clearly, even this girl who had always thought Professor Trelawney was an old liar was somewhat undecided. As for Sherlock, his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. "Sherlock, what are you thinking about?" Seeing Sherlock's expression, his two friends who knew him best immediately realized something. "Yes," Sherlock smiled slightly, looking at Harry. "You, and Professor Trelawney, have answered a question that has been nagging at me for a long time." "You mean, Professor Trelawney really made a prophecy, a real prophecy, indeed? I doubt anyone would have guessed that this professor, who usually loves to make prophecies, was just spouting nonsense. But at crucial moments, she manages to surprise us." Sherlock laughed. "It's truly unexpected. I didn't expect Professor Trelawney to make another real prophecy. All the exams are over, Harry, get some rest today. When we see Dumbledore tomorrow, I'll have to suggest the headmaster give her a raise." "Huh?" Harry and Hermione looked at Sherlock in surprise. Since Sherlock was convinced that Professor Trelawney had made a real prophecy, and that Voldemort would return with the help of his allies and servants, why was his reaction so calm? Because it was so unexpected, neither of them even noticed why Sherlock said another, but you've already stopped Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius Black's innocence has been redressed. Voldemort can't possibly return, my dear Harry. We can't look at things in isolation, one-sidedly, or statically. When I use deductive reasoning, I always consciously avoid falling into metaphysics without realizing it. This is especially true after learning about the wizarding world, so predicting the future is extremely difficult, and Professor Trelawney is a living example." Hermione keenly questioned. "You mean Peter Pettigrew might still be rescued. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Sherlock smiled slightly. Well, let's discuss this when we see Dumbledore tomorrow. It's already quite late today. Harry nodded. Although he still had doubts, he understood that Sherlock must have his reasons for saying so. Hermione looked at Sherlock with unwavering determination in her eyes. I want to go with you too, dear Hermione. Even if you go to the headmaster's office, I think he will still ask you to leave. I'm going anyway. Hermione stubbornly stared at Sherlock. Let's see if he really kicks me out. Me too, Ron chimed in. He'd already noticed the commotion. After quickly getting rid of Neville, he came over. Although he hadn't heard the first part of the conversation, he understood the situation. Sherlock and Harry had an important matter to discuss with Dumbledore the next day, and Hermione wanted to go too. How could she be left out? The next day, at the headmaster's office, Sherlock finally brought his three friends to see Dumbledore. However, after Sherlock recounted Professor Trelawney's prophecy to Harry, Dumbledore's deep gaze, hidden behind his half-moon spectacles, swept over Ron and Hermione, a hint of helplessness creeping into his smile. Ron, Hermione, I'm sorry, but I must ask if you could leave for a moment. His tone was gentle, his voice echoing softly in the room. Seeing Dumbledore speak so gently, Hermione and Ron were stunned. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disappointment and confusion. Sir, is this really necessary? Ron said hastily, taking a step forward, his face etched with anxiety. Sherlock and Harry will definitely tell us about it later anyway. Why do we have to leave? His eyes were filled with hope, wishing Dumbledore would change his mind. Don't worry, Ron. Dumbledore smiled slightly, a hint of mystery in his smile. This time I'll specifically remind them not to tell you about this. Ron was immediately dumbfounded. Chapter 431 Sybil Trelawney's First Prophecy. Does it have to be this way? After Hermione and Ron left the office, Sherlock looked at Dumbledore. If it were just about Professor Trelawney, it wouldn't hurt to talk to your two friends. Dumbledore shook his head, looked at Harry, then at Sherlock. But the problem is, this matter involves another person. Sherlock, I think you've already guessed who it is. You can call me cowardly, but the fact is, so far, only he and I know about it, not guess, but inference. Hearing Dumbledore's response, Sherlock said without hesitation, Mr. Dumbledore, now that things have come to this, I think you should tell us what role Professor Severus Snape played in this whole affair. Right, Harry was stunned. What was going on? Why was Professor Snape involved in this? Could it be that he and Professor Trelawney? No, didn't Sherlock say he loved his mother? Harry, don't overthink it. Sherlock looked at Harry and said helplessly. Oh, sorry. Harry didn't ask Sherlock how he knew his thoughts. He hadn't intended to hide it anyway, and it wouldn't have been possible. After saying something to Harry, Sherlock turned to Dumbledore. So, the prophecy that forced Voldemort to attack Harry was also made by Professor Trelawney under those circumstances, right? You knew? Dumbledore nodded. From the moment you brought Harry to me, I knew you had guessed. Oh, deduced that. Sherlock smiled slightly, rested his chin on his hands, and leaned back slightly. Well then, I'm all ears. Let's start with Sybil's matter. Dumbledore's gaze became distant, as if lost in memories of the past. To Dumbledore, Sybil Trelawney was a truly enigmatic person. On one hand, her behavior resembled that of a mad charlatan, yet on the other hand, she could make genuine prophecies. The reason for this was the unique nature of divination magic. Sybil Trelawney was the great-great-granddaughter of the true prophet Cassandra Trelawney. Although Cassandra's gifts had greatly diminished over the generations, Sybil inherited them. At the age of 11, Trelawney entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and was sorted into Ravenclaw. As a descendant of the famous prophet, she was immediately noticed by Professor Horace Slughorn and became a member of the Slughorn Club. She was married early in life, but the marriage ended unexpectedly due to various reasons, and she had no children. When Dumbledore mentioned this, Harry couldn't help but glance at Sherlock. Sherlock had pointed out everything about Professor Trelawney during their first divination class, through his observation of her. That class also witnessed a famous scene of "You can predict the future, I can predict the past." This was why Professor Trelawney was so wary of Sherlock. At this point, Dumbledore finally got to the point. Since graduating from Hogwarts, Trelawney had been wandering the wizarding world. She tried to find work based on her ancestors' reputation, yet refused any professions she felt were unworthy of her prophetic status. In short, she was all talk and no action. Finally, in 1980, The gears of fate began to turn. Trelawney had an interview with Albus Dumbledore, then headmaster of Hogwarts, at the Hogshead Inn in Hogsmeade. She hoped to apply for the position of divination teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In her view, this position was worthy of her prophetic status. In fact, I wasn't planning to continue divination at that time, Dumbledore said. A hint of embarrassment in his voice. Because at that time, Sybil Trelawney had already begun to swindle people with false prophecies. However, considering her descent from a famous prophet, Dumbledore decided to meet her out of courtesy. But to Dumbledore's disappointment, Trelawney showed no prophetic talent whatsoever during their conversation. Just as he had treated Harry's Aunt Petunia, he politely told Trelawney that she wasn't suitable for the position. But just as I was about to leave, Sybil entered a trance-like state, a state Harry had witnessed before. It was during that moment that she made a true prophecy, that a boy to be born would have the power to defeat Voldemort. Harry gasped. This prophecy about him was made by Professor Trelawney? In other words, the person who truly influenced his life was her? Harry, just as you witnessed yesterday, she remembered nothing after making this prophecy. But I know it was a true prophecy. At that time, the entire wizarding world was shrouded in Voldemort's shadow, and I must say, her prophecy gave me hope. To protect her, I changed my mind, accepted her application, and allowed divination to continue. So what exactly is the complete prophecy? Sherlock suddenly asked. Oh, Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, looking at Sherlock with some surprise. At first, I thought the prophecy said that the person who could end the Dark Lord's rule would be born into a wizarding family at the end of July. In our first year, you told me that the prophecy was correct, but not entirely accurate. The complete prophecy is, a boy born into a family that has defied a Dark Lord 3 times, born at the end of the 7th month, personally marked by the Dark Lord as his nemesis, who will appear and defeat Voldemort. In our second year, I told you that this was not the whole prophecy. You acknowledged this, but said you couldn't tell me yet. Now, can you tell me the complete prophecy? Dumbledore looked at Sherlock quietly, his gaze filled with both admiration and helplessness. What, still can't you tell me? Sherlock frowned. Dumbledore didn't speak, he answered Sherlock directly with his actions. He stood up, walked to the black cabinet next to Fawkes' perch, bent down, unfastened the latch, and took out the shallow stone basin with runes engraved on the side. Harry had never seen it before, but Sherlock knew it was the pensieve. He had witnessed Dumbledore's meeting with Tom Riddle 50 years earlier through it at Dumbledore's invitation. Now, Dumbledore had brought it out again, seemingly intending to reveal the mystery. Dumbledore returned to the table, placed the pensieve on it, and then raised his wand to his temple. The next moment, strands of silver, spiderweb-like threads emerged from his temple. He placed these thoughts, clinging to his wand, into the pensieve, sat back down behind the table, and watched his thoughts swirl and float within it. Sherlock and Harry watched him show off in silence. After a moment, Dumbledore sighed, raised his wand again, and poked the silvery substance with a tip. A figure wrapped in a shawl emerged from the pensieve. Her eyes, magnified many times by the lenses, were frighteningly large. Sherlock and Harry recognized her immediately. It was Professor Sybil Trelawney, whom the three of them had just been discussing. Her feet remained in the pensieve, but her body began to slowly rotate. The next moment, Sybil Trelawney spoke. Harry was surprised to find that she wasn't using her usual mysterious and ethereal voice. Instead, it was the deep, hoarse voice he had heard just yesterday. The one capable of defeating the Dark Lord is approaching, born into a family that has resisted him 3 times, born at the end of July. The Dark Lord will consider him his formidable foe, but he will possess powers the Dark Lord doesn't know. One of them must die at the other's hand, for neither can live, only one can survive. The one capable of defeating the Dark Lord will be born at the end of July. Professor Trelawney's words spun slowly with her figure, sinking into the silvery substance below and disappearing. A deathly silence fell over the office. Sherlock, Harry, Dumbledore, and all the portraits on the walls remained silent. Even Fawkes was silent. After a moment, Sherlock spoke first. So, you're not going to tell us how Voldemort knew about this prophecy? Dumbledore didn't answer, but looked at Harry. Since you let Hermione and Ron leave, but kept Harry alone, haven't you already made your decision? What are you hesitating for? Because I care too much about Harry. Dumbledore looked at Harry and said directly, I care more about your happiness than about you knowing the truth. I care more about your peace of mind than about my plans. I care more about your life than about the lives that might be lost if the plan fails. In other words, my actions are exactly what Voldemort expected of us fools who understand love." Sherlock laughed disdainfully, while Harry shook his head. "Mr. Dumbledore, I still don't understand. I never intended to tell you the whole story when you were 11. I told myself, 11 is too young to know. Knowing these things at such a young age would be too much for me to handle. Even though you faced Voldemort in your first year, it didn't change my mind. Soon, it was your second year at Hogwarts. I never imagined that you and Sherlock would encounter a challenge that even adult wizards have never faced before. And your performance has once again exceeded my wildest dreams. What I didn't expect even more is that Sherlock saw this back then," Dumbledore said with admiration, looking at Sherlock with a look of appreciation, "just as he just said. Actually, when he asked me back then, I felt that perhaps I should tell him all this. But soon, I dismissed the idea again. Because I felt that 12 years old is not much different from 11 years old, and I couldn't accept such a thing." Sherlock laughed again. 13 years old is not much different from 12 years old. 14 years old is not much different from 13 years old. 15 years old is not much different from 14 years old. Mr. Dumbledore, you can lie to others, but don't lie to yourself." Hearing Sherlock's sarcastic words, Dumbledore sighed deeply. "Yes, such a simple truth, yet I couldn't understand it. I watched you enter your third year, watched you find Sirius and Peter Pettigrew, watched you figure out who they really were, and watched the good guys get rewarded and the bad guys get punished. This time, you're 13 years old, and you've uncovered a truth that's been buried for 12 years. Peter Pettigrew fooled everyone, including me, but he couldn't fool you. So this time, I've run out of excuses, and I'm going to tell you the whole story." Dumbledore took a deep breath and finally answered Sherlock's question directly. Voldemort's understanding of this prophecy was incomplete. Sybil chose the Hogshead to save money. It has long attracted some more, more interesting regulars than the Three Broomsticks. I learned my lesson that night, that you can never guarantee you won't be eavesdropped on in that place. Of course, when I set off to see Sybil Trelawney, I never dreamed I would hear anything worth eavesdropping on. I should say we were lucky that the eavesdropper was discovered halfway through the prophecy. Then he was thrown out of the house." Seeing Dumbledore's seemingly casual remark, Harry realized, so he only heard the beginning, the prophecy of a boy born at the end of July whose parents had resisted Voldemort 3 times. Therefore, he couldn't have warned his master that attacking you would transfer his power to you and mark you as his nemesis. So Voldemort had no idea that attacking you would be dangerous, and he certainly didn't know you would possess powers the Dark Lord didn't know. He couldn't help but glance at Sherlock. Knowing Sherlock as he did, he understood that the latter should now understand the whole story. Therefore, a hint of pleading flickered in his eyes. Sherlock naturally understood Dumbledore's meaning. But he smiled and shook his head. "Since you've said it, say it completely." Dumbledore still hesitated. "Are you sure you want to say it? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 432 Snape's Secret. Faced with Dumbledore's hesitation, Sherlock decided to press on. "You've already said we're 13, you've run out of excuses. In fact, Harry will be 14 in a month." Dumbledore paused for a moment, then tapped the table with his wand. "I'm afraid I'll need you all to leave for a while." In Harry's memory, asking the portraits of past headmasters on the wall to be removed was something Dumbledore hadn't done in a long time. Yet now he was doing it. This showed the seriousness of the matter. It was far more serious than Trelawney's prophecy itself. After the portrait grumbled and left, Harry couldn't help but ask immediately, "Sherlock, Professor Dumbledore, so what exactly are you trying to say, my dear Harry?" "I thought you'd already figured it out," Sherlock said, his gray eyes fixed on Harry, enunciating each word clearly. "Severus Snape. He's the one who overheard Professor Dumbledore and Professor Trelawney's conversation and told Voldemort the first part of the prophecy. During Peter Pettigrew's public trial, he had publicly testified that Severus Snape was a Death Eater in an attempt to escape the punishment of the Dementor's kiss. However, Dumbledore pointed out that Snape had indeed been a Death Eater, but he had sided with justice before Voldemort's downfall. Dumbledore's testimony was very compelling, and everyone believed him. But Dumbledore didn't reveal why Snape had sided with justice. People didn't seem interested in that either. It was just about justice, justice, justice. Sherlock deduced early on that Snape loved Harry's mother, Lily, and was a rival to Harry's father, James. Snape harbored immense guilt over Lily's death. Initially, Sherlock believed Snape's guilt stemmed from not being able to save Lily in time, like Sirius Black. However, as time passed, more events unfolded, and a deeper investigation into Snape revealed that the matter was not so simple. Until today, Sherlock finally pieced together the whole story. Snape did indeed feel guilty for not saving Lily in time. But what made him even more guilty was that he had personally pushed the woman he loved most in his life towards death. The eavesdropper Dumbledore mentioned was none other than Snape, who was then a Death Eater. He overheard this half-prophecy and told it to Voldemort. But he never expected that Voldemort would believe Harry Potter was the boy the prophecy referred to. Not only that, he was also planning to kill the infant Harry. Upon learning the truth, Snape immediately regretted his actions. Even after becoming a Death Eater, Snape's love for Lily remained unchanged. Yet, his act of betraying her had placed Lily in danger. Realizing this, Snape immediately begged Voldemort to spare Lily's life. Sherlock deduced that Voldemort had actually promised Snape to spare Lily. Considering Snape's exceptional abilities among the Death Eaters, he was someone Voldemort trusted implicitly. Voldemort, who had personally killed hundreds, wouldn't mind giving his subordinate a small favor for this matter. Even so, Snape felt it wasn't enough. Far from enough. Because Snape knew Voldemort very well. He knew that this was a man who could change his mind at any moment. Snape's understanding of Lily was even greater than Voldemort's. He knew that even with her last breath, Lily would protect her son from harm. So even though Voldemort agreed to Snape's promise to spare Lily, he still sought out Dumbledore, whom Voldemort was supposedly only afraid of, hoping he could also protect Lily. Dumbledore, of course, wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. Moreover, Potter's father was originally a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and protecting them was his duty. Therefore, he used this opportunity to demand Severus's service, making him a spy among the Death Eaters. Calling him cunning and even shrewd wouldn't be an exaggeration. Snape was willing to do anything for Lily. Not only did he betray his master Voldemort without hesitation, but he even reluctantly accepted Dumbledore's condition that Lily's husband and child be protected as well. In the following period, Snape passed on a lot of information to the Order of the Phoenix. Therefore, Dumbledore did not commit perjury during the public interrogation. Snape had indeed switched sides before Voldemort's downfall. He even provided crucial intelligence. There was a traitor within the Order of the Phoenix. Unfortunately, while Voldemort trusted Snape, he didn't tell him who the mole within the Order of the Phoenix was. This information, in turn, led Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and others to suspect many people, including Sirius Black of the Lakers and Remus Lupin, a werewolf. However, neither Dumbledore, the leader of the Order of the Phoenix, nor Snape, the Death Eater he had recruited as a spy, suspected that the spy hidden within the Order was the unassuming Peter Pettigrew. They also didn't expect that James and Lily would switch the Secret Keeper with Pettigrew at the last minute. Several unexpected events combined, and tragedy ensued. Despite Dumbledore's best efforts to protect the Potters, Voldemort still obtained intelligence from Pettigrew, traveled to Godric's Hollow, and found the Potters. Sherlock had previously felt that there were inconsistencies in Harry's conversation with Voldemort when he heard about his mother's death during his encounter with the Dementors. Voldemort killed James in a single encounter, which can be explained by the immense power of both men, James's failure to obtain his wand, and his unexpected betrayal by Peter Pettigrew. However, Harry's description of his mother's death reveals that Voldemort repeatedly asked Lily to leave when she blocked his path, refraining from immediate attack. Snape's assessment of Voldemort and Lily was undoubtedly accurate. Although Voldemort promised Snape to spare Lily, he ultimately killed her when she resolved to protect Harry. Lily was willing to sacrifice her own life to protect her son. This brief struggle gave Lily the opportunity to protect Harry and save his life. Furthermore, the spell rebounded when Voldemort attempted to kill Harry, resulting in Harry's miraculous survival. What followed is easier to deduce. After Lily's death, Snape was deeply depressed. 10 years later, when he saw Harry again and noticed his eyes, identical to his mother Lily's, he experienced a surge of overwhelming emotion. That's why, when he saw Harry in the first potions class, he used the language of flowers to express what he had always kept hidden in his heart. After Sherlock finished explaining his deductions about the whole affair, Dumbledore remained silent for a long time before speaking. "Sherlock, you really are," he paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. "You remind me of someone I know, Nico Flamel." "No, not him." "Then who is it?" Sherlock immediately became interested. This old man, who had lived for over 100 years, certainly had many old acquaintances. Someone who could remind him of someone he knew must be very interesting. "Let's not talk about that. Your judgment about the whole matter is correct. There's only one insignificant problem." "Oh? Tell me about it." Although he knew Dumbledore was changing the subject, it didn't matter. Sherlock was also very interested in the shortcomings in his reasoning. As for this old acquaintance, there would be plenty of time to find out later. After Harry's mother, Lily, passed away, Severus's depression was even greater than you can imagine. He even considered leaving this world. Suicide? Sherlock raised an eyebrow. This was something he hadn't been able to deduce. "Yes, but I told him he couldn't die." Sherlock was somewhat speechless. "You used Harry to stop his death?" "Yes, I told him that if he truly loved Lily, he should protect her child. I think countless people have told you, Harry, you resemble your father. But your eyes are exactly like your mother's. Voldemort isn't dead, he could return at any time, so he needs to protect Harry, protect him from Voldemort and his Death Eaters." Later, Severus came to the school and became the potions professor and head of Slytherin. "Harry, never be wary of Professor Snape. In this world, he is absolutely the person who least wants anything to happen to you. In a sense, he values your life more than I do, Harry. Also, I promised Severus I wouldn't tell anyone about this, understood?" "We won't tell Hermione and Ron." Seeing Harry still in a state of shock, Sherlock spoke up. Dumbledore nodded, then his expression turned serious. "I hope that after today, when you face Severus, you can pretend you know nothing about this." "No problem," Sherlock replied. "Now let's talk about Sybil's second prophecy." "Sherlock, what do you think?" Sherlock shook his head. "Even without that prophecy, some things can be deduced. Voldemort will return, that's obvious. We've already dealt with him and his Horcruxes, and he has more than one. His power will become even greater, that's also beyond doubt. If he can't do that, he shouldn't be called the Dark Lord. Only that so-called loyal servants and helper are worth noting." "But," Sherlock looked at Dumbledore, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Professor Dumbledore, do you really believe in prophecies? This is a genuine prophecy, unlike Sybil's usual erratic and mysterious pronouncements," Dumbledore said seriously upon hearing Sherlock's words. "What evidence?" Sherlock asked suspiciously. "Voldemort is still alive, but that doesn't necessarily mean her prophecy will come true. There's a locked room in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, which we passed by when we went to the trial. It contains a power more wondrous and terrifying than death, human wisdom, or the forces of nature. It's probably the most mysterious of all the disciplines there. Harry possesses a great deal of that power, while Voldemort has none. And that's exactly what the prophecy points to, so that's it." Sherlock had always felt Dumbledore was too superstitious about the prophecy, but now it seemed there was some truth to it. Just then, Harry, who hadn't spoken, suddenly looked up. "Professor Dumbledore, the prophecy's ending seems to be about two people not being able to both live. Only one can survive," Dumbledore said gently, looking at Harry. Deep down, he still felt it was too early to tell Harry this. "So you mean," Harry said slowly, trying to dig words out of the deep well of despair within him, "in the end, one of us has to kill the other?" Dumbledore nodded, speaking as gently as possible. "Yes." Silence fell over the office again. After a moment, Dumbledore spoke again. "Sherlock, do you think the servants mentioned in the prophecy could be Peter Pettigrew? Is it possible for a person's soul to be restored after being sucked away by a Dementor?" "Impossible," Dumbledore said firmly. "In that case, I have an idea." In the past, Sherlock could have scoffed at prophecies. Even after coming to the wizarding world and witnessing Professor Trelawney's unreliable prophecies firsthand, this view had only become stronger. But Dumbledore pointed out that Professor Sybil Trelawney had made two genuine prophecies and firmly believed them. At this point, Sherlock naturally wouldn't stubbornly insist that it was impossible. Just as Mycroft had once reminded him, make bold assumptions, but verify them carefully. His most loyal servant has been chained for 12 years, that sounds like Peter Pettigrew, but it's not the only possibility. "Professor Dumbledore, I remember you once said that some Death Eaters remained loyal to Voldemort even after his downfall. Yes, like Sirius's sister Bellatrix, who firmly believed Voldemort would return until the moment she was imprisoned in Azkaban. Chapter 433 My Legendary Father. When Dumbledore mentioned that some Death Eaters remained loyal to Voldemort until the very last moment before being imprisoned in Azkaban, Sherlock couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. It seems that noseless fellow does possess some charisma, and doesn't simply maintain his rule through violence and oppression. Although he was praising Voldemort, his tone was still full of sarcasm. Sherlock, Riddle wasn't initially as arrogant as you think. He had a handsome appearance, manipulative skills, and powerful abilities, which garnered him a large following. As for how he became, I think it's related to his study of dark magic and the splitting of his soul while creating Horcruxes. Got it, he made himself a moron, you could say that. Speaking of which, since Professor Trelawney said Voldemort's most loyal servant, I don't think Peter Pettigrew fits that description. You mean, I think Sirius is right. Peter Pettigrew is essentially an opportunist. He followed Harry's father and Sirius at school because he saw them as leaders among the students. After graduation, seeing Voldemort's power, he almost immediately sided with him. Once Voldemort disappeared, he went into hiding as a mouse. If it were Bellatrix, whom you just mentioned, she probably would have already attacked Harry by now, so you're saying the servant mentioned in the prophecy is someone else. That's quite a possibility, so I suggest the Ministry of Magic investigate Azkaban to see if anyone has escaped recently. I'll bring that up with the Ministry. And, what about an ally? That's even more likely. Sherlock frowned at this point. If Professor Trelawney's prediction is true, this ally should be the main force behind Voldemort's return. So now we can only ask the knowledgeable headmaster to compile a list to see who fits the criteria. But in my opinion, if it's an ally, then he certainly isn't a Death Eater. Even so, this won't be an easy task. After Sherlock finished speaking, the three in the office fell silent. Harry's mind was in turmoil. He heard a commotion outside the office walls. They were probably celebrating the end of all the exams. It was unbelievable that there were people in the world laughing, unaware and unconcerned that Voldemort was about to return. But then he immediately realized how utterly unreasonable his thought was. If they didn't know about it, they wouldn't care. Besides, even if this were revealed, probably very few people would believe it. And then there's Snape. Although Dumbledore said he always loved his mother and that protecting her was his duty, if it weren't for Snape's betrayal, his parents wouldn't have died, and he would still be a child with both parents alive. I feel there's something else I need to explain to you, Harry. As if sensing Harry's thoughts, Dumbledore hesitated before continuing. I know you have reservations about Severus. Actually, when he came to me and confessed everything, I felt deep contempt for his actions. I believed he was selfish and didn't consider the safety of others, only that your mother survive. He agreed with me and asked me to hide your whole family. It was at that moment that he switched sides. Remember what I said when Peter Pettigrew was on trial? Seeing Harry nod, Dumbledore continued, before coming to me, he was indeed a Death Eater. But for your mother, he chose to repent and completely join our side. With his reminder, if it weren't for Peter Pettigrew, your parents would be safe. Of course, I have no right to ask you to forgive him. But I hope that after knowing the truth, you can think about it carefully. Harry looked up and saw a tear roll down Dumbledore's cheek, falling into his long silver beard. The next day, the castle was deserted. The heat and the end of exams meant everyone in their third year and above had gone to Hogsmeade for the holidays. Harry had originally planned to go there too. But after learning the whole story in the headmaster's office the previous night, he changed his mind. Harry had been to the headmaster's office many times since entering Hogwarts, but last night's visit was undoubtedly the longest. Harry was very grateful to Sherlock. It was because of his insistence that Headmaster Dumbledore told him the whole story. Professor Trelawney's prophecy from over a decade ago represented the beginning of everything. Severus Snape's unsavory past had changed everything. Dumbledore's protection had kept him in the dark. Harry didn't know how long Dumbledore would have waited to tell him without Sherlock's intervention. 4th year? 5th year? Or even until graduation? But certainly not now. So he needed to sort out his chaotic thoughts before his next meeting with Sirius. Sherlock had never been very interested in Hogsmeade and had decided early on not to go. Since Harry wasn't going, he went for a walk with him in the empty grounds. The two sat by the lake, watching the giant squid lazily waving its tentacles on the water. Harry looked at Sherlock and found him lost in thought again. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. "Sherlock, Before he could finish speaking, a shadow fell on them. Harry looked up and blurted out, "Hermione, weren't you going to Hogsmeade?" This trip to Hogsmeade was their last chance in their third year, and Hermione had been saying she wanted to buy some local specialties for her parents. So Harry was extremely surprised to see the girl who was supposed to be in Hogsmeade standing in front of them. "I asked Ron to fetch the goods for me," Hermione said, casually sitting down next to Sherlock. "I think going there now is less useful than comparing exam answers with Sherlock." "Comparing answers?" Harry was startled. "Hermione, Before he could finish, another shadow fell on him. Harry looked up and blurted out, "Ron, aren't you going to Hogsmeade either?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had made a double mistake. "What do you mean also?" Ron plopped down next to Harry. "If none of you are going, what's the point of me going alone?" "Ronald, what about the things I asked you to fetch?" "I gave them to Neville and Dean." "Don't worry, Hermione, they can handle these little things." Hermione snorted and then pulled Sherlock aside to compare answers. Ron, on the other hand, pulled Harry aside to ask about what happened in the headmaster's office last night. Harry had actually mentioned it once this morning at breakfast, but Ron was asking for more details, so he had to avoid the parts he couldn't say and recount the whole story again. "I don't believe it. You guys really won't tell us what Dumbledore said?" Ron said angrily. "I thought we were friends." Oh, kind-hearted Harry wasn't good at handling this situation and instinctively looked at Sherlock. Sherlock wasn't going to tolerate Ron. After receiving Harry's pleading look, he said bluntly, "Ron, whether or not I tell you this has no necessary connection to whether we're friends." "What did you say?" Ron's eyes widened, completely incredulous. "No need for that surprised look," Sherlock said calmly. "In this world, even the closest relationships can't be completely open and without secrets. Husbands and wives, parents, children, siblings, it's all the same. Friends too, but," Ron tried to argue, but Sherlock ruthlessly interrupted him. "If you think someone isn't your friend just because they won't tell you something, then you might as well not be friends." Ron immediately deflated. "That's not what I meant." As the owner of the Time Turner, Hermione understood Sherlock and Harry's actions perfectly. So she said to Ron seriously, "Sherlock and Harry promised Headmaster Dumbledore they wouldn't tell anyone. Ron, don't put them in a difficult position. Speaking of which, if you hadn't reminded Mr. Dumbledore last night, he might not have even remembered." "I understand." Hearing Hermione mention this, Ron immediately lowered his head. Why did he feel like a clown? Hermione turned to Harry and noticed he was staring blankly at the giant squid. Thinking he was worried about Professor Trelawney's prophecy, she quickly said, "Oh, cheer up, Harry, I'm fine." Harry was indeed a little depressed, but not because of the prophecy, but because of Snape. So he quickly replied, "I was just thinking about the holidays." "Haha, me too." Ron perked up immediately upon hearing this, laughing as he said, "Harry, you absolutely have to come stay at my house. I'll talk to Mom and Dad and let you know. Also, I finally know how to make a phone call." "It's a phone call, not a phone call," Hermione corrected. "Seriously, Ron, you should learn Muggle studies next year." Hearing this, Ron ignored her and continued talking to Harry. "There's the Quidditch World Cup during the summer holidays. How about it, Harry? Come stay with us, we'll go together. Dad usually gives you a receipt." This suggestion immediately cheered up Harry, who had been somewhat depressed because of Snape, and he immediately started discussing it with Ron. Hermione, on the other hand, continued to pull Sherlock aside to compare answers. Time slipped away unnoticed. For the young wizards of Hogwarts, the period from the end of exams until the holidays was the most relaxing time of the year. This year was no exception. The rumor that Professor Lupin was actually a woman persisted, because he had recently taken another leave of absence, with Professor Snape once again filling in for him in defense against the dark arts class. Harry always felt conflicted whenever he saw Snape. Dumbledore's tearful words echoed in his mind, "I have no right to ask you to forgive him, but I hope that after knowing the truth, you will think more deeply." Harry took Dumbledore's words to heart. In fact, since that day, he had been repeatedly pondering this question. It was clearly because of Snape's betrayal that his parents were killed by Voldemort, leaving him an orphan. Yet, after discovering this, Snape did everything he could to make amends, risking great danger to switch sides and become a spy. Thinking carefully, the death of his parents was caused by a combination of factors. Voldemort was undoubtedly the culprit. After hearing that prophecy, He resolved to kill him. Secondly, there was Peter Pettigrew. Knowing that Voldemort intended to kill them, he still leaked the address, making him an undeniable accomplice. From Harry's perspective, Peter Pettigrew was even more despicable than Voldemort. Voldemort's stance was opposed to theirs from the beginning. He was their enemy. But Peter Pettigrew was an ally, his parents, Sirius Black's, and Lupin's most trusted friend. As Professor McGonagall had said earlier, we suspected many people, Fenwick, Dilburn, Meadows, Vance, but never him. Lily and James, Pettigrew, how could you do this? How could you do this? The betrayal of loved ones is more heartbreaking than the harm from enemies. Besides Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew, the others responsible for James and Lily's deaths were simply unintentional. Snape, who told Voldemort the news. Sirius Black, who suggested at the last minute that James and Lily change their secret keeper from himself. And James and Lily themselves. Harry grew up in the Muggle world, knowing almost nothing about his parents, only gleaning information from others' descriptions and fragmented memories. Later, upon entering the wizarding world, Hagrid, Dumbledore, and the Wheel Eyes all described James as a brave, intelligent, and popular wizard, a hero who fought Voldemort, and even a legend of Hogwarts. This portrayal instilled in Harry a strong sense of admiration for his father. He saw his father as the epitome of perfection, the person he aspired to be. However, as Harry entered Hogwarts and encountered more details about James, especially after developing his own intelligence under Sherlock's influence, Harry gradually discovered a fact he was somewhat unwilling to accept. James Potter might not be the idealized, legendary father he had imagined. Chapter 434 The 3-Year Agreement. Compared to Harry's complex attitude towards Professor Snape, Snape's attitude towards Harry was very simple and clear, unwavering dislike. Finding fault, deducting points, and making sarcastic remarks were all standard practice. It's no exaggeration to say that now, every time he sees Harry, the muscles at the corner of his thin lips twitch unsightly. Sometimes he would even constantly flex and extend his fingers, as if he wished he could strangle Harry. In the past, Harry might have felt confused. But now his feelings were far more complex. It can only be said that everyone has their struggles. Severus Snape was no exception. When Professor Lupin returned after his short break, he pointed out to Sherlock and Harry during the private tutoring session that there was no longer any need for them to continue taking lessons on resisting Dementors and learning the Patronus charm. Sherlock can now summon a complete Patronus. Professor Lupin, his face pale, looked at Sherlock with eyes full of admiration. Aside from Albus Dumbledore and Voldemort, I don't think there's anyone more talented than you. He then turned to Harry. You too, Harry, but my Patronus is still completely unclear, Harry said, somewhat dejectedly, thinking Professor Lupin was just trying to comfort him. No, Harry, your problem isn't with the Patronus charm itself. Professor Lupin gently patted Harry's head. Your Patronus still doesn't have a clear form because you haven't seen your own heart clearly. See my heart clearly. Yes. Every Patronus is unique because everyone's personality and inner world are different, and the emotions they express are also different. Most known wizards' Patronus are ordinary animals, but a few wizards have magical creatures like dragons, thestrals, or phoenixes. Even more remarkably, a very small number of wizards have extinct creatures as their Patronus, like mammoths. Your understanding of the Patronus charm is actually comparable to Sherlock's, but the problem is, you haven't seen your own heart clearly. Harry panicked immediately. What am I supposed to do? What does it mean to see one's own heart clearly? This sounds incredibly difficult. Don't worry, Harry, I think you'll be able to conjure a complete Patronus when needed, Lupin said, then looked at Sherlock, his smile widening. Albus just came to see me, hoping I could continue as the defense against the dark arts teacher next year. Now it seems Voldemort's curse has been lifted. Great, Harry exclaimed excitedly upon hearing the news. Everyone will be so happy. Professor, you're our best defense against the dark arts teacher. Thank you, Harry. It's been a pleasure teaching you all. Just then, Sherlock, somewhat untimely, poured cold water on the idea. Anything is possible before the next school year officially begins. Opening champagne halfway through is no good. Harry and Lupin exchanged a glance and sighed in unison. That's just Sherlock for you. Let's change the subject. Sirius had an owl deliver a gift to me. Professor Lupin hesitated for a moment, then took something out of his drawer and showed it to Sherlock and Harry. He thinks this gift would suit me perfectly. It was a formal dress, noble, elegant, and graceful. Even a boy like Harry, with limited experience, could tell from the quality and craftsmanship that the dress was incredibly valuable. Wearing it in public would definitely make its owner the most dazzling person in the room. The only problem was that it was a women's dress. Harry suppressed a laugh. He does seem very happy. Yes, as long as he's happy, Lupin said, raising his head, his gaze gradually becoming deep and distant. As long as they were happy. Sherlock's eyes flickered at this sight. Excellent, another new clue. And so, the last day of the semester, and also the last day of the school year, finally arrived. Exam results were announced as scheduled. Hermione unsurprisingly took first place in the grade, and once again became the top scorer of the season. Sherlock also passed the exam with a high score. That year, the Lion King was terrifyingly strong, with no weaknesses. Harry and Ron also passed all their exams. This greatly surprised Harry. He actually passed potions? He clearly felt that his performance in the potions exam was terrible, and Snape's actions made it seem like he got a 0. Headmaster Dumbledore must have intervened, which is why Snape couldn't deliberately fail you, Ron analyzed seriously, looking at Sherlock. Sherlock, what do you think? Sherlock was silent for a moment, then said, you understood Snape. Hermione couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ron immediately glared at her. Hermione, sorry, haha. I thought of something happy, ha ha ha. Perhaps it was because she got good grades in the final exam, or perhaps it was because she had already decided to give up Muggle studies and divination. At this moment, Hermione was as happy as a child. Well, she really was a child. She forced a smile, leaned close to Sherlock, and whispered, I returned the time turner to Professor McGonagall, so we'll have a normal schedule next year. I think you'll come to class with me, right? If you insist. I insist. All right. Hermione was even happier to see Sherlock not in agreement. Even happier than Hermione were Ron's 3 brothers. Fred and George had finally scored some points on their ordinary wizarding examinations, ensuring they wouldn't be without books in their 6th year. They both received certificates in charms and defense against the dark arts, but both failed potions. However, even twins couldn't guarantee that all courses would progress at the same pace. Herbalism was the only subject George Weasley passed that Fred Weasley failed. Transfiguration was the only subject Fred Weasley passed that George Weasley failed. As for Percy, the model student, he achieved his goal of a high score on the ultimate wizarding examination. Gemma and Penelope also performed well. In Vice Headmistress McGonagall's words, getting into the Ministry of Magic wouldn't be a problem. Gryffindor, led by Hermione, the top scorer, and with their outstanding performance in the Quidditch Cup, won their 3rd consecutive House Cup title. The end-of-term banquet was once again held amidst red and gold decorations, with Gryffindor's table the most lively, everyone celebrating. Professor McGonagall's face beamed with an unprecedented smile. Under the leadership of the new Lion King and Savior, Gryffindor had achieved a 3-peat in the House Cup. She had a vague premonition that the Gryffindor dynasty seemed to have arrived. Compared to Professor McGonagall, the old Lion King, Snape, the old Snake King, looked as if he'd swallowed a pile of dung. Since Sherlock and Harry's class entered the school, Slytherin had lost 7 consecutive titles. This year, they hadn't even managed to lift the Quidditch Cup. Potter was truly detestable. Compared to Gryffindor and Slytherin, Ravenclaw was much more relaxed. Hufflepuff, needless to say, both houses were cheering and celebrating for Gryffindor. Penelope, having had a few drinks, ran over to the Gryffindor table and kissed Percy in front of everyone, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Harry, having temporarily forgotten about Professor Snape, ate, drank, and chatted with everyone. Sherlock, tomorrow, Harry was about to share his feelings with his best friend when he suddenly realized that Sherlock, who had been sitting next to him, was gone. Sherlock, where's Sherlock? Wasn't he? Wait, where's he? Ron also realized what was happening, and the two of them looked at Hermione. Why are you looking at me? Hermione said irritably. If Sherlock wanted to leave without anyone knowing, who could stop him? That's true, Harry nodded thoughtfully. Yet, this isn't the first time this has happened. There's no need to make a fuss. Seeing Hermione still looking angry, Ron couldn't help but laugh. Hermione, you said yourself you couldn't stop him. What's there to be angry about? I'm angry at myself. Looking at Hermione's expression, Ron shrugged and whispered to Harry beside him, see, brother, that's women for you. They get angry for no reason. You'd better watch out, Harry. Ron Nadal. I'm going to tell Mom what you said. No, Ginny, I was just kidding. Really, Just kidding. Ron and Ginny's words made Hermione even more annoyed. She really hadn't noticed when Sherlock left. Just as she had told Ron, if Sherlock deliberately didn't want anyone to notice him, she couldn't stop him at all. But that's exactly why she was angry. Because after Sherlock disappeared, she subconsciously looked towards the Slytherin table. Sure enough, Gemma Farley, who should have been the center of attention, wasn't there. She realized almost immediately what had happened. Damn it, those two had run away again. Again because they'd already run away once before at the second-year Halloween party. But she'd gone to the Ghost Festival that time and wasn't there. She never expected them to do it again right in front of her. And she was so slow to realize it. Hermione knew they'd probably gone to the room of requirement. If she ran up to the 8th floor now, there was a good chance she could catch them when they came out. But what was the point? Since Sherlock had deliberately left unnoticed, why would she bother? Oh well, Gemma was graduating after tonight anyway. She'd said she was going to study in Romania, so she wouldn't see her for at least the next 4 years. Tonight, just tonight, she'd let Sherlock be. Knowing Sherlock's personality, he definitely wouldn't do anything with her. Hermione thought magnanimously. Just as Hermione deduced, Sherlock and Gemma were alone in the room of requirement. Sherlock leaned against the bookshelf, a glass of butterbeer in his hand. Gemma stood not far beside him, a wine glass in her hand. This was also something they had arranged. Before tonight's dinner, Gemma had Watson deliver her invitation to Sherlock. In the past, Sherlock certainly wouldn't have accepted. However, things were different now. To Sherlock, Gemma was no longer just a Slytherin prefect, student council president, or a close older sister. She was also his friend. As an invitation from a friend, Sherlock naturally accepted. Do you think it's possible that Miss Hermione is waiting for us at the door? No. Hearing Sherlock's words, Gemma swirled her wine glass and chuckled. So sure, I know Hermione well. She wouldn't, and has no reason to, do such a thing. You're different with Miss Hermione, you really are different from others. Nothing different, Sherlock said, looking at Gemma. But you seem a little different today. Oh, tell me, how? Gemma tilted her head to look at Sherlock. You're wearing lipstick, Sherlock said bluntly. You never wear lipstick before, Gemma smiled. She was already beautiful, and this smile seemed to light up the whole room. I wanted a change of look, and it seems you noticed, obviously. Well, what do you think? It works very well, otherwise, your mouth looks too small. Gemma smiled a second time. No, it's not small at all, is that so? Sherlock pondered for 3 seconds. Big and small are relative concepts. I'm just observing from my perspective. Perhaps it does seem big to you. We can talk about the mouth later. Let's talk about something else first. After this summer, I'll be heading to the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania, Gemma said softly, her fingertips unconsciously twirling a strand of chestnut hair that fell over her shoulder. Her voice was exceptionally clear in the empty room of requirement. The light danced on her delicate features, casting a soft halo around her. Sherlock didn't reply immediately, just looked at her, seemingly waiting for her to continue, or perhaps just observing her out of habit. Just then, Gemma suddenly stood up and walked lightly to Sherlock. Sherlock smelled a faint, fresh fragrance emanating from her. Gemma's eyes were focused, her sea blue eyes holding complex emotions that Sherlock couldn't fully decipher for the moment. There was a faint melancholy of impending parting, mixed with a tenderness bordering on resolute. Remember the 3-year promise I mentioned? Sherlock nodded without hesitation. After obtaining the highest aptitude for dragon taming, I will return to the British Ministry of Magic. But 3 years isn't a long time, nor is it short. So before I leave, I want to leave behind something special, Gemma said softly, a hint of barely perceptible tension in her voice. However, she quickly changed the subject, speaking in an unquestionable tone. Sherlock, turn around and close your eyes. Sherlock's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. This wasn't the first time Gemma had made a similar request. But the atmosphere now was subtly different. However, based on his long-term observation of her behavior and his recognition of her as a friend, Sherlock neither questioned nor refused. He turned around as instructed, closing his sharp gray eyes. The next moment, Gemma pulled a sharp pair of scissors from her person. Chapter 435 Gemma's Kiss. Gemma took out a pair of scissors from her robe, her pale fingers tightening slightly on the metal handle. A flash of cold light, and she had precisely cut off a lock of Sherlock's hair. Her movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Gemma's movements were incredibly light and fast, the scissors opening and closing almost silently. It was as if she feared that the slightest delay would cause Sherlock to change his mind. The moment of cutting was so light it was almost imperceptible. Sherlock only noticed a faint, butterfly wing-like sound of hair separating near his ear. The entire process took only a few seconds. After obtaining the small lock of Sherlock's hair, Gemma quickly withdrew her hand, clutching the black hair tightly in her palm, almost embedding it between her fingers. Her knuckles turned pale from the force, a barely perceptible tension hidden in her movements. It was as if she were holding not ordinary hair, but a fleeting, precious glimpse of white moonlight. Indeed, for Gemma, Sherlock's hair represented precisely that. From the Middle Ages to the 19th century in Europe, the custom of giving hair locks was prevalent. People would cut off their own hair and weave it with their lover's hair to make rings, brooches, bracelets, and other ornaments, which they would then give to their partner as tokens of love. Hair taken from the other person symbolized life and loyalty. This private and unique item carried the deep affection of giving a part of oneself to the other. Victorian lovers often used this as a memento. Even when separated, they could feel their bond through this personal item. That's enough. Gemma's voice was a little steadier than before, but still carried a slight tremor. Sherlock turned around and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Gemma raise her other hand and, just as decisively, cut off a lock of her chestnut-colored hair. His gaze naturally fell on her clasped hands. One lock was his own hair, so familiar, with its dark sheen. The other was a soft chestnut color, like autumn leaves, belonging to Gemma Farley. Gemma carefully held the hair in her palm, her fingertips gently caressing the ends, as if cradling an invisible yet weighty vow. A flicker of inquiry crossed Sherlock's eyes. Though his eyes were closed, his keen senses had clearly detected Gemma taking his hair. Sherlock didn't stop her. His first thought was that Gemma was taking his hair to make Polyjuice potion. But judging from her expression, that was clearly not the case. Gemma didn't explain, only offering Sherlock a faint smile. A mischievous glint in the curve of her lips, like a carefully planned trick finally succeeding, yet her eyes shone with a light only she understood. Then, with a deft flick of her wrist, her wand appeared in her hand. As she murmured a short incantation, two distinct yet equally resilient strands of hair suddenly intertwined. They seemed to possess a life of their own, their different sheens complementing each other, indistinguishable. In the blink of an eye, a delicate ring quietly took shape in her palm. From Sherlock's perspective, the ring appeared to be woven from transparent silk threads, shimmering with a faint silver light. Two strands of his and Gemma's hair were cleverly embedded in the center, giving it a rather simple appearance, even a rough, handcrafted feel. However, in Gemma's eyes, this simple ring weighed a ton, carrying the unspoken thoughts in her heart. After completing this, Gemma almost immediately stuffed the ring into her pocket. Her movements were so quick it was as if she were avoiding something, afraid that Sherlock would see the details, and even more afraid that he would ask questions. "All done," she said in a light tone. "This is a little amulet. I hope it brings me some good luck." Gemma deliberately avoided the word token of love and made no mention of the ancient meanings of hair, life, loyalty, and connection. Knowing Sherlock, Gemma was certain that he might not be aware of these meanings. Of course, Gemma knew perfectly well that with Sherlock's keen perception, he would have guessed something from her actions. After all, the significance of hair was too special, and her actions just now had been so obvious. But even so, she chose to keep her thoughts to herself. She was determined to deceive herself. She wouldn't say anything unless Sherlock asked. If he did ask, she would quibble and make things up. Even though she had already seen through her own feelings, this was the limit. Compared to the guilty Gemma, Sherlock's gaze slid over her fingers clutching her pocket, finally settling on her eyes. Despite Gemma's best efforts to conceal it, he still caught the lingering blush on the girl's cheeks, like the rosy glow of candlelight. And the shimmering blue of her eyes, like the surface of a lake moistened by morning dew. Just as Gemma suspected, Sherlock truly didn't know the custom of giving hair locks as gifts. But he still keenly sensed the anomaly behind this behavior. The scene of Gemma giving him that galleon was still vivid in his mind. This act of taking, making, and immediately distributing gifts on the spot was completely different from her usual gift-giving style. A deduction quickly flashed through Sherlock's mind. This was a covert act of possession, a mark imbued with intense privacy. Even so, Sherlock didn't press for details, simply nodding. "It is indeed a unique amulet, but, Gemma, Seeing he didn't press further, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her fingertips lightly pressing the outline of the ring on the outside of her pocket. She knew Sherlock must have noticed something amiss, but he chose to respect her silence, and that was enough. But when Sherlock said however, she tensed up immediately. However, what? However, the workmanship seems a bit rough. Sherlock's gaze returned to her fingers gripping the pocket, and he said seriously, "It's not refined enough, Gemma." She glanced at Sherlock helplessly. "I really don't know how someone like you can have friends, and more than one at that. You should ask yourself that question, dear Gemma." Sherlock shrugged. "I remember clearly, you were the one who first suggested being friends with me." "You?" Gemma was speechless at Sherlock's words. She took a deep breath and wisely decided to skip the topic. "Consider this a gift from you. Now it's my turn." Oh, this was indeed something Sherlock hadn't expected. Taking her hair as a gift wasn't enough, he was also giving her a gift in return? Was this a tit-for-tat arrangement? Gemma had already reached up and unbuttoned the second button of her collar. Under Sherlock's somewhat surprised gaze, she carefully removed the student council president's badge, its silver surface gleaming coldly in the candlelight. That wasn't all. With her other hand, she pulled another slightly different badge from her pocket. With Sherlock's keen observation skills, he immediately recognized it as the Slytherin prefect badge she had worn last year. The two silver badges lay side by side in her palm, gleaming warmly under the lamplight. "They represent my proudest and most arduous years at this school," Gemma said, opening her palm and pushing the two silver badges towards Sherlock. She smiled gently, a smile tinged with relief and a barely perceptible bitterness. "You've witnessed firsthand how I put them on and how I shoulder the responsibilities they brought. I feel it's more meaningful for you to keep them than for them to remain in my jewelry box. They belong not only to me, but also to that friend who saw through all my scheming and efforts." Sherlock. This was the first time Gemma had openly admitted her scheming to Sherlock's face. Perhaps because she was revealing her true feelings, her voice trembled slightly, a barely perceptible sob, the last syllable quivering. Even so, her eyes shone brightly, filled with unprecedented candor and reluctance. "To me, they are not a burden, but symbols of memories. When you have time to tidy up your memory attic, seeing them might remind you of the fun days we spent together. Remember the Slytherin prefect who always wanted to prove his worth to you, and the student council president who later became a little different." Looking at the two silver badges in Gemma's palm, testaments to power and growth, Sherlock raised an eyebrow but didn't immediately respond. His silence felt like an eternity to Gemma. The air in the room of requirement seemed to freeze, leaving only their steady, slightly heavy breathing. This made Gemma worry. Had she been too bold? Just when Gemma thought he wouldn't respond further and was about to suppress her disappointment and say something else, Sherlock finally moved. He gently picked up the two badges, his fingertips tracing the cool metal surface, and held them in his palm. "Thank you for your parting gift, dear Gemma." Sherlock gave Gemma a deep look, his tone still calm. "I will keep it safe. After all, this is the first time you've treated them with such care. I've only ever seen Percy Weasley treat these badges this way before." The first half of Sherlock's sentence was like a sweet treat, the second half like a sour lemon. Gemma was both amused and exasperated, but an uncontrollable smile crept onto her lips. "Thank you very much, my dear Sherlock, but this isn't a parting gift, not." Sherlock raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." Gemma smiled mischievously, her sea blue eyes sparkling. She walked gracefully and lightly to Sherlock. At this moment, the two stood very close enough to feel the warmth of each other's breath on their cheeks. The candlelight cast two overlapping shadows behind them, swaying slightly with a flickering flame, as if they were one. Sherlock didn't look away, but looked at her with some confusion. For the first time, those usually all-seeing gray eyes revealed an unfathomable bewilderment. This was extremely rare for him. Because at this moment, Gemma seemed to have erased every analyzable detail about herself, like a mystery shrouded in thick fog. What was she trying to do? "Well then, goodbye, Sherlock." Gemma's voice was as light as a feather brushing against a harpstring, carrying a decisive yet indescribable tenderness. The instant the last syllable fell, she swiftly extended her arms, placing them on Sherlock's shoulders as a blessing, and then pressed her warm, soft lips to his left cheek. The kiss was as light as a snowflake falling into the palm of his hand, as swift as a fleeting glimpse, yet carried the sweet fragrance of a young girl's hair. It was also like a burning brand, instantly piercing Sherlock's usual composure. Her lingering touch on his cheek was extremely brief. So brief that Sherlock barely caught the sensation of her cool lips and warm breath intertwined, so brief that all the meticulously crafted analytical logic in his mind seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, Gemma withdrew without hesitation, her movements as fluid as if she had rehearsed them 1,000 times. Her cheeks were as radiant as the morning sun, her azure eyes shimmering with a strange coexistence of shyness and determination. She gave Sherlock no chance to see her expression, nor did she wait for any response from him. Only as she turned, the tips of her ears turned a deep, almost bleeding red. "Take care," the whisper was so soft it seemed to be carried away by the wind, accompanying the graceful arc of her chestnut hair as she turned. Beneath the unbuttoned collar of her shirt, the skin of her collarbone rippled slightly, as if still lingering from the rapid heartbeat. She strode to the door, the latch clicking softly. A breeze blew in from the corridor, carrying the cool scent unique to Hogwarts Castle, a blend of stone walls and old book pages. The wind ruffled her skirt and hair, dispersing the last trace of her fragrance in the room. Just as the door was about to close, she glanced back one last time. Sherlock was still standing there, the two gleaming silver badges in his palms shimmering slightly, casting a pale white hue on his fingertips. His profile was turned towards her, half bathed in candlelight, half hidden in shadow. His expression was somewhat blurred at the boundary of light and shadow, like a silent, contemplative statue. Gemma didn't have time to decipher the meaning in that expression. This was the limit for her. If she could, she would, of course, want to kiss the place that could express a closer relationship. But she couldn't do it now. Click, the door closed completely. The room instantly fell silent, leaving only Sherlock and the two unexpected tokens in his hands, imbued with the weight and warmth of life. The prefect's badge and the student council president's badge in her palm still retained the warmth of Gemma's fingertips. The touch on her cheek hadn't faded, and the fragrance of her hair seemed to still linger in the air. It was just a kiss on the cheek. Is it really that big of a deal? Sherlock tilted his head, finding it somewhat incomprehensible. Chapter 436 Gemma, Hermione, come out here for a second. When Gemma Fairy returned to the end-of-term banquet, the candlelight flickered warmly around the long table, illuminating the joyous atmosphere. But Sherlock hadn't returned. This greatly surprised Hermione, who had been following the events closely. Had the two not been together? Her gaze darted back and forth between the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables. But even as the end-of-term bell rang, Sherlock still hadn't appeared. Unwilling to give up, Hermione followed Harry and Ron towards the boys' dormitory. As everyone knows, Hogwarts has a peculiar rule: girls can freely enter and exit the boys' dormitory, but boys are forbidden from setting foot in the girls' dormitory. This rule, established by the founders, has remained unchanged to this day. If a boy attempts to enter the girls' dormitory, the stairs become steep and slippery. Of course, this rule isn't immutable. With a headmaster's special permission, boys can also enter the girls' dormitory. For example, when Sherlock investigated the theft of Ravenclaw's eyeshadow, he entered the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory accompanied by Prefect Penelope. Harry and Ron weren't already used to Hermione's surprise attacks. Ron even half-jokingly elbowed Harry. "I wouldn't be surprised if we woke up one morning to find Hermione at Sherlock's bedside." As he said this, Ron had already prepared himself, flashing to Harry's side. Strangely, this time Hermione wasn't angry as usual. She simply pursed her lips and quickened her pace. This surprised Ron. Harry glanced at Hermione, a thoughtful expression on his face. Pushing open the door to the boys' dormitory, they indeed saw Sherlock lying on the bed. He maintained his signature posture, hands clasped under his chin, eyes open, gaze fixed on empty space, seemingly oblivious to the sound of the group entering. "Sherlock, where did you go?" Harry didn't give Hermione a chance to ask, instead firing off the question first. Hermione gave Harry a grateful look. Sherlock slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over his friends before finally settling on Hermione. "It seems the banquet is over, Hermione. You should go and rest." "No way," Hermione retorted stubbornly, her tone defiant. "It's still early. Tell me where you were just now, my dear friend." "I thought you already knew." Sherlock's tone was calm, as if stating an obvious fact. "What did you say?" Hermione blinked, puzzled, looking at Sherlock. "When you noticed I left the banquet, shouldn't you have immediately checked the Slytherin table?" "Hermione, when you saw Gemma wasn't in the Slytherin seats, didn't you realize I was with her?" Upon hearing this, not only Hermione, but also her four roommates, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Dean, stared at Sherlock in astonishment. Seriously, dude? Is it really okay to say it so openly? Did you make that deduction? Sherlock finally sat up in bed, his eyes fixed intently on Hermione. Harry and Ron might not have realized it yet, but I thought you should have even figured out where we'd meet, didn't you? Faced with Sherlock's barrage of questions, Hermione was completely stunned. This guy, is he really that arrogant? Her four roommates exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes gradually filled with admiration. Typical Sherlock. I did indeed deduce it. Hermione's voice lowered, her cheeks slightly flushed. Then you should have just told them, Sherlock said calmly, pointing at Harry and Ron, instead of coming to my dorm. I just saw Gemma return to the party, but you didn't, so, that's only natural. Gemma is still the student council president until she officially leaves school tomorrow. She has responsibilities assisting the teachers and management, and after finishing her duties, she should naturally return to the party. As for me, I'm just an ordinary third-year student. Even if I don't return after finishing my own tasks, it won't have any impact. He spoke so matter-of-factly that the other students in the room were momentarily speechless, only able to silently digest this wave of self-righteousness. Do you have any other questions? If not, you should go back and rest. It's getting late. Sherlock lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes. Okay, Sherlock. Hermione actually had a lot of questions, the most crucial being what Sherlock and Gemma had been doing all this time. Judging from Sherlock's statement, he not only openly admitted to spending time alone with Gemma, but he didn't even deny the location of the room of requirement. Therefore, it definitely wasn't kissing. Besides, now wasn't the time to press further, so she simply nodded, turned, and quickly left the boys' dormitory. As soon as Hermione left, her four roommates surrounded Sherlock, each expressing their boundless admiration. Well done, Harry exclaimed first. Cheer up, Sherlock. Ron noticed Sherlock seemed a little sleepy and quickly reminded him. As expected of our Lion King, you really didn't let us down. Dean promptly followed, showering him with praise. Although I don't know why, everyone says so I have to praise you too, Neville finally said weakly. After a round of commercial flattery, Ron asked curiously, Sherlock, did President Gemma ask you out alone to say goodbye? That's right, she gave me her prefectural badge and student council president's badge. What? Hearing Sherlock say this, Ron was taken aback. You mean she gave you both badges? Dear Ron, you seem quite surprised by this. Sherlock opened his eyes, his tone calm. Of course, Ron exclaimed excitedly. The prefect badge and the student council president's badge are incredibly meaningful. You know, Penelope asked Percy for his badge before, and he wouldn't give it up. Penelope Clearwater of Ravenclaw. Dean scratched his head. But she's a prefect herself. What would she need your brother's badge for? Please, Dean. Of course she wanted the student council president's badge. Sorry, Ron, I forgot your brother is the student council president. After an awkward silence, Ron continued, anyway, Gemma was willing to give you both the prefect badge and the student council president's badge, which means you're very important to her. It's such a shame. What's so shameful about that? Neville asked, puzzled. Isn't this a good thing for Sherlock, to be cared for like that by a good friend? I wish I had a friend like that. Hey, don't say that, Neville. Dean put his arm around Neville's shoulder and patted his chest, promising, if I become a prefect in 5th year, I'll definitely give you my badge when we graduate. Harry nodded with a smile. Me too, Neville, me too. Ron laughed heartily. Don't even mention the prefect badge. I'll give you the student council president's badge too. As for why I say it's a pity, it's because President Gemma is graduating soon. At least we're unlikely to see her again before we leave Hogwarts. If only she were our classmate. Neville didn't notice the last part of Ron's sentence. Feeling everyone's concern for him, his eyes instantly reddened. Tears welled up in his eyes, and even his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, but we can't give it to anyone. By 5th year, the prefect will be either Sherlock or Harry. Dean released Neville and waved his fist, and the student council president, if anyone objects to them, Thomas, will be the first to object. The group laughed and joked for a while until their eyelids drooped, then they washed up and went to bed. The next morning, as the Hogwarts Express slowly pulled out of the station, the scenery outside the window gradually receded. Inside the carriage, Hermione took a deep breath and formally told her friends about her decision to drop out of Muggle studies. What? But you got 320, Cho Chang gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. No one has ever gotten such a high score in this course. Isn't it a shame to give it up like this? In fact, those who achieved high marks in Muggle studies were usually half-blood wizards or wizards of Muggle origin. Cho Chang herself was a half-blood wizard and an excellent student. Even so, her Muggle study score had never exceeded 300. I know, Professor Bubbage tried to dissuade me, Hermione sighed. But I can't bear another year like this. Without Muggle studies and divination, I can have a normal schedule. She had already given the time turner to Professor McGonagall, a fact known only to Sherlock, and Hermione naturally didn't intend to bring it up again. This year is indeed very strange, Cho Chang said thoughtfully. The schedule has never repeated itself so frequently before. It feels like they were deliberately preventing you from taking all the courses, whatever the reason. It's all over. There's no need to take Muggle studies anymore, and I don't plan to take divination anymore either, Hermione said, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards Sherlock. He was staring intently out the window, his profile clearly visible in the sunlight. Luna, sitting beside him, mirrored his movements perfectly, as if studying the patterns on the glass. Their actions possessed a strange, synchronized harmony. Hermione had figured it out. As long as Sherlock didn't bring it up, she wouldn't ask him what he and Gemma had talked about. After all, starting next term, they wouldn't see Gemma for 4 whole years. 3rd year versus 7th year, the advantage is mine. The group then started talking about the Quidditch World Cup. Cho Chang said she would be going to the game with her parents and would contact her friends beforehand. This made Ginny a little unhappy. But then she remembered that Harry's tickets would be provided by his father, and she cheered up again. The group then started playing with popping and exploding, and when the witch with the dining cart came by, Harry treated everyone to a large lunch. As evening approached, the train's bumps seemed to gradually subside. Just then, a figure that surprised everyone appeared at the compartment door. Gemma Farley. When this girl, who ceased to be student council president the moment the train stopped, appeared, the noise in the compartment instantly quieted down, and everyone turned to look at Sherlock. Undoubtedly, Gemma's presence here could only be to see Sherlock. However, Sherlock shook his head, as if guessing everyone's thoughts, and said, "Gemma isn't here to see me." "What?" Ron exclaimed first. "Sherlock is right, I'm indeed not here to see him." Gemma smiled sweetly, sunlight streaming through the train window onto her face, her chestnut hair gleaming softly. Her gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Hermione. "Miss Hermione, could you come out with me for a moment?" Hermione froze, almost thinking she had misheard. She pointed to herself. "Me? Yes, Miss Hermione, I have something I want to tell you." Hermione stood up, looking bewildered, and glanced at Sherlock again. Seeing that he didn't react, she finally followed Gemma out of the box with some hesitation. As soon as the box door closed, Ron couldn't contain himself and moved closer to Sherlock where Hermione had been sitting. "Sherlock, how do you know she wasn't here to see you?" It's actually quite simple." Hearing Sherlock's familiar opening line, the group knew that Sherlock was about to launch into a long analysis. But that didn't matter, that was exactly what they were interested in. First, when she opened the door, her gaze didn't first look from my position, but quickly scanned the entire carriage, focusing on Hermione. Second, she already met with me last night and gave me her prefectural badge and student council president's badge. Given Gemma's ritualistic and efficient handling of important relationships, this matter itself strongly symbolized the end of the relationship, so there was no need for her to come specifically to see me. Third, when she walked towards the box, her posture indicated a direct negotiation, but her eyes deliberately avoided mine. This means her key contact point for this trip is outside of me. If it's to supplement the farewell message from last night, this evasive attitude doesn't make sense. Fourth, besides me, the person in the box with the highest probability of potential interaction with Gemma and worth her specifically seeking out is Hermione. Considering they both care about me, this probability is amplified infinitely. "No, buddy. You're using such a nonchalant tone to say that 2 girls care about you. That's really annoying." But Sherlock remained calm and composed, showing no sign of boasting. "That's what makes it even more infuriating, you bastard." However, only Ron had this thought. The others in the box, Harry, Cho Chang, and Ginny, didn't react so strongly. Luna just looked at Sherlock with curiosity, not seeming to care too much about his remarks. "What's going on?" "In the end, I'm the only one making a fuss." Ron looked at his friend's expressions and suddenly felt he had been presumptuous. Chapter 437 Gemma's Forceful Kiss. Hermione walked out of the compartment, bewildered, following Gemma Farley through the slightly swaying corridors of the Hogwarts Express. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Why did she want to see me? Oh no. Hermione suddenly realized that Gemma had come to see her at this time because of Sherlock. And it could only be because of Sherlock. This thought filled Hermione with a sense of unease and a bitter, indescribable pang of sadness. Was she here specifically to provoke her? To tell her about their meeting last night? Wait. Had they already kissed? Just as Hermione was lost in thought, Gemma pushed open the door to an empty compartment, gesturing for Hermione to enter. The moment the door closed, the noise outside seemed to be shut out. This was the first time Hermione had been alone with Gemma. In the past, Sherlock, the one who connected the two, would definitely have been present. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Tiny dust particles floated in the air, dancing slowly in the light streaming through the windows. Gemma turned to face Hermione, the outgoing student council president's usual elegant aloofness gone. Her azure eyes were fixed on Hermione, even revealing a hint of barely perceptible earnestness. Even with a touch of hostility towards this girl, Hermione had to admit, Gemma was truly stunning. So stunning that Cho Chang couldn't smoothly inherit the title of school beauty without her leaving. So stunning that her very words inspired a powerful sense of conviction. So stunning that even a boy like Hermione would be captivated. Perhaps only someone like Sherlock could remain oblivious. Miss Hermione, Gemma began, her voice calm, but her azure eyes remained firmly fixed on Hermione. I know this is abrupt, but I need to talk to you, about Sherlock, just as expected. Hearing that Gemma really wanted to talk about Sherlock, Hermione's heart leaped. She instinctively straightened her back. Sherlock? What about him? Was this finally a declaration of war? Or a final show of force before her departure? What exactly happened in the room of requirement yesterday? Just as Hermione's mind began to wonder again, Gemma took a deep breath, as if carefully choosing the right words. I think you know very well that Sherlock isn't the type to take good care of himself. Especially when faced with a puzzle, curiosity drives his adventurous spirit to override his self-preservation instinct. Gemma's tone held undisguised concern, and a heavy sense of responsibility. You know his traits. He excels at observation and analysis, but isn't good at expressing vulnerability. Sometimes, he even puts himself in danger without realizing it, just to observe the details of the process. Hermione nodded. She understood this all too well. Sherlock's almost obsessive observational skills and dedication to solving puzzles often led him to do things that seemed incredibly reckless to others. This was why the Sorting Hat sorted him into Gryffindor, not Ravenclaw. It was because while he possessed an intelligence that even Hermione admired, his irreplaceable adventurous spirit was what truly mattered. In this respect, Hermione does share a similarity with Sherlock. After all, the Sorting Hat also hesitated for a long time about whether to place her in Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. However, Hermione is very self-aware. Sherlock is a man of great wisdom, while she herself is at most only a little clever. But when she heard Gemma's second half of her sentence, Hermione shook her head. I'm afraid the word vulnerable isn't appropriate for him, is it? Gemma smiled. Everyone has a vulnerable side, and Sherlock Holmes is no exception. Sherlock is special, Hermione insisted. Gemma chuckled softly upon hearing this. That's probably the difference between us, but I specifically called you out today not to talk about that. There was a hint of lingering affection in her voice. From the moment I left this train, I officially left Hogwarts. For the next 4 years, I won't be able to keep track of him as often as before. Even if we can communicate by letter, some things may be beyond my reach, or he may gloss over them. Hermione frowned immediately upon hearing this. Fine, since you're leaving anyway, you might as well stop pretending, right? She even said things like, I can't keep an eye on him like I used to. Gemma paused slightly, her gaze sharpening as she looked at Hermione. But you're different, we're different. Yes, you're one of his closest companions. You're in the same house, almost every day together. You're smart, brave, perceptive, and you care about him deeply. Gemma's words struck Hermione's heart precisely. Ever since she saw Sherlock as the hero who could save her, Hermione could no longer deny her special feelings for him. The unique connection between you is something I can't achieve. Gemma's voice lowered, carrying an almost pleading tone. You're companions, friends, and important support to each other. In his heart, you're a special person. So, Hermione, I beg you. She stepped forward, tightly grasping Hermione's hands. her sea blue eyes filled with unprecedented frankness and urgency. "When I can't see him, please keep an eye on him for me." Hermione was completely stunned. Before Gemma spoke, she considered countless possibilities. Perhaps she would subtly warn her to stay away from Sherlock. Perhaps she would loudly declare her ownership of Sherlock. Perhaps. But she never expected that Gemma would make such a request, almost like entrusting her son to someone. This was Gemma Farley. Even Hermione, herself a woman, had to admit that Gemma was practically flawless. Even the potential drawback of Slytherin couldn't overshadow her brilliance. Yet this same Gemma, so confident and composed, capable of single-handedly suppressing those little snakes, was now asking her to protect Sherlock in an almost fragile manner? And protecting Sherlock, wasn't she the one being protected all along? Gemma seemed to see through Hermione's shock and gave a slightly self-deprecating laugh. "Yes, I know it sounds strange. But I have to make sure someone can pull him back when necessary, remind him. Even give him a punch when he's being silly, if that will bring him to his senses." Her gaze became incredibly serious and earnest again. "He's a genius, Hermione, but he's also the one who least appreciates his talent. He needs someone like you by his side, clear-headed, rational, and tough enough. I can no longer play that role, at least not in this close proximity." With that, Gemma released Hermione's hand, took a wax-sealed envelope from her robe pocket, and handed it to Hermione. "This is..." Hermione didn't take it, but looked at Gemma with some confusion. Gemma said solemnly, "This contains my analysis of Sherlock's specific weaknesses, tendencies, and behavioral patterns over the past 3 years. It also includes some warning signs that I believe he needs to be wary of, especially regarding blind spots in his research of certain knowledge or when dealing with specific people and events. In some ways, it might be more than he realizes himself. Remember, don't let him know you have this. Or rather, keep it from him for as long as possible. When you think he's heading down an extremely dangerous path, and he won't listen to any advice, perhaps this can help you understand his logical blind spots or provide some ideas for intervention." Hermione was deeply moved. She never imagined Gemma would go to such lengths for Sherlock. No wonder she had just said that Sherlock also had vulnerable moments. You've been observing him." "Yes, that's the biggest difference between you and me. Don't think I'm amazing, it's actually my ulterior motive. From the very beginning, I had an impure purpose." "Please, don't look at me like that, it's not what you think." Gemma smiled helplessly. "He was only 11 years old then. I wasn't so heartless as to make a move on a little boy like that, even if his thoughts and actions were more mature than most adults. So now that he's 14, you can make your move." "I meant impure motives, that I was attracted to his talent and abilities, wanting to befriend someone so capable." Gemma ignored Hermione's question and continued, "But in the process of spending time with him, I gradually fell for him. He possesses a charm I'd never seen before, and it was during this process that I gradually abandoned my initial ulterior motives. But this habit of studying him has remained, and I hope it will help you in the days when I'm not around." Hermione finally took the envelope. The envelope was light and flimsy, containing only a few thin pages, yet it felt incredibly heavy to Hermione. This sudden trust and responsibility placed immense pressure on her, mixed with a complex emotion of being recognized. Gemma Farley, the person she had subconsciously considered a rival, had actually handed over her the secret weapon she used to protect Sherlock? It didn't feel like a demonstration, it felt more like a heavy transfer of power. "You," Hermione began with difficulty, her voice dry. "Why me? Why did you believe I could do it?" Gemma gave a faint smile, one that seemed to understand everything. "Because you don't just like him, dear Hermione." These words, once spoken, were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, making Hermione's heart leap and her cheeks instantly burn. She actually said it. She actually said it? Gemma seemed unwilling to delve into this point, continuing, "You're smart enough to understand his complexity, resolute enough to fight his stubbornness, and care enough to care about him, willing to take action to stop him from doing anything foolish. Most importantly, you'll always be by his side. Frankly, if I were your age, I would never have given you this opportunity, Gemma. At this point, it was practically a direct confrontation. Unfortunately, I'm not. So, when I'm not around, I'll feel much more at ease knowing he has someone like you watching over him." Gemma's voice lowered, carrying a deep weariness and a sense of relief at letting go. "Please promise me, Hermione," looking into Gemma's eyes, filled with earnestness and entrustment. Hermione's awkwardness and jealousy strangely dissipated at that moment. She felt the sincerity and weight in Gemma's words. This was no child's play. It was more like the final effort a person about to embark on a long journey could make for their most cherished attachment. Hermione took a deep breath, her gaze becoming equally resolute, and she gripped the envelope tightly. "I will do everything I can," she promised, her voice regaining its strength. "I will watch over him," but she didn't say for you. A silent understanding remained. A relieved smile finally bloomed on Gemma's face, a smile tinged with gratitude and a hint of unspoken sadness. "Thank you, Hermione. I believe I can do it." She reached out and gently patted Hermione's shoulder. "Take care." "Wait." Seeing Gemma about to leave, Hermione quickly called out to her. Gemma stopped, looking at Hermione with some curiosity. "Last night, you were with him in the room of requirement, weren't you? Looks like you didn't ask him. If he wanted to tell me, he would have." "Silly girl." Gemma finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. "If you keep hesitating like this, you'll lose him." Her words immediately put Hermione on alert. Looking into Gemma's sea blue eyes, she said, word by word, "You might as well be more explicit. Haven't you noticed? That girl you call crazy girl is surprisingly compatible with him." "You mean Luna?" Hermione was taken aback, then shook her head. "Impossible. Luna has no feelings for him at all." "Yes, she certainly doesn't have feelings for him, but many things in this world are judged by actions, not intentions. Who else but you can be by his side? Who else but him can communicate with him without barriers?" "My dear Hermione, love doesn't have a first come, first served rule. Don't you dare have that childish idea of 'I was here first.' To put it bluntly, if he hadn't been so indifferent, and if I hadn't been principled, he probably would have been." "Stop," Hermione blushed. "How could you say something like that? Let me teach you another lesson, silly girl." After saying that, Gemma's face showed a complex and unreadable smile. That smile was mixed with all-knowing cunning, a kind of mischievousness that came from experience, and a trace of barely perceptible sadness. While Hermione was still immersed in surprise and wariness about Luna, Gemma had already moved. Her movements were as swift and precise as when she cut Sherlock's hair yesterday, yet they carried a completely different meaning. In the swaying carriage, her feet seemed lighter than usual. Gemma took a step forward, and the distance between the two instantly closed. Hermione Granger didn't even have time to react, whether it was to retreat, question, or block. Gemma's arms, like a blessing or a silent declaration, naturally draped over Hermione's shoulders. The process was swift, happening in the blink of an eye. Then, under Hermione's wide, bewildered, and astonished brown eyes, Gemma tilted her head slightly and pressed her warm, soft lips to Hermione's left cheek. Hermione, Greek letter sigma, degree. Chapter 438 for Sherlock. Hermione was completely unprepared for Gemma's sudden approach. She was never as agile as Gemma, and her carelessness in failing to dodge meant the distance between them closed in an instant. Unlike Gemma's approach to Sherlock, Gemma's movements were as light as willow catkins brushing against her fingertips, carrying the delicate scent of a young girl's hair. As swift as a shooting star across the night sky, Hermione barely felt the cool touch of skin and the unique, decisive fragrance emanating from Gemma before the brief encounter ended. Gemma withdrew without hesitation, her movements fluid as if rehearsed 1,000 times, yet different from her retreating gesture towards Sherlock. There was little blush on her face, but rather a stronger sense of composure and solemnity, as if completing an important ritual. Deep within her azure eyes shone a clear sense of entrustment, encouragement, and an expectant light of "it's your turn now." She infused the heaviness she felt when handing over the envelope earlier into this brief moment of closeness in a more direct and undeniable way. In the empty carriage, tiny dust particles hovered in the beam of light, making the sudden intimacy leave a moment of silence. Hermione froze completely. She could feel a strange warmth emanating from where they had just touched, as if that brief closeness carried an indescribable weight. Hermione was instantly stunned. All her speculations about Gemma's motives for summoning her, provocation, a test, or even just a farewell, vanished in an instant at Gemma's completely unexpected action. "Hermione, do you understand now?" Gemma looked at Hermione with a satisfied smile. Sherlock, after being ambushed, acted as if nothing had happened. He shouldn't be named Holmes, he should be named Wood. What a blockhead. Hermione's current reaction is more normal. So shocked was Hermione that her accent changed, no longer her standard Oxford accent. "I don't understand." "How?" Gemma chuckled. "What if I told you I did the same thing to Sherlock?" "What did you say?" Hermione immediately lost her composure. Sherlock and Gemma had actually kissed. It was me. It was me first. I was definitely first. The thought had barely formed when she suddenly remembered what Gemma had just said. Don't have such childish thoughts as I was definitely first. Damn it, she was right. Don't worry, I kissed him here too. Gemma smiled and pointed to the spot where she had just kissed Hermione. Hermione took a step back as if electrocuted, looking at Gemma warily. Did you want to know what happened between Sherlock and the Room of Requirement? Seeing Hermione's action, Gemma couldn't help but tease. Since you're not going to ask Sherlock, I'll tell you. She then recounted in detail what Sherlock and she had done in the Room of Requirement. This time, Hermione was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, she understood the deeper meaning of Gemma's action. It carried a strong symbolic and ritualistic quality. It was the transfer of power again in the swaying carriage. It was a silent, brand-like seal of contract added after entrusting Sherlock to her. Hermione's lips moved slightly, but she couldn't utter a coherent sound. She lost. Completely and utterly defeated. Completely and utterly defeated. She had previously thought that being a third-year student against a seventh-year student was advantageous to her. Now, looking back, she was simply a defeated dog. With no hope of winning whatsoever. I told you all this not so you would become like this. Gemma frowned at her. Remember what I just said. You need to stand up straight. What did you say? Hermione stared at Gemma in surprise, almost thinking she had misheard. Sherlock's reaction to my kiss was even worse than yours just now. Gemma laughed self-deprecatingly. You don't really think I've won, do you? But you still kissed him after all. You could do that too. Gemma looked at her with exasperation. Really, if she hadn't been leaving, why would she have done all this? If this continues, not only me, but even that little girl will get ahead of you. What will you do then? Run off to a corner and cry alone? Hearing this, Hermione finally understood. Gemma had left her with an idea that carried understanding, entrustment, and silent encouragement in this way. She wanted to leave her mark, her approval, and proof of her companionship on her. Just like how she wove the symbol of life and loyalty, hair, into a ring. Just as she solemnly presented the symbol of power and responsibility, the badge, to Sherlock, Gemma was telling her in her own way, from this moment on, you are not just helping me watch over him. You are a part of protecting him. Gemma watched Hermione's gaze gradually clear, the last trace of mischief in her eyes completely disappearing, leaving only pure, heavy trust. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and everything that needed to be done had been done. Just as she hadn't given Sherlock a chance to ask questions when she left the Room of Requirement, she said nothing more. She looked deeply at Hermione, as if trying to etch her image into her heart, and then Gemma turned and opened the door to the box. Take care, my dear Hermione. This farewell was almost identical in tone to the one she had said to Sherlock earlier. Of course, Hermione didn't know. After saying this last sentence, Gemma didn't linger and walked out without looking back. Her chestnut hair drew a clean arc in the light of the corridor. The door closed softly behind her, shutting out the noise of the carriage outside and also shutting out a last glimpse of this graduated girl at Hogwarts. Hermione remained standing in the compartment like a statue. One hand unconsciously touched her cheek, while the other clutched the envelope containing Sherlock's secret files tightly. The light pages now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. A moment later, a slight sway brought her back to her senses. The cool touch on her cheek hadn't completely dissipated, but instead ignited a strange heat. It was a mixture of immense confusion, a tremor of being recognized, and an unprecedented, heavy sense of responsibility, as if a destiny had pushed her to the forefront. It must be said that Gemma Farley's final farewell had far exceeded Hermione's expectations. The scenery outside the window rushed past, but Hermione felt her world being irreversibly drawn into a deeper vortex. Even as the train pulled into King's Cross Station, Hermione was still reeling from the shock. Harry and Ron wisely refrained from asking what had happened between her and Gemma. Sherlock, on the other hand, seemed uninterested. At this point, the students began disembarking, creating chaos and noise in the aisle. Ever since Sherlock and Harry entered Hogwarts, every holiday season had seen an influx of people greeting the Lion King and the Savior. This year was no exception. I wish I could be as famous as you guys, Ron said enviously, watching the scene. I'd trade all of this for a perfect family, Harry muttered. Ron's words reminded him of Snape. If he hadn't told Voldemort about Trelawney's prophecy, his parents should be the ones picking him up at the station right now, right? Ginny glared at Ron. Oh, sorry, bro, I didn't mean it. Realizing his mistake, Ron quickly apologized. "It's all right." Harry shook his head. He knew Ron hadn't meant it. "People always envy what they don't have," Sherlock said quietly. "Ron doesn't need to apologize, because what you said is the truth. Harry doesn't need to propose an exchange either, because it's impossible." Cho Chang sighed. "Sherlock, your words are as precise as a mathematical answer, yet they always feel like a bucket of cold water being poured over someone's head." "But he's not wrong," Luna said, puzzled. "Ron is often ignored because he has 5 wonderful older brothers and a lovely younger sister, so he needs that feeling of being noticed even more. Harry, because he never experienced the warmth of a family growing up, definitely needs the love of relatives even more, just like me, who lost my mother at a young age." Everyone except Sherlock stared at Luna speechlessly. There are no wrong nicknames, only wrong names. Luna being called Crazy Girl Loverkid was indeed unfounded. But then again, her way of thinking is really similar to Sherlock's. Only she would agree with Sherlock so immediately. Hermione gave Luna a deep look. "Gemma Farley, could this girl who's already gone really see that far? Could it be that even Luna is a better fit for Sherlock than herself? It was me first, I was here first." Stop. She couldn't think like that anymore, or she'd truly become a loser. Thinking this, she secretly made a bold decision. No more hesitation. Hesitation meant defeat. As a third-year student, she naturally didn't need security to remind her. She had already consciously broken into smaller groups and crossed the partition wall of platform 9 3/4. Harry immediately spotted Sirius Black, tall and handsome. He stood out in the crowd. Beside him were Mrs. and Mrs. Weasley, the three chatting and laughing. Further away was Uncle Vernon. He was scrutinizing the three of them with suspicion. When Mrs. Weasley and Harry hugged and greeted each other, his suspicion seemed to be confirmed. "Goodbye, Harry, I'll call about the World Cup." Ron patted Harry on the back and shouted loudly behind him. "Goodbye, Harry, goodbye." "Bye." Harry's friends said goodbye to him one after another. Harry waved to them as he pushed his suitcase and Hedwig's cage in a trolley toward Uncle Vernon. "Uncle, my godfather wants to see you," Harry said cheerfully. "Godfather?" Uncle Vernon asked in confusion. "You don't have a godfather." "He does." Just then, the tall Sirius Black walked over and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. "I'm Harry's parents' best friend. Many years ago I was convicted of murder and was only recently released." Initially, the Dursleys had a good first impression of the tall, handsome Sirius. But upon hearing his self-introduction, Uncle Vernon's face changed instantly, his expression almost instantly replaced by fear. "Sirius?" Harry immediately exclaimed in dissatisfaction. He knew, of course, why Sirius said that. Because of what he had experienced with the Dursleys over the years. If he hadn't desperately stopped him, Sirius would have personally gone to their house to teach them a lesson. But now that he had repaired his relationship with the Dursleys with Sherlock's help, Harry naturally didn't want it to deteriorate again. Although what Sirius said was indeed true, he couldn't say it like that. It was just stirring up trouble. All right, I was just joking," Sirius shrugged. "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Sirius Black, and Sirius Black is Harry's godfather. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Dursley. On behalf of Harry's parents, I want to thank your family for taking care of Harry all these years, and I've prepared a gift for you." Harry couldn't help but rub his face. Although Sirius didn't deliberately cause trouble for Harry's sake, his words were still sarcastic. Unfortunately, Uncle Vernon believed that his family had indeed taken care of Harry all these years, so he completely failed to understand Sirius's implied meaning. Instead, his eyes lit up when he heard gift. "Come on, Mr. Black, let's talk in the car." Sirius, using sarcasm on an idiot is a complete waste. Harry, however, let out a long sigh of relief. But the moment he climbed into the Dursleys' car, he saw something that surprised him. Not far away, Hermione stood on tiptoe, her arms gently encircling Sherlock's neck, and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Her movements were hurried yet firm, her brown curly hair swaying slightly with the action. Harry could even clearly see that Hermione's ears flushed red the moment the kiss landed. "What's wrong?" Noticing Harry's shocked expression, Sirius asked curiously. Nothing," Harry said, looking away. "It was just a kiss on the cheek, not on the lips, nothing to be surprised about." Cho Chang and Ginny had both kissed him. Not to mention them, even his 3 female teammates on the Gryffindor Quidditch team had kissed him on the cheek when they won a match. Harry was only surprised because it was Sherlock. Although Hermione had never done anything like this before, Given her relationship with Sherlock, a farewell kiss was nothing. Harry tried to reassure himself, but his gaze couldn't help but glance back at the platform. Coincidentally, Sherlock thought the same thing. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439. Do you really have to let that girl pin you against the wall? King's Cross Station. Sherlock gently brushed his hand across the right cheek where Hermione had kissed him. The touch was delicate and fleeting, leaving an invisible, faint mark on his face. His fingertips seemed to still retain a trace of Hermione's warmth. Sunlight streamed through the station's glass dome, illuminating his gaze as he looked at Hermione. Even so, his gray eyes remained habitually calm, like a deep, still pool. Only his eyebrows slightly raised, revealing a hint of barely perceptible inquiry. So Gemma told you, despite being kissed in public by a girl, his voice was as calm as if discussing the weather. What did you say? Hermione already knew from Gemma Sherlock's reaction after being kissed by her. Having anticipated this, she wasn't surprised by Sherlock's calm response. However, upon hearing Sherlock's question, she feigned ignorance. What, Gemma? What told me? I have no idea. But Hermione forgot one thing. Before Sherlock, any lie is like transparent glass, utterly exposed. Moreover, she was different from others. Sherlock knew her every inch of her body intimately. Of course, for Hermione herself, there was another reason. She was somewhat flustered. The boy who was kissed by the girl wasn't flustered, but the girl who kissed him was. This seemed absurd, but it was actually normal. Because the boy who was kissed was Sherlock Holmes. Because the girl who kissed him harbored a more secret thought, if only. If it weren't for the people around. If her parents and Sherlock's family weren't watching with smiles nearby. She wanted to kiss a place that could express a closer relationship, not just Sherlock's cheek like Gemma did. Precisely because Gemma kissed Sherlock's left cheek, she deliberately chose the right. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. She couldn't do it. Just being able to kiss Sherlock in public had exhausted all the courage she had accumulated, and even her fingertips were trembling slightly. Standing there, recalling that hasty yet resolute kiss, her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. I think you two must have planned this, Sherlock chuckled, his tone knowing as he looked at Hermione. She kissed my left cheek, but you just kissed my right. The words should have been somewhat ambiguous, but coming from Sherlock, they were precise. Where was the ambiguity? Far from it, it was like a lightning bolt, shattering the shell of courage Hermione had painstakingly mustered. The composure she had carefully maintained was instantly replaced by a burning blush, even her ears turning slightly red. Sherlock, I don't know what you're talking about, Hermione's voice trembled. Her toes unconsciously stomped on the ground. She dared not look directly into Sherlock's seemingly all-knowing gray eyes. So, her gaze frantically swept past his shoulder, looking towards her parents. But she found her mother smile too happy. And her father, his expression seemed a little complicated. Hi, good afternoon, little ones. The parents, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, didn't appear immediately. Instead, Mrs. Holmes appeared right beside Sherlock and Hermione. She wore a well-tailored beige trench coat, a radiant smile of almost smug satisfaction on her face. Her gaze swept over her son's right cheek, where Hermione had kissed him, then settled on Hermione's flushed face, her smile deepening. It was a relief that came from the release of some long-standing worry. What interesting topic were you discussing? Mrs. Holmes asked knowingly, her voice warm and comforting. She naturally placed a hand lightly on her son's shoulder. Sherlock relaxed slightly as his mother approached. Mrs. Holmes' other hand naturally wrapped around Hermione's still slightly flushed shoulder, half protecting her to her side. That was lovely, wasn't it? Youth is wonderful, Hermione quickly said. Hello, Aunt Holmes. Great, Mom. No, Sherlock's mother arrived just in time. Mrs. Holmes gently patted Hermione, the affection instantly dispelling most of Hermione's embarrassment. Indeed, a very memorable scene. A slightly deep but gentle male voice rang out. It was Mr. Granger. After Mrs. Holmes's initiative, he couldn't stand still and rushed over immediately. However, his smile now seemed somewhat professional, even more so than when he was seeing patients at the clinic. His gaze towards Hermione was affectionate, but when he turned to Sherlock, his eyes became sharp and complex, filled with scrutiny. No one knows a son better than his father. Hermione was intelligent and independent, but in front of Sherlock, she always seemed like a different person. Especially that proactive kiss just now. As a father, even though he rationally knew it was just an expression of youthful friendship, he couldn't help but feel a sour feeling that his precious daughter was about to be taken away. No, judging from what just happened, it was clearly his daughter who willingly followed him. The feeling welled up uncontrollably, but he managed to suppress it, not letting it show too obviously. However, when he met Sherlock's gaze, the brief pause and the slightly pursed corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of his emotions. Just then, Mrs. Granger caught up quickly with a warm smile. Her gaze towards Sherlock was completely different from Mr. Granger's, always open-minded. It was as if she were looking at her own child. "Hi, Sherlock. You look great. How was the school year?" Hermione mentioned quite a few of the little troubles you two solved together in her letter. She deliberately emphasized the word together, a mischievous glint in her eyes. That adorable scene just now warmed our hearts as parents. She made no attempt to hide her fondness for Sherlock and her delight at Hermione's initiative in kissing him. A hint of satisfaction, like "my girl has good taste," lingered in her eyes. "Have a good holiday, Mr. and Mrs. Granger." Sherlock nodded slightly, his manners impeccable, as if he hadn't just been kissed. His gaze lingered for half a second on the barely perceptible, complex expression on Mr. Granger's face. Mr. Granger's hidden discomfort naturally didn't escape Sherlock's notice. But Sherlock didn't understand why Mr. Granger would react this way to him. This scene seemed familiar. It was just a kiss on the cheek. Is it really that big of a deal? Sherlock tilted his head, finding it somewhat incomprehensible. He seemed quite used to and at ease with his mother's overly enthusiastic satisfaction. Mr. Holmes finally came over and stood beside his wife. At this moment, a rare, faint but genuine smile graced his lips. He didn't look at Sherlock's cheek, but instead swept his son with a meaningful gaze, then nodded to Hermione. "You two must have had a long journey, Hermione. Thanks to you for taking care of Sherlock at school. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he?" "Not at all. Hermione was entirely taken care of by Sherlock at school," Mrs. Granger responded with a smile, affectionately taking her still somewhat embarrassed daughter's arm and giving it a gentle squeeze. After a round of mutual flattery, a small circle quickly formed on the platform. Both mothers wore warm, meaningful smiles, their gazes shifting between Sherlock and Hermione, a tacitly pleasant atmosphere filling the air. The Holmes' eyes met, and Verita winked gently at Tannen, conveying unspoken joy. Their worries about Sherlock following in Mycroft's footsteps seemed to vanish because of Hermione's courageous act. Mr. Granger took a deep breath. He looked at his daughter, her cheeks still flushed, nestled between Mrs. Holmes and his own wife. He then noticed the boy, perpetually calm for his age, seemingly unaffected by the subtle atmosphere around him. This extraordinary rationality somewhat lessened the bitterness in Mr. Granger's heart at the thought of his daughter being kidnapped. He couldn't help but clear his throat, trying to steer the conversation back to everyday matters. "Ahem. So, what are your plans for the holidays, Sherlock?" "I'm planning them, Mr. Granger." Sherlock turned his gaze to Hermione's father. "If I'm not mistaken, it will involve strengthening my personal qualities and exploring the truth. Of course, I'll also ensure I get plenty of rest." His answer was as clear and logical as ever. Hermione couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "The definition of plenty of rest is probably different from what we ordinary people think." Her voice wasn't loud, but it made both mothers chuckle softly. Mr. Granger looked at the boy's serious expression and his daughter's helpless yet habitual grumbling, finally relaxing his tightly pursed lips. A resigned smile appeared on his face. "That's good. Studies are important, but you should also enjoy your holidays." He reached out and finally said this, patting Sherlock on the shoulder. Seeing this, Mrs. Holmes's smile brightened even more. "All right, the children must be tired from getting off the train. Let's not stand here any longer. We'll have plenty of time to get together again during the holidays. Sherlock, say goodbye to Hermione." Sherlock turned to Hermione as instructed, his tone as usual, as if the kiss had never happened. "Goodbye, Hermione." "Goodbye, Sherlock." Hermione tried to make her voice sound natural. "Have a good holiday." The two families said their goodbyes and went their separate ways on the platform. Mrs. Holmes, arm in arm with her husband, could no longer suppress her smile and murmured, "It seems our dear Sherlock has finally come to his senses. Or rather, Miss Granger has really been a great help." Mr. Holmes's smile also deepened. He turned around and saw Mr. Granger, pushing his luggage, looking in their direction, and waved to him. Once the family was seated, he steadily started the car and, as they drove along the road, couldn't help but ask, "Sherlock, how did it feel after Hermione kissed you?" "Nothing," Sherlock said calmly. "Isn't this normal?" "Normal? How can this be considered normal?" Mrs. Holmes suddenly realized something. "Could it be that this wasn't your first time?" "How could that be?" Mr. Holmes chuckled. "Judging from little Hermione's expression just now, it was definitely her first time." "That's true, not your first time." What? The couple were both taken aback. Especially Mr. Holmes, who simply pulled the car over to the side of the road before turning to Sherlock in the back seat. "Say it again," I said. "This isn't the first time." Under the shocked gazes of the Holmes couple, Sherlock calmly and composedly said, "Just last night, Gemma kissed my cheek at school, on the left." "You seem quite surprised." Sherlock tilted his head, finally uttering the words he had always wanted to say but never had the chance. "It's just a kiss on the cheek. Is it really that big of a deal?" Of course it was. Mr. Holmes had just said that Hermione was definitely a virgin. It turned out that while Hermione was a virgin, their son wasn't. Gemma Farley, a beautiful and elegant young woman, flashed through their minds simultaneously. She had even taken the first step before Hermione? Well done. But Mr. and Mrs. Holmes exchanged a glance, both realizing something important. Although two young women had already openly expressed their love to Sherlock, their son remained a block ahead. Sherlock, you, Mrs. Holmes, in particular, was practically driven mad with anger by her son. Did he really have to pin a girl against a wall and kiss her before he understood what she meant? Meanwhile, Mrs. Granger, arm in arm with Hermione, was happily discussing their holiday plans. Mr. Granger walked beside them, silently pushing their luggage. His gaze lingered on his daughter for a long time, finally settling into a deep, gentle light. He glanced back instinctively. The Holmes family was just about to get into their car. Tannen noticed his gaze and waved to him in a friendly manner. Mr. Granger looked away, silently trying to convince himself. Well, if it had to be this way, that boy was at least good enough, and a target that Hermione dared to pursue. He tightened his grip on the luggage handle, feeling the heavy yet sweet sense of responsibility. It was clearly too early to talk about this now. The road ahead was long. For these two 14 or 15-year-old boys and girls, their story had only just begun. Mr. Granger took a deep breath of the station air, which smelled of coal smoke, and finally smiled with relief. In any case, at least Hermione seemed brave and happy. Chapter 440. This is what I learned in Hawaii during my summer vacation. Time always slips away unnoticed. More than a month had passed since the Hogwarts summer vacation began. One day, the telephone in the living room of 128 Kings Drive rang urgently. Mrs. Holmes happened to come out of the kitchen, wiped her hands, and hurriedly answered the phone. "Hello, this is the Holmes family, it's Harry." Her voice immediately brightened upon hearing the introduction. "Are you still living on Privet Drive? What? Coming over today? That's wonderful. You might not believe it, but we just got back from Hawaii yesterday." Mrs. Holmes chatted with Harry on the other end of the phone for quite a while. "No problem, I'll tell Sherlock you can just come over." After hanging up, Mrs. Holmes excitedly told Sherlock, who was reading in the living room, "Sherlock, Harry said he's coming to our house today, along with his godfather." "Thank you, Mama." Sherlock had already recognized Harry from Mrs. Holmes's voice. He hadn't expected his mother to talk to Harry for so long. In the end, he hadn't even managed to say a single word to Harry. She really did treat Harry like the second son of the Holmes family. "We just got back, and Harry's already planning to come over. What a coincidence." "It's not a coincidence." Sherlock closed his book, shook his head, and said, "Harry spends a full month on Privet Drive every year, so his arrival now is just right." "So that's why you said you were going back to London a few days ago?" "That's only one reason. Another reason is that I received a letter, a few days ago, while he was still in Hawaii. He received a letter." The parchment was now on the table in Sherlock's bedroom, with some words written on it in thin, crooked handwriting. "Dear Sherlock, if it's convenient for you, I will pick you and Harry up at 2 o'clock this Friday to visit Hogwarts. I would be very pleased to have your assistance. Details will be discussed when we meet. Please entrust this Al to take your reply. See you Friday. Your most loyal Albus Dumbledore." Sherlock, calculating the time, knew Dumbledore had arrived just in time. Having completed his mission in Hawaii, He immediately replied to Dumbledore and had his parents take him back to London. Sure enough, the very next day after arriving home, Harry called. Clearly, he had also received Dumbledore's letter. Sherlock was very well prepared for his meeting with Professor Horace Slughorn. With Harry as his capable assistant, he was confident he could uncover the secret he shared with Voldemort. According to Dumbledore, it would be the key to unlocking the secrets of Voldemort and the Horcruxes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Sirius and Harry arrived as promised. When the doorbell rang, Mrs. Holmes, who was prepared, immediately opened the door. Harry, upon seeing Harry, Mrs. Holmes immediately embraced him tightly. This greatly pleased Sirius, who stood beside him. Indeed, Sherlock's parents treated Harry as the second son of the Holmes family. Just like Harry's grandparents had treated him, they treated him like the second son of the Potter family. Mr. Black, hello, please come in. Mrs. Holmes welcomed Harry and Sirius into the house, turning to call out, Tannen, Sherlock, Harry and Mr. Black are here. Harry looked at the familiar living room, a touch of nostalgia creeping in. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, aside from 4 Privet Drive, he was most familiar with 128 King's Drive, not 12 Grimwald Place. Hey, Charlotte, good heavens. You've become Dean. Although he knew Sherlock had gone to Hawaii, Harry was still surprised to see how tanned he'd become in just a month. Dean, who's that? Sirius asked, puzzled. He's a dark-skinned boy in our dorm. He likes to sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. Oh, it's the little Blackie. Sirius looked enlightened, then smiled and turned to Sherlock. Long time no see. Where have you been? Hawaii. Sherlock's gaze swept over Harry and Sirius, apart straight from Privet Drive. That's right. Harry was already used to Sherlock's abilities and nodded upon hearing this. Sirius looked surprised. How did you figure that out? It's so easy. Sherlock seemed to disdain explaining, but still said quickly, I noticed a small patch of red mud on your shoes. As far as I know, that's mud from Little Weedkin in Surrey. If you want to cover it up next time, remember to use cleanse to remove the marks beforehand. Sirius looked enlightened upon hearing this. After Sherlock's explanation, it was indeed very simple. There's no need for that, but how did you manage to recognize that this oil belongs to Privet Drive, Mr. Sirius, didn't my dear Harry tell you that this is common sense to me? Common sense? You mean recognizing which area of soil on someone's feet belongs to at a glance is common sense? Sirius's eyes widened. Was his understanding of common sense flawed, or was mine? Is there a problem? Seeing Sherlock's matter-of-fact expression, Sirius became insecure. He couldn't help but turn to Harry. Is this common sense in the Muggle world? It's not in the Muggle world, but it is for Sherlock. My dear Harry, thank you for your trust, Sherlock said, taking a book from the table and handing it to Harry. To my shame, I originally planned to write several treatises this summer. But because I had to study Barton's magic, I only managed to write this one. Harry took it and opened it, and Sirius leaned over as well. Then, the two of them were both taken aback. As you can see, this treatise is titled On the Identification of Various Kinds of Ash. Sherlock smiled slightly, speaking eloquently to Harry and Sirius. Here, I've listed 140 kinds of ash from cigars, cigarettes, and pipe tobacco, and illustrated the differences between them with colorful illustrations. You might not believe it, but ash identification is a common piece of evidence in criminal trials, sometimes even becoming the most important clue in the entire case. For example, if you can determine that a murderer in a case smokes an Indian cigar, your investigative scope is greatly narrowed. In the magical world, being able to distinguish different kinds of ash is equally important. Many cases in the magical crimes collection are related to cigars, but unfortunately, the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic haven't realized this. To a well-trained person, the difference between the black ash of an Indian cigar and the white ash of a bird's eye cigarette is as clear as the difference between a cabbage and a potato. Hearing this, Harry and Sirius understood. Sherlock was the well-trained person he himself had mentioned. When discussing this matter, Sherlock was clearly in high spirits, continuing to tell the two, actually, I'm also planning to write a new short paper attempting to explain how a person's profession can influence their hand shape. Like this treatise, it will include illustrations of the hand shapes of stonemasons, sailors, woodcarvers, typesetters, weavers, and diamond cutters. These are of great practical significance for both scientific and magical detective work, especially in cases involving unidentified corpses and identifying criminals. Seeing Sherlock's enthusiastic expression, Harry and Sirius were speechless. Harry flipped through a few more pages on the identification of various kinds of ash, but immediately lost interest. Sirius, on the other hand, took the paper and began reading it with great interest. At this point, Mr. Holmes greeted the two, and Mrs. Holmes, after serving tea and dessert, left with her husband, leaving the drawing room to Sherlock and their two guests. Harry, recalling Sherlock's earlier words, couldn't help but ask, "Sherlock, you just said you learned Barton techniques." "That's right, that's why I went to Hawaii this summer." Sherlock's gaze swept over Harry and Sirius, with his usual scrutinizing look, as if assessing some kind of physical data. "Bartons?" Harry asked curiously. "Is it the same as the boxing we do during morning practice at Hogwarts?" "There are similarities, but they're fundamentally different." Sherlock shook his head, his tone as if he were analyzing the difference between two types of cigarette ash. "The boxing we do during morning practice is basic, focusing more on the coordination of basic physical fitness. I think you should have noticed that when I taught you boxing, the movements were very wide and sweeping. It's mainly about stretching muscles and stimulating potential. It's foundational physical training, but that punch I threw at Malfoy, he was too weak," Sherlock said bluntly. "The idea that wizards should fight with wands is deeply ingrained in him, so he never expected you to teach him a lesson with your fists. Besides, his physical fitness isn't as good as yours. His fragile chin naturally couldn't withstand such a blow." "Okay." Harry found himself speechless again. He walked to a relatively open area of the living room and adjusted his posture. Harry had been training with Sherlock for 3 years, and now his eyesight was pretty good. He noticed that Sherlock's center of gravity had lowered, his movements had become exceptionally refined, and he possessed an indescribable sense of power poised to be unleashed. The founder of Patten style was the Englishman Edward William Patten. While working in Kobe, Japan, Mr. Patten deeply studied Japanese martial arts such as Shinen Fudo-Ryu Jiu-Jitsu and Kodokan Judo. In 1898, he returned to England, determined to combine his Eastern and Western martial arts knowledge to create a new fighting style. He then claimed to have invented a new martial art and named it Patten style after himself, actively promoting it in England. The esteemed Mr. Patten later dedicated himself to clinical medicine, particularly in the improvement and innovation of heat, light, and radiation therapy methods. He even used the name Patten style to encompass his various treatment methods. Through Mr. Patten's high refinement, Patten style can be said to integrate British boxing, grappling, and a unique set of defensive and offensive techniques. It emphasizes a practical philosophy, making it a highly effective unarmed combat system. Its technical characteristics include striking techniques, weapon skills, and grappling techniques. Striking techniques include punches from British boxing, such as using both fists to attack the opponent's face and abdomen. The lead hand can also block attacks and control distance between the fighter and the opponent. The leg techniques incorporate various low kicks from the French savate, especially the signature stomp kick, which can severely injure an opponent's knee. The roundhouse kick focuses on midsection attacks, using fewer high roundhouse kicks to avoid giving the opponent an opening, Sherlock explained, demonstrating several movements. In terms of weapon techniques, Bartonism draws heavily on the French cane technique as its primary source of skills. This includes striking the opponent's eyes and wrists from a distance, using the tip of the cane to strike vulnerable areas like the abdomen and throat, and using the cane itself for blocking, defense, and choking techniques. There are also techniques for using clothing and handkerchiefs to confuse the opponent. Speaking of which, my duel with the Slytherin students in the stands during my first year was actually an unconscious use of Neville's toad, employing Bartonism techniques. Having said this, Sherlock returned to his normal stance. To give you an analogy, if the previous boxing techniques were the key to awakening dormant power, then the Barton technique is the precise tool for efficiently utilizing that power. The instructor from Hawaii is a master in this area. He defeated several average-sized strongmen in 3 minutes. This training was definitely worthwhile. Sirius, who had been studying the cigarette ash, suddenly brightened up. That sounds even more exciting than the disarming charm. When can you teach me a couple of moves? Sorry, with your current physical condition and fighting habits, practicing the Barton technique directly will not only be ineffective, but you'll also easily sprain your ankle, Sherlock said bluntly. In this respect, you're even worse than Harry. You should start by strengthening your core strength and joint flexibility. Sirius couldn't help but feel slightly unconvinced. But considering Sherlock's consistent keen observation skills, he thought the kid's words made some sense. So he shook his head and continued studying the cigarette ash. Sherlock glanced subtly at Sirius, then sat back down on the sofa and turned to Harry, asking, "Brother, when did you receive Professor Dumbledore's owl?" Harry paused, then nodded. "The day before yesterday. He said he'd take us to see Professor Slughorn today. I'd already had enough of the month at Aunt Petunia's, so I wrote to my godfather about it, and he came to pick me up." Sherlock's eyes sharpened immediately. Chapter 441 If only you were Harry's brother. Sherlock didn't tell anyone that he had actually spoken specifically with Dumbledore about Harry's unfortunate childhood. He asked Dumbledore if, because he himself was born in the Victorian era and was accustomed to the abhorrent practice of having 3-year-old boys clean chimneys, he naturally assumed that Harry's mistreatment was to be expected. Dumbledore's answer was this: "At that time, I thought Harry was in a very dangerous situation. Although Voldemort had disappeared, the Death Eaters who were loyal to him had not been wiped out. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't harm Harry, which is why I refused so many requests from wizarding families to adopt him and insisted on keeping him on the Dursley steps. First, so that the protective magic of love could continue to provide him with protection. As long as Harry could still consider it home, he would receive strong protection. On the other hand, it was to keep him away from the wizarding world. Defeating the Dark Lord, who had ruled the wizarding world for over a decade, that was enough to make Harry famous even before he could walk or talk. I didn't want him to become someone like Gilderoy Lockhart, so I wanted him to grow up far from the past until he could accept it all before letting him know. At the time, I left a letter for the Dursleys explaining that Harry's parents had been murdered and hoping they would treat him as their own child. Unfortunately, they didn't do as I said. They never treated Harry like their son. All Harry received from them was neglect and constant abuse. So you knew that?" Sherlock sneered, his tone utterly disdainful. "I thought you thought it was normal." Of course I knew." Dumbledore sighed deeply. Fortunately, Harry at least escaped the terrible harm they inflicted on their own child. Sherlock knew Dumbledore was referring to Dudley Dursley, Harry's cousin, who was spoiled rotten by the Dursleys. They treated him like a precious gem. It was a miracle that Harry, growing up in such an environment, retained his kind and pure nature and wasn't consumed by hatred. Your words make me feel like I'm forced to choose between two piles of dog poop, one that doesn't smell as bad. Either he was abused, or he was spoiled rotten. I don't believe you, as the White Lord, would have such a black and white view, Sherlock said bluntly. Dumbledore looked embarrassed. There seemed to be no way to explain it. Forgive me, Sherlock. This time, Dumbledore didn't evade the question but readily admitted his mistake. I'm truly grateful that Harry met you, and that you stand with us. If you were our enemy, I can't believe what the world would be like. After this obvious praise, Dumbledore continued, no matter how miserable, unwelcome, or mistreated Harry was there, they at least reluctantly gave him a place to stay. When Harry turns 17, that is, when he becomes a man, this magic will break down. So my request is simple, I only hope they allow him to return home before his 17th birthday. This will ensure that protective power continues until then. That's certainly a modest request, and well said, but unfortunately, others won't think the same way. Sherlock snapped out of his reverie, his gaze falling on Sirius Black, who was reading a book not far away. Clearly, Sirius Black, as your godfather, was the others he had spoken of to Dumbledore. After learning about Harry's childhood trauma from him, Sirius immediately declared he would go to Privet Drive and teach the Dursleys a lesson. This was only after Harry held back. Although the Dursleys had improved their relationship with Harry, Sirius clearly hadn't let it go. So, he wanted to take Harry away whenever possible. Judging from Sirius's current behavior, he naturally intended for Harry to continue spending the rest of the summer in Grimmauld Place. Sherlock, should we make some preparations? Slughorn is quite nice. Although he's a Slytherin, he's not as annoying as some of the other Vipers. Sirius, who was reading, suddenly looked up at Harry upon hearing this. Sherlock wrote to me about him before. Regulus had a very high opinion of him. When he taught us potions, he always liked to tell embarrassing stories about famous people while the cauldron was boiling. He's indeed an interesting old man. If we're going to see him, I don't think there's anything we need to prepare. Hearing Sirius say this, Harry hesitated, wanting to speak but then stopping himself. He glanced subconsciously at Sirius, seemingly hesitant. This subtle movement, of course, did not escape Sherlock's notice. Sherlock immediately understood. Although Sirius was the closest person to Harry in the world, Harry had not told Sirius the true purpose of his visit to Professor Slughorn. Furthermore, he had not revealed Professor Snape's secret to Sirius. Sherlock had anticipated this. As Dumbledore had once said, Harry is decisive, Ron is shrewd, and Hermione is eloquent. These personality traits made Harry and Hermione more mature than their peers, while Ron seemed somewhat childish. Actually, it couldn't be called childish. Ron's behavior was typical of teenagers his age. It was precisely because Harry and Hermione were more mature than their peers that he appeared somewhat childish in comparison. As for Sherlock, he wasn't even a normal person and was completely excluded from consideration. After understanding the whole story, Harry naturally had to carefully consider the consequences of telling Sirius. Unfortunately, while Sirius was very intelligent, he often seemed impulsive and lacked rationality. This was evident in his attitude towards Vernon Dursley during the holidays. Despite Harry's repeated assurances of reconciliation with the Dursleys, Sirius couldn't resist provoking them. This led Harry to decide not to tell Sirius for the time being. Otherwise, given his personality, he probably would have torn Snape to pieces. As Mr. Sirius said, "There's no need for preparation, just leave everything to Mr. Dumbledore." "I understand," Harry nodded upon hearing Sherlock's words. Sirius frowned slightly. Dumbledore, Sherlock, seeing this, immediately understood. He had now completely grasped the relationships between the main members of the Order of the Phoenix. People like Minerva McGonagall and Rupert Hagrid trusted Dumbledore unconditionally. They supported whatever decision Dumbledore made. Professor McGonagall might vehemently oppose Dumbledore's decisions, but if Dumbledore insisted, she would ultimately compromise. Hagrid, on the other hand, was like a loyal hound. If Dumbledore pointed east, he would never go west. James and Lily, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin's generation were considerably less trusting. Lupin, in particular, had the highest level of trust in Dumbledore. Even without Dumbledore's invitation for Lupin to return to Hogwarts last year, it was Lupin who overruled opposition to admit a werewolf. His trust was somewhat less. Sirius Black was the least trusting. It could be said that without James and Lily, Sirius Black's attitude towards Dumbledore would have been that of an ordinary student towards the headmaster, even less than Professor McGonagall's. It was precisely this distrust that led Sirius to not tell Dumbledore after persuading James and Lily to change the secret keeper. Oh well, it's not his business. Dumbledore will handle Sirius when he arrives. Harry was very interested in Sherlock's experiences in Hawaii this month, constantly pressing for details. But for Sherlock, it was actually quite simple, learning Barton's and writing that treatise on Ash identification. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when the minute hand in the living room pointed to 12, the doorbell rang. Sherlock smiled slightly. Unexpectedly punctual, Harry jumped up as if struck by lightning. Before he could even reach the door, Mr. Holmes appeared out of nowhere and opened it. A tall, thin man stood in the doorway. His silver-white hair and beard reached his waist, and a pair of half-moon spectacles perched on his aquiline nose. He wore a black traveling cloak and a topped hat. "Good afternoon. You must be Mr. Holmes. I'm sure Sherlock told you I was coming to pick him up, didn't he?" At that moment, Mrs. Holmes, hearing the doorbell, hurried from the kitchen, her apron still dusted with flour. Seeing Dumbledore, her eyes lit up, and she immediately gave him a warm smile. "Ah, you must be Headmaster Dumbledore. Please come in. It's windy outside, thank you very much, Mrs. Holmes." Dumbledore nimbly stepped over the threshold and closed the door behind him. "Sherlock, Harry, good afternoon." His gaze swept across the living room, pausing when he saw Sirius Black, his smile deepening. "And Sirius, it's a pleasure to see you both. Don't stand there, sit down." Mrs. Holmes was undeniably warm, and Dumbledore received the same hospitality as Harry and Sirius. "Would you like some sugar, Professor? I remember Harry once said you had a sweet tooth," Mrs. Holmes asked hesitantly, holding a cup of coffee. "That would be wonderful, madam." Dumbledore glanced at Harry with some surprise, then gave a genuine smile. "I do indeed have a sweet tooth." After accepting the sweetened coffee from Mrs. Holmes, Dumbledore took a small sip, his eyes immediately lighting up. He looked surprised, even raising his silvery eyebrows, and offered his praise generously. "It's a very delicious drink. Thank you for your hospitality. It tastes wonderful. If only there were more sugar." "That won't do. Too much sugar would damage your teeth," Mrs. Holmes said earnestly. Seeing Dumbledore's striking wizarding air, Mr. Holmes smiled slightly. "Professor, even if you weren't Sherlock and Harry's headmaster, you're still a guest of the Holmes family, and there's no reason to be negligent. Besides, you are a knowledgeable and respected teacher." Dumbledore couldn't help but smile wryly. "I didn't mean to be rude, but I was thinking, how wonderful it would be if you two were Harry's aunt and uncle." A brief silence fell over the drawing room. Dumbledore was clearly moved by the scene. Seeing the Holmes couple's attitude towards Harry, and even wizards in general, reminded him of Harry's experiences over the years. A flicker of pity and sympathy crossed Mrs. Holmes's face. Both she and Mr. Holmes glanced at Harry, their eyes softening. Yes, Sherlock said bluntly to Dumbledore, "if that's the case, Harry will understand from a young age what a family should truly be like, not just a cold, impersonal location under magical protection." Dumbledore let out a long sigh. At that moment, he clearly remembered Sherlock's conversation with him about Harry's childhood experiences. Sirius looked coldly at Dumbledore, saying nothing. In the past, he would have already roared. The thought of the Dursleys keeping Harry locked in the cupboard under the stairs almost made him unable to sit still. But Harry had told him more than once that it was in the past, and that Harry himself had forgiven them. Besides, this was Sherlock's house, and Sirius didn't want to lose his temper. Harry, on the other hand, wasn't so deeply affected by the incident. His relationship with the Dursleys had now completely improved. For example, Harry enjoyed the first month of this summer vacation at the Dursleys' house. So much so that he wouldn't have resisted spending the rest of the summer at Privet Drive. Dumbledore was right. If Sherlock were really his cousin, his upbringing would have been completely different. But now, even if he wasn't, it didn't matter. From their first meeting, Sherlock had already been like an older brother to him. Chapter 442 Harry is really kind. Dumbledore stayed at Sherlock's house longer than expected, thanks to the warm hospitality he received from the Holmes family. Even Dumbledore, one of the most prominent wizards in the entire wizarding world, found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Mrs. Holmes. "I thought you'd offer me something to drink, but now it seems that expectation was laughably pessimistic," Dumbledore said to Sherlock, stopping at the crossroads of King's Road. He patted his stomach, which was slightly swollen since arriving at Sherlock's. "I must say, Sherlock, your mother reminds me of the Minerva of the Muggle world," Dumbledore said with a wry smile. "You know, sometimes I'm even a little afraid of her." If they hadn't had errands to run, Sherlock's parents would have even invited Dumbledore to stay for dinner. Even so, he had thoroughly enjoyed the dessert. "Sir, I think it's your lack of self-control that's the problem," Sherlock said bluntly. "You can't resist sweets." PFFT Harry couldn't help but laugh out loud. But then he realized that it was a bit rude, so he immediately stopped laughing and pretended to look around at the scenery. Sirius, without much restraint, immediately burst into laughter. "Well said, Sherlock. Our dear headmaster was just like that when we were in school. It's unbelievable that 20 years later, he's still the same." Dumbledore gently shook his head, turning to Sherlock and Harry. "You two haven't passed the apparition test yet, have you?" Seeing that Sherlock didn't seem inclined to answer, Harry quickly said, "No, sir, I think you have to be 17. "Very well, then you'll need to hold on tight to my arm." "Wait a minute, Dumbledore," Sirius exclaimed anxiously. "What do you mean?" "You're planning to appart them to Slughorn." "That's right." Facing the impatient Sirius, Dumbledore remained remarkably easygoing. "It's the most convenient and quickest way. Do you have any objections?" "Of course." Sirius's eyes widened. "If you appart them there, what am I supposed to do?" "Just stand there and watch. If you don't want to, you can close your eyes." Sirius, PFFT Harry couldn't help but laugh out loud. But then he realized how rude that was and immediately stopped laughing, pretending to look around at the scenery. Outrageous, Sirius Black was instantly furious. The familiar scene immediately made him think that Dumbledore was retaliating against him for his earlier mockery. "I want to go too. I don't remember saying I would take you to visit Slughorn." "It's not too late to say that now. I'm sorry, Sirius, I don't think this is suitable for you to participate in." "You say it's not suitable, so it's not suitable. It seems that way." "You, Godfather, don't be like that," Harry said quickly, seeing that the situation was not right. Mr. Dumbledore must have his reasons for saying that. Sirius Black frowned, looked at Dumbledore, and then at Harry, who was looking at him. Harry's green eyes were full of pleading. His heart softened immediately, and he turned to Sherlock. "Sherlock, what do you think?" "I think Mr. Dumbledore is right. This is indeed not suitable for you to participate in." The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became extremely awkward. Harry shivered, his body drenched in cold sweat despite the sweltering heat. his hands and feet icy cold. Sirius and Sherlock, one dared to ask, the other dared to speak. But to Harry's surprise, Sirius didn't get angry after hearing Sherlock's words. Instead, he seemed somewhat dejected. Well, since even Sherlock says so, I'll wait for you in Grimmauld Place. Harry immediately understood. It seemed Sherlock held a very high position in his godfather's eyes. After saying this, Sirius looked at Dumbledore. Headmaster, since you don't want my help, could you please send them back after you've finished your business? No need for that. I'll take Harry to the Burrow next. Dumbledore, being a refined man, addressed him more politely. He didn't call his place the Burrow like the Weasleys did. The Weasleys invited Harry to spend the rest of his summer vacation there. Are you kidding me? Sirius reacted even more strongly this time. Why would Harry spend the summer at the Burrow? He should be back in Grimmauld Place, because the Quidditch World Cup is in a few weeks, Dumbledore said calmly. Of course I know that, Sirius said impatiently, but what does that have to do with Harry staying with the Weasleys? They probably think it'll be more convenient for Harry to travel with them from the Burrow. Sirius turned to Harry. Harry, do you know about this? No, Harry shook his head honestly. Ron told me about the Quidditch World Cup before his vacation started, but he hasn't called me yet. See? Harry doesn't know anything about it. Arthur and Molly will at least ask our opinion before they take Harry away. Before he could finish, they heard the sound of flapping wings. An owl swayed and flew towards them. Sherlock and Harry recognized the Weasley owl immediately. Errol. He wobbled to Sirius's shoulder, seemingly exhausted. Sirius frowned, took a piece of parchment from its leg, and read aloud, Dear Sirius, I think you already know that the Quidditch World Cup will be held the following Sunday night. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Britain hasn't won the trophy in 30 years, and tickets are very hard to come by. Arthur managed to get a few of the best tickets through his connections in the Department of Magical Sports. Therefore, I sincerely invite you and Harry to come to the game. I heard that Professor Dumbledore will be taking Sherlock and Harry on some business, so we asked him to send him to the cavern after he's done. Of course, Ron, Ginny, and the entire Weasley family are eager for Harry to stay until the end of summer vacation. We look forward to seeing Harry soon. Your faithful Molly Weasley. P.S. Please give our regards to Dumbledore, and to Sherlock. After Sirius finished reading the letter, Harry noticed Errol was huddled up, looking utterly exhausted. He quickly explained, Errol is getting old and his strength is failing, that's why he was so slow. Last year, if it weren't for Hedwig and the school owl's help, he almost collapsed on the way and needed 3 whole days to recover. After reading the letter, Sirius's expression softened. Hearing Harry's explanation, he felt he had no reason to be angry anymore. I'm getting old, I really can't keep up with all that. He stroked Errol's feathers, a wry smile playing on his lips, and turned to Harry. The Burrow is indeed very nice, and if you want to live with them, I completely understand. Sirius's voice lowered slightly, but, think about it. After Christmas last time, I spent a lot of time cleaning Grimmauld Place, and if you want a different kind of home. Sherlock and Dumbledore exchanged a glance, then looked at Sirius with a half-smile, saying nothing. Harry tilted his head. Looking at his godfather, you mean, I shouldn't go to the Burrow and stay in Grimmauld Place? Of course, I don't think you'd want that. Seeing that Harry understood, Black immediately said, I understand, after all, the Burrow is more lively. The Weasleys are so good to you, and Molly's cooking is so delicious. I just feel that Sirius suddenly felt a little dejected. Because he realized that besides being Harry's godfather, he couldn't find anything else that could attract Harry to compete with the Weasleys. At that moment, a thought even crossed his mind, how wonderful it would be to have a daughter as lovely as Cho Chang or Ginny. Godfather, what are you saying? Of course I'd like to live with you, just have the Weasleys come to Grimmauld Place when the Quidditch World Cup is coming up. Sirius stared at Harry, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You'd like to, really? Of course I would, Harry said firmly. The Burrow is certainly lively, but I'm more comfortable here. Grimmauld Place is my home, because you're there. After saying this, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The other person was clearly an adult, yet he, a little boy, had to comfort him. It was utterly upside down. Sirius's eyes welled up with tears. He stared at Harry for a moment, then smiled. His already handsome face made his smile even more infectious. Don't worry, Harry, Sirius said confidently. I can find Quidditch World Cup tickets too, even better than Arthur. He couldn't help but glance gratefully at Sherlock. It was the Holmes brothers' help that allowed him to earn the Order of Merlin, first class, and gave him the confidence to ask the Ministry for better treatment. All right, Dumbledore, Harry and Sherlock are in your care. Completely relaxed, Sirius turned to Dumbledore. Remember to take them to Grimmauld Place after you're done, not the Burrow. I'll write to Arthur and Molly to explain. Without waiting for Dumbledore's reply, he turned to Sherlock. Sherlock, why don't you come too? It's been a long time since you visited. Sure, Sherlock nodded. Watching Dumbledore disappear with Harry and Sherlock in a flurry of activity, Sirius's smile remained unchanged. The Quidditch World Cup, looks like I'll have to go to the Ministry of Magic. When Sherlock regained his sight, he found himself in a village. Are you alright? You need to adjust to this feeling. Dumbledore looked down at Sherlock and Harry with concern, focusing his attention on Harry. He noticed that Sherlock didn't seem to have changed much compared to before apparition. Harry, on the other hand, was breathing heavily, seemingly still adjusting to the sensation. I'm fine, much better than last time. Harry rubbed his ears, feeling as if they had reluctantly left King's Road. But I still prefer flying on a broomstick. Last time, the time we went to Willingham for the trial, Mr. Weasley also apparated me to the Ministry of Magic. Apparition, Dumbledore smiled. Given Arthur's personality, I thought he would have taken the subway or something. Harry thought to himself that if that were the case, missing their stop would be a minor issue. Without his help, they might have even gotten on the wrong train. Is this Professor Slughorn's house? Sherlock looked around and found that the area was surprisingly nice, a picturesque little village. This is where his deceased parents left him. After Horace relinquished his teaching duties, he has been enjoying his retirement here. When he was still at school, this was where he spent his holidays. Now it's his permanent residence. Hearing Dumbledore's introduction, Sherlock immediately reacted. It seems our professor is doing very well. I imagine he has a considerable stock of supplies. Dumbledore smiled. You're right. Horace's house not only has a cellar but also a library. In recent years, besides visiting old members of the Slughorn Club, he has frequently hosted parties at home. I have reliable information that he just returned from Paris yesterday and shouldn't be leaving anytime soon. At this point, Dumbledore hesitated, then took a small bottle from his pocket. Sherlock, would you like some of this before entering Horace's house? Felix Felicis. Sherlock took out a small bottle from his pocket. I have some too. Seeing this, Harry also took out a similar small bottle from his pocket. Me too. Dumbledore looked at the two boys in surprise. This is Severus's work. How come you both have it? Professor Snape gave it to me as a Christmas present to thank me for finding the real murderer. My Felix Felicis was also a gift from Professor Snape. It was a return gift when I gave him a photo of my mother and him. Dumbledore. At this moment, the centenarian headmaster suddenly realized that his understanding of Hogwarts was not as comprehensive as he had imagined. Chapter 443. This principal is such a loser. So, you don't need Felix Felicis? Of course not, dear Mr. Dumbledore, Sherlock said confidently. We've prepared for so long, it would be strange if we couldn't get what we want from that professor. Hearing Sherlock's words, Dumbledore put away the Felix Felicis. Well, since you're so confident, Sherlock's confidence seemed to influence Dumbledore as well, his steps becoming increasingly lighter. He didn't ask Sherlock how he planned to get the secret from Slughorn, but simply agreed to act according to his signals. I take back my earlier assessment. This professor's house isn't just well-stocked, he's the richest in the village, Sherlock remarked upon arriving at Slughorn's house. He said this because the building was clearly more upscale and impressive than the other houses nearby. It was obvious that the residents were not ordinary people. Oh, let me see who's here. Just as the two were speaking, a smiling old man strode out of the house. The afternoon sun shone on his gleaming bald head, his bulging eyes, his walrus-like silver beard, and the shimmering buttons on the brownish-purple velvet overcoat over his pale purple pajamas. He stopped in front of Dumbledore, his head only reaching the taller man's chin. At first glance, Sherlock had already deduced that the old professor had just woken from his afternoon nap and had even set up a defensive spell, like an intrusion charm, outside the room, which was why he knew of the visitor so quickly. I'm sorry to bother you, Horace, Dumbledore said with a smile, though his tone betrayed no apology. It's hard to believe that an old man like you would actually come to visit me. Slughorn didn't seem to care much about Dumbledore's tone. Or rather, his expression showed a hint of surprise upon seeing Dumbledore's arrival. As he spoke, his gaze swept past Dumbledore and landed on Sherlock and Harry beside him. When he saw Sherlock, his gaze merely swept over him. But when he saw Harry, his gaze froze. His eyes lingered on Harry's forehead and a lightning bolt-shaped scar there. Noticing Slughorn's wide, round eyes widening, Dumbledore immediately began the introductions. I think you've already recognized him, Horace. This is Harry Potter, a Hogwarts student about to enter his 4th year. This is Sherlock Holmes beside Harry, Harry's best friend at school, and the one who truly exposed Peter Pettigrew a year ago. Hearing Dumbledore's introduction of Sherlock, Slughorn finally looked at him properly. Dumbledore then pointed to Slughorn and said to Sherlock and Harry, "This is an old friend and colleague of mine, named Horace Slughorn." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Slughorn welcomed the three into his home. As Sherlock had said, Slughorn's house, even from the outside, was the richest and most luxurious in the village. But once inside, they discovered that the interior was even more extravagant. The rooms were spacious and bright, the thick, dark carpets almost swallowing any footsteps. The air was thick with a sweet sense of candy, fine wine, and leather books. At the center of the room stood an enormous, incredibly soft, scarlet velvet sofa. Surrounding it were several matching armchairs, each with fluffy cushions and an elegantly designed footstool. On a low table in front of the sofa were stacks of beautifully packaged chocolates and a plate of colorful lollipop quills. If Ron were there, he would immediately recognize them as Honeydukes' finest selection. Several plump silk cushions were casually scattered across the sofa and armchairs, creating a languid and comfortable atmosphere. In one corner of the room, there was even an elegant trolley, overflowing with a dazzling array of beverage bottles and crystal glasses, shimmering in the fireplace. 12 bookshelves lined the walls, crammed with thick spined hardcover books and photo albums. Sherlock and Dumbledore were somewhat taken aback, but Harry was rather overwhelmed by the sheer variety. If one didn't know who lived there, judging solely from the abundance of soft colors, plush fabrics, snacks, and books, one would surely guess that it belonged to a refined, slightly discerning lady of high society. Slughorn, like a king touring his kingdom, expertly led them to the most comfortable seats, then walked enthusiastically to the beverage cart. "What would you like?" "I have everything." "Albus, the usual?" "Plain honey water?" "Don't worry, I have plenty of tooth-strengthening potions." "How about some refreshing butterbeer for the kids? Or try my collection of top-grade oak-aged mead? I guarantee you'll love it." He deftly produced gleaming glasses, his tone brimming with pride for his treasured collection. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Sherlock and Harry both ordered butterbeer. Slughorn poured himself a large glass of amber liquid, then contentedly leaned back in the armchair, sinking deep into the fluffy cushions. His legs were too short to reach the ground. But he didn't seem to mind, letting out a comfortable sigh, and began his pleasantries. Once he started, the old man went on, never stopping. He began by reminiscing about his time working with Dumbledore at Hogwarts. From his conversations with Dumbledore, Sherlock and Harry learned that Dumbledore was slightly younger than Dumbledore, making them roughly contemporaries. Soon, his topic shifted to his outstanding students, especially those from prestigious families or with exceptional talent who later achieved remarkable success. A smug smile played on his lips as he pointed to the many gleaming picture frames on the shelf, each containing a small, animated figure. "These are all my former students, all autographed photos. You'll see Barnabas Gauth, editor of the Daily Prophet. He was always eager to hear my opinions on current affairs. That's Ambrose Froome of Honeydukes Candy Shop. He gave me a gift basket every year for my birthday. Because I introduced him to Cicero Hedges, which got him his first job. Bob Ogden, a senior figure in the Ministry of Magic for you. It's a pity he's retired now, but he used to visit this old professor often, asking me for advice on problems he encountered at work. And behind him, you can see him if you crane your neck, is Gwenna Jones, captain of the Hobbiton Hobbs. People often wonder why I'm so friendly with the hobbits. I can get free tickets if I want." Professor Slughorn's words fell on Sherlock's ears without him noticing. But he held his wineglass, not in a hurry to drink. His sharp gray eyes silently swept across the entire room. An expensive upholstered chair. The delicate stitching on the footstool. Bookshelves meticulously arranged by color. The marks of chocolate boxes being carefully opened and stacked. Slughorn himself in his exquisite velvet nightgown and the animated expression on his face as he talked about the past. Every luxurious detail quickly integrated, connected, and deduced in his mind. Combined with the assessments of others about Slughorn before meeting him, a clear portrait of him emerged, emphasis on material enjoyment, vain, obsessed with past glories and relationships, enjoys the feeling of being envied and admired. This enjoyment is both his comfort zone and his most cherished wealth. Highly skilled, values talent, shrewd and opportunistic, calculating, and self-protective. Did not use Potter's shampoo to treat his baldness because it was too expensive and he felt guilty. When Slughorn once again emphasized the current status of his former students and their friendship, Harry couldn't help but glance at the lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead. A complex, unspoken guilt flickered in his eyes, which he quickly averted as if burned. This small detail, of course, did not escape Sherlock's notice. The path to his goal in his mind became clearer. The opportunity had arrived. Sherlock's gaze inadvertently shifted to Dumbledore, giving an extremely slight nod, his grey eyes carrying a hint that Dumbledore would certainly understand. Dumbledore, who had already agreed to act according to Sherlock's wishes, understood immediately and suddenly stood up. "Are you leaving now?" Slughorn became anxious. He hadn't finished showing off yet. "Horace, these past events are truly memorable. However, getting old, a drink makes me prone to... Oh, excuse me, where's your bathroom?" "Oh, of course, old friend." Hearing that Dumbledore wasn't leaving, Slughorn immediately pointed enthusiastically. "It's at the end of the corridor, on your right." Dumbledore nodded slightly and left the living room filled with a sweet smell of candy and alcohol. As the headmaster's tall figure walked towards the other end of the room, the door closed behind him, and the room fell silent. A subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere of the living room. With only 2 students and a former professor remaining, Slughorn seemed to feel a certain constraint disappear. He sank deeper into the armchair, unbuttoned a velvet nightgown, and his smile became more casual and relaxed. He picked up his glass and poured himself another large glass of the amber liquid. The three began to reminisce about Slughorn's illustrious past. Whenever Professor Slughorn reached a crucial point, Sherlock would chime in at just the right moment. "Really? Oh, that's amazing, Professor. You've actually achieved that much?" Those students who were fortunate enough to receive your teachings were truly blessed. Harry stared at Sherlock in astonishment. Was this really his good brother, whose words could often infuriate someone? Had he been conjured up by Polyjuice's potion? Soon, under Sherlock's flattery, Slughorn had unknowingly been plied with a considerable amount of alcohol. His face was flushed, and even his speech was somewhat slurred. "Why hasn't Albus come back yet? Maybe he's embarrassed. Look at Albus, he's already done after just a few drinks. He's such a wimp." "That headmaster is a wimp." Harry looked at Sherlock and Slughorn in horror. To openly slander Dumbledore like this was terrible. "Barry Water, the savior, something like that," Slughorn slurred, his teary eyes almost undisguisedly focused on Harry, this time seeing his entire face clearly. Harry looked at him without speaking. You look a lot like your father," Slughorn suddenly said. "Yes, sir, everyone says so," Harry said. "Only the eyes aren't the same." "Your eyes, like my mother." Yes, Harry had heard this countless times and was getting tired of it, but for the sake of his goal, he patiently said it. HMPH, yes, of course, a teacher shouldn't show favoritism. "But I just do." "Your mother." Slughorn was clearly getting carried away and continued rambling on. "Lily Evans, she was one of the brightest students I ever taught, a lively, lovely, and charming girl. I often told her she should have been in my house. Unfortunately, I often got very rude replies from her." "Which house were you in?" Harry asked knowingly. "I was the head of Slytherin," Slughorn said. "Oh, don't take offense at me because of that." Slughorn, seeing Harry's slight change in expression, assumed he had a problem with him and immediately wagged a short, stubby finger at him, saying, "I suppose you're from Gryffindor, just like her?" "Yes, these things are usually passed down through generations. The Abbott family, the Longbottom family, the Malfoy family, the Weasley family. But there are exceptions. Sirius Black was your father's good friend at school. The Black family is all in my house, but Sirius ended up in Gryffindor. He's a very talented boy, and as soon as his brother Regulus arrived, I got him. But it would be nice if they were both with me, Harry. Sherlock leaned forward slightly at just the right moment, his voice low but clearly interrupting Slughorn's boasting. "Compared to them, Lily is probably more than just an excellent student in your eyes." Chapter 444 Horace Slughorn. Sherlock looked at Professor Slughorn and slowly began, "Among a bunch of photos of you with others, there's one hidden at the very bottom, a beautiful red-haired girl. That's your favorite, Lily Potter, or, of course, Lily Evans when you met her." You're smiling so genuinely in the photo, and you only posed for a picture with her alone. To you, she's your proud potions prodigy, the brightest and purest jewel among your best students. I think you must like her, don't you? Like her? Yes. I can't imagine anyone who's met her not liking her. Very brave. Very lively. Yes, no one wouldn't like her, but I have a question. Besides Lily, there's another name that stands out starkly in your glittering list. Or rather, it's one you've carefully avoided. Slughorn looked at Sherlock, puzzled, the alcohol slowing his reaction. Holmes? Who are you referring to? Tom Marvolo Riddle, or rather, you're more familiar with his other name, Voldemort. Sherlock pronounced the name clearly. Harry straightened up immediately upon hearing this. Was this finally the main plot? He saw Slughorn's pupils contract instantly, his face stiffening. No, Slughorn shuddered violently, almost knocking over his cup. How do you know? Very few people knew that Tom Riddle was Voldemort. How could he not be astonished that a 14 or 15-year-old boy had revealed it so clearly? His voice was hoarse as he tried to explain. Don't mention that name. I've taught many students. Sherlock interrupted him mercilessly. Of course, you did teach him. He was a more dazzling, and more dangerous, student than any of your others. Sherlock's sharp gray eyes pierced the hidden corners of Slughorn's heart. The pure admiration and affection you showed when you mentioned Lily Evans contrasted sharply with your deliberate avoidance of Tom Riddle. The guilt in your eyes when you looked at Harry wasn't just because Lily died at Voldemort's hands. More importantly, it was that lingering fear deep within you. This is what Albus sent you to ask, isn't it? Slughorn said, as if suddenly realizing something. His tone changed completely, no longer friendly, but filled with shock and fear. So that's why he was so kind as to bring two little ones to see me. Seeing Slughorn's sudden realization, Harry panicked. Oh no, Sherlock has been exposed. He looked anxiously at Sherlock, only to find the latter completely unfazed. Sherlock rested his chin on his hands and said lightly, Professor, it seems you don't know me well enough. I certainly don't know you well enough. Actually, Mr. Dumbledore just mentioned that I was the one who truly exposed Peter Pettigrew a year ago and cleared Sirius Black's name. So what? Sherlock sneered. Professor, let's put aside our heavy past for now. How about we talk about how your day went? Slughorn was taken aback, clearly not expecting the topic to suddenly veer towards such a mundane subject. Today, yes. Sherlock's gaze swept quickly over the collar of Slughorn's still luxurious but slightly wrinkled pale purple velvet nightgown. You're a very particular person when it comes to appearance. You would never allow this nightgown to have creases unless absolutely necessary. Look at the slight crease on the left side of your collar, and the neat imprint left by the pillow on the back of your head that hasn't completely faded yet. These are very standard marks left from sleeping on your side for a long time. Combined with the fatigue you're trying so hard to hide but still present. Fatigue that the alcohol hasn't completely covered up. All of this is enough to show that you were immersed in a rather comfortable nap until this afternoon. Slughorn subconsciously touched the back of his head, as if there really was some mark left there. Then Sherlock's gaze fell upon a few almost invisible pale yellow crumbs along the edge of Slughorn's dark carpet. If I'm not mistaken, these should be Honeydux's golden crumbs? This spot is near the porch, but not in the dining area. Clearly, you took some from this confectionery cabinet containing the finest sweets before your afternoon nap. You rushed here, seemingly prepared, but actually hadn't had time to deal with these details. I just have a habit of having sweets before bed. Slughorn's voice began to falter. Sherlock's description was so vivid, as if he had witnessed Slughorn grabbing a handful of snacks before his nap, soundly waking up to a guest and rushing to open the door. His vanity and refined taste were exposed so openly that it made him uncomfortable. I believe you've already noticed. I have a special ability to discern a person's actions through observation. Sherlock's tone remained calm. You've meticulously prepared sweets and fine wine, welcoming your distinguished guests in the most comfortable way. Just like now, you're nestled on the softest throne of your own kingdom, enjoying our listening, reliving past glories. You delight in displaying your collections, your connections, indulging in a sense of being valued and followed. This satisfaction is the spiritual home you've carefully maintained. Sherlock's words hit the bullseye. Slughorn's tense emotions eased for a moment at being understood, and the alcohol also made his mind relax a little. However, at that moment, Sherlock's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his voice turned cold, but this former glory was shattered by a name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. This name, or rather, his later name, Voldemort, is like a sharp thorn, deeply embedded in your carefully guarded kingdom. This was the second time Sherlock had mentioned Voldemort's name. Slughorn's emotions, which had just calmed down a little, tensed up again instantly. He shivered and protested loudly. Sherlock, however, ignored him and gave him no chance to catch his breath. Why is that one brilliant figure missing from all your prized students, those whose names you so proudly display? While others shine brightly on your illustrious list, Tom Riddle's name is carefully stripped away? It's because in him, your so-called discerning eye has brought unbearable consequences. I've already said that your guilt isn't just because Lily died at Voldemort's hands. Deeper, it stems from a lingering fear deep within you. It's from your private discussions with Tom Riddle about immortality. It was you who gave him a fatal clue. This guilt prevents you from facing it all, forcing you to run away. Slughorn curled up in the velvet chair, trying to escape Sherlock's gaze. You? How did you know? Young people are always curious. I was just sharing some ancient legends with him in private. Slughorn's explanation sounded so weak and feeble that even Harry couldn't bear to look at him anymore. I'm afraid it's not just legend, Professor. Did those discussions touch upon the darkest, most forbidden areas of magical history? About how to split a soul? About creating artifacts that conceal a soul, thus achieving immortality? Horoscopes? When Sherlock uttered the word horoscope in a calm yet incredibly clear tone, Slughorn seemed struck by an invisible hammer. He let out a suppressed, almost suffocating gasp, his face instantly turning deathly pale, and a fine layer of cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His hands trembled violently, and the wine glass finally slipped from his hand, the amber liquid soaking the expensive carpet. He stared at Sherlock as if he were looking at a terrifying prophet, his eyes filled with unspeakable fear and shock. You? How could you? Slughorn's voice trembled, filled with disbelief and a deep-seated terror. Sherlock had revealed the source of his deepest, most unbearable fear. It was because he had leaked crucial information to Voldemort that he had personally forged a Dark Lord who would make the entire wizarding world tremble. Sherlock's gaze remained unwavering despite Slughorn's reaction. Instead, he pressed on, continuing, your avoidance, your guilt, every glance you gave Harry, all of this proves it. Tom Riddle, that handsome, intelligent, and manipulative young student, was the first to truly understand the possibility of Horcruxes from you, and ultimately embarked on that path of madness. He deliberately slowed his pace, each syllable branding Slughorn's heart like a hot iron, and Lily, your most favored student, ultimately became a martyr on the Dark Lord's path to power. One of the root causes of her sacrifice was that fatal conversation you had with him. Slughorn's defenses crumbled completely. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, mingling with sweat, flowing down his plump cheeks and into his silver beard. A profound sense of shame and deep sorrow gripped him, as if stripped of all pretense of dignity, leaving him naked and exposed to the invisible tragedy he had sown. I didn't know he would, he choked, his voice weak. I thought he was just curious about those dark things. He's so talented, he tried to explain, but couldn't find any plausible excuse. Unfortunately, that's precisely the key. Sherlock's voice, though still calm, carried a heavy weight. You saw his talent, perhaps even admired it, to the point of overlooking the dangerous abyss that talent led to. His intelligence and ambition weren't the playful antics of an ordinary student, but the key to forbidden dark magic. And you, whether intentionally or unintentionally, handed that key, the Horcrux, into his hands. A deathly silence fell over the drawing room, broken only by Slughorn's suppressed sobs. The cloying scent of candy and the rich aroma of wine now served as a cruel irony. The flickering firelight cast leaping shadows on his face, adding to his desolation. His carefully constructed world of vanity, which he had long cultivated, crumbled completely under Sherlock's precise analysis and the immense impact of the word hornet. Sherlock waited quietly for a moment, allowing Slughorn's emotions to sink even deeper into the abyss of shame and pain. After a moment, he spoke again, his voice carrying an undeniable force. Sir, you just said how much you love Lily, yet now you refuse to help her son. She gave her life for Harry, and you won't even give him a single memory. Don't say that, Slughorn said softly, his gaze fixed on Harry even though he was speaking to Sherlock. If it could help you, of course, no problem, but that thing is useless. It's useful, not just for your regret for Lily, but for that crucial conversation, especially the details of the Horcrux. It's about utterly destroying Voldemort, avenging Lily, for James, for all those who died because of him, and it's about truly freeing you from the guilt that gnaws at you day and night. Only by handing it over can you make amends, but, dear child, You're asking for too much. In fact, you're asking me to help you destroy? You don't want to get rid of the wizard who killed Lily Evans. Of course I do, but are you afraid Voldemort will find out you helped us? Slughorn didn't speak, but his face grew even paler, and his forehead glistened with sweat. If that's the case, you can rest assured. He's already too weak to fight back. If you tell us the truth, he won't even have the chance to make a comeback. Sherlock gave Harry a wink. Harry knew that it was finally his turn to act. He took a deep breath and looked at Slughorn. Professor, I hope you can be as brave as my mother, who tried to stop Voldemort until her last breath. Slughorn raised his chubby hand and pressed his trembling fingers to his lips, making him look like a giant baby. I feel ashamed, he murmured softly through his fingers. I'm ashamed of what that memory showed. I think I might have caused a lot of harm that day. Giving that memory to me will make everything alright, Harry said. It's a very brave and noble thing to do. Slughorn and Harry looked at each other through the weeping candlelight, a long silence ensuing. Harry forced himself not to seek Sherlock's help with his gaze, to wait a little longer. The immense shock, the precise analysis, the painful mention of Lily, and the catalysis of alcohol combined to completely shatter Slughorn's last shred of hope and hesitation. He was like someone who had finally seen the path to confession in the darkness. Tears streamed down his plump cheeks, soaking into his silver beard. A profound sense of shame and deep sorrow overwhelmed him, but in the abyss of despair in his eyes, a faint glimmer of light rose, a yearning for atonement. He nodded heavily, as if all his strength had been drained. Finally, Slughorn very slowly reached into his pocket, pulled out his wand, and with his other hand took out a small empty bottle from his cloak. Chapter 445 Her Immense Charm. Professor Slughorn stared intently into Harry's eyes. After a moment, he pressed the tip of his wand to his temple and then removed it. A long, silvery thread of memory emerged from the tip. It stretched longer and longer, until it finally broke. The silvery thread shimmered and floated on the tip. Slughorn placed it in a bottle, the thread curled up, then unfurled, swirling like gas. With trembling hands, he sealed the bottle and handed it to Harry across the table. Thank you very much, Professor, Harry said, taking the bottle. You're a good boy, Slughorn said, tears streaming down his plump face and into his walrus beard. He stared into Harry's green eyes and slowly said, You have eyes like hers, you'll definitely be a good boy, just don't think too badly of me after seeing this. With that, Slughorn rested his head in his arms, sighed deeply, and fell asleep. That's it, Harry stared in disbelief at the small bottle in his hand. Just then, as if timed perfectly, Dumbledore entered from the other end of the room. Professor, Harry glanced at the sleeping Slughorn, raised the small glass bottle, and whispered, We got it. Dumbledore's face lit up with a radiant smile upon seeing the bottle in Harry's hand. This is truly exciting news, it's wonderful. Sherlock, Harry, I knew you could do it. In truth, we really have to thank Harry's mother. Sherlock smiled, his gaze growing even more profound. Harry's mother, Lily Potter, possessed an almost unbelievable charm. She could make James, a prodigal son, turn over a new leaf. She could make Snape, a Death Eater, resolutely defect. She could make Professor Slughorn reveal his deepest secrets. If Sherlock didn't know the truth, he would have suspected she had some kind of Leviathan blood. However, regardless, Harry's mother, Lily, deserves immense credit for successfully obtaining this crucial memory today. I understand. Sherlock's reminder helped Dumbledore grasp the situation. He glanced at the sleeping Slughorn, hesitating to speak. Sherlock noticed Dumbledore's movement and smiled slightly. I think Professor Slughorn won't remember anything tomorrow morning, will he, sir? Dumbledore was taken aback at first, then understood. You're right, Sherlock. He lightly waved his wand, and Slughorn seemed to sleep even more soundly. Harry, Greek letter sigma, degree Cyrillic letter de degree. Having dealt with Slughorn, Dumbledore began looking around. Sir, are you looking for the pensieve? I think it should be in that cabinet. Sherlock chuckled at Dumbledore's expression, then pointed to a locked mahogany cabinet. Dumbledore paused, once again marveling at Sherlock's keen observation. I think that lock shouldn't be difficult for you, but if I were you, I wouldn't be here examining this memory. Any slight movement could have unexpected consequences. You're right. Dumbledore paused, his hand already on the lock, and gave Sherlock a deep look. Let's go. After the three left Slughorn's house, they all turned back to glance at the magnificent building. Although only 2 hours had passed, Professor Horace Slughorn had left a deep impression on them. Dumbledore sighed deeply, saying to the other two as they walked, I think you've both noticed that Horace enjoys material pleasures and likes to associate with famous, successful, and powerful people. Since Dumbledore had already said it, Harry didn't need to add anything. Sherlock, who already knew Horace's character before coming, was even less concerned. Dumbledore continued, Horace himself never wanted to wield great power, preferring to remain in a secondary position. For him, the world was wider and he was more at ease. When he taught at Hogwarts, he always liked to actively select his favorite students. Sometimes it was because of their ambition or intelligence, sometimes because of their charm or talent. And he had a very unusual ability to always pick those who would later excel in various fields. The Slughorn Club, which Horace established with himself at its core, was composed of his prized students. He has already introduced them to you, he introduced them to each other, established useful connections, and in the end, they always gained some benefit, even if it was just a free box of his favorite pineapple preserves. But most of the time, it was the opportunity to recommend a clerk to the Goblin Liaison Office. Sherlock chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. In Harry's mind, a plump spider appeared. It spun a thread here, a thread there, weaving a web around its body, eventually attracting a delicious, juicy fly to its side. As for Sherlock, I needn't say much more. I think his understanding of Horace is probably even deeper than mine, obviously, sir, Sherlock admitted without hesitation. Dumbledore smiled and continued, but as for you, Harry, I'm telling you this not to make you dislike Horace, but to keep you vigilant. Vigilant? Harry looked at Dumbledore, puzzled. I don't understand, Professor, why should I be vigilant? Because he will definitely try to win you over, Harry. You will become a treasure in his collection, the boy who survived, the savior of the wizarding world, the only nemesis of the Dark Lord. To him, you are simply too perfect. You could even consider him a Gilderoy Lockhart. The difference is that Gilderoy is all talk, while Horace is a very capable wizard. Hearing this, a chill ran down Harry's spine. He couldn't help but recall the words he had heard in Dumbledore's office before the end of his third year. Those words that held a terrifying and peculiar meaning for him: one must die at the other's hands, because two people cannot both live, only one can survive. Dumbledore had stopped, standing at the coordinates where they had paraded earlier. All right, now just hold on tight to my arm. This was the third time Harry had been paraded, but even with two previous experiences, he still felt very uncomfortable. He looked at Sherlock and Dumbledore beside him, who seemed completely unaffected, and couldn't help but feel envious. Dumbledore was one thing, but Sherlock's ability to do so was truly remarkable. Don't look at me like that, dear Harry. Sherlock understood Harry's thoughts at a glance. He chuckled softly. Actually, I've only experienced one more apparition than you, with Phileas. Dumbledore asked gently. Yes, the case of the Greek interpreter. Sherlock frowned. 2 whole years have passed, and the Ministry of Magic still hasn't caught John Smith. As far as I know, they gave up after trying for a while at the beginning. Dumbledore, clearly aware of this, shook his head. They always do that, now I understand. Comparing Scotland Yard to them is an insult to Scotland Yard. Alright, let's not talk about that now. Let's look at this crucial memory. Wait, where's this? Harry suddenly realized the three of them were standing side by side on a country road. Clearly, this wasn't Grimmauld Place. Simply put, this is one of my secret hideouts. Secret hideout? Harry asked in surprise. Yes, it wasn't Dumbledore who answered Harry, but Sherlock. He looked around and pointed to the somewhat simple room ahead, saying, as the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, it's perfectly normal for him to own a private property outside the school. Dumbledore smiled and led Sherlock and Harry into the room. Once inside, Harry couldn't help but think of Hagrid's hut. Both appeared unremarkable on the outside, but were far more complex inside. The furnishings here resembled a simplified, miniature version of the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Even without explanation, the connection to Dumbledore was obvious. I've cast a confusion charm here to ensure muggles won't discover this place. I've also set up 2 intrusion charms so I'll know immediately if any strangers break in, Dumbledore said, quickly walking to a cabinet and taking out a stone basin. Sherlock immediately recognized it as the pensieve. However, compared to the pensieve in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, it was much simpler. Dumbledore placed the basin on the table, poured the contents of the bottle into it, and said with a hint of excitement, now, we're finally going to see it, hurry. As Sherlock leaned over the pensieve, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Harry was doing the same thing. Just like the last time he used the pensieve, he felt his feet leave the ground and fall into the darkness, into the silver surface, and finally land in front of someone. Sherlock recognized him at a glance. Horace Slughorn. Compared to when they had just met, the Slughorn before him was noticeably younger. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Tom's Horcrux Riddle. Professor Horace Slughorn wasn't bald in his youth. He had a thick, glossy blonde head. However, the observant Sherlock noticed a bald patch the size of a galleon on his scalp. Furthermore, his ginger beard wasn't as thick as it was now. His physique wasn't as rounded, though the gold buttons of his embroidered waistcoat were stretched quite taut. Slughorn's small feet rested on a large velvet cushion, and he reclined in a comfortable winged armchair. His right hand held a small glass of wine, while the other rummaged through a box of jackfruit. He looked very relaxed and comfortable. "The Slytherin headmaster's office," Sherlock said softly. Just then, Harry and Dumbledore appeared beside Sherlock. Sherlock didn't speak to them. He glanced around and saw 6 or 7 boys, around 15 or 16 years old, sitting around Slughorn. Tom Riddle was the most striking among them, not only because he was the most handsome, but also because he was surrounded by the boys. Compared to the other somewhat reserved boys, he was the most relaxed. His right hand rested casually on the armrest of the chair, adorned with a simple yet exquisite black gemstone ring. Just then, the memory officially began. Tom Riddle spoke first. "Sir, is Professor Miles retiring?" Tom, even if I knew, I couldn't tell you." Slughorn shook a sugar-coated finger at him as if reproaching, but then winked. "I must say, I'd like to know where you got your information, boy. You know more than half the teachers." Riddle smiled slightly, and the other boys laughed, casting admiring glances at him. Sherlock noticed that the boys' admiration was genuine. This brought a smile to Sherlock's lips. "Interesting," Professor Slughorn continued, "you little devil, always knowing things you shouldn't. And so adept at currying favor with important people. And by the way, thanks for the pineapple, you guess it, it really is my favorite." The boys chuckled again. Slughorn relaxed, and his words began to sway. "I believe you'll be Minister for Magic within 20 years, maybe even 15, if you keep bringing me pineapple preserves. I have very powerful connections in the ministry." The other boys laughed for the third time, but Tom Riddle maintained a composed smile throughout. "I don't know if politics suits me, sir," Tom Riddle said slowly after the laughter subsided. "First of all, I have no background." The 2 boys closest to him exchanged a knowing smile. Based on Sherlock's understanding of Voldemort, he knew that Tom Riddle was already subtly building his reputation at the school. He was making people believe he came from an ancient wizarding family, albeit one that had fallen into decline. "What are you saying?" "Sure enough," Slughorn laughed heartily. "A talent like yours must come from a respectable wizarding family. That couldn't be clearer. You have a bright future, Tom. I've never misjudged a student." As soon as he said this, Harry and Dumbledore, who were observing the memories, couldn't help but shake their heads. He was terribly wrong this time. At the same time, the little gold clock on Slughorn's desk struck 11. "My goodness, is it already this late? We should go, children, or we'll be in trouble. Lestrange, your paper is due tomorrow, or you'll be in detention. You too, Avery." Slughorn called out the names of 2 boys as he slowly got up from his chair and took the empty cup to the desk. The boys left Slughorn's office one after another. But Riddle lagged behind. Even without Sherlock's explanation, Harry could tell that he was deliberately dawdling, hoping to stay alone in the room with Slughorn. When Professor Slughorn turned around, he found Riddle still standing there and urged, "Hurry up, Tom, you don't want to get caught outside during lights out, do you?" "You know, you're a prefect, sir. I want to ask you something." "Then ask quickly, child, ask quickly, sir. I want to ask you if you know Horcruxes." The moment the term was uttered, Slughorn's eyes narrowed sharply. But quickly, his chubby fingers began absent-mindedly stroking the stem of his empty wineglass. "The subject of defense against the dark arts, is that it?" Sherlock couldn't help but chuckle. Slughorn's behavior told him that the old professor knew very well that Horcruxes were definitely not part of the school curriculum. Yet, even so, he was still willing to say it. He genuinely thought highly of Tom Riddle. "No, sir, I saw it in a miscellaneous book, but I don't quite understand it." Riddle appeared quite honest. Slughorn gave Riddle a deep look. Yes, it's certainly hard to find a book that details Horcruxes at Hogwarts, Tom. Because they're very evil things, very evil, but you clearly know a lot about them, sir." Riddle looked at Slughorn earnestly, his tone almost worshipful. "I mean, a wizard like you, excuse me, I mean, if you can't tell me, obviously, I only know if someone can tell me, and that's you, so I wanted to ask." Riddle's performance made Sherlock look at him with even higher regard. In Sherlock's eyes, this Tom Riddle before he became Voldemort was far more skillful than he had become after his mastery of Horcruxes. That hesitant, casual tone. That subtle flattery. A little more would be excessive, a little less would be insufficient. Just right. Sherlock himself had too many experiences extracting information from unwilling people. He had done it just 10 minutes ago, so he wouldn't fail to recognize an expert. Of course, no matter how well Tom Riddle concealed it, he couldn't fool Sherlock's eyes. He might have been planning this moment for weeks. Slughorn didn't look at Riddle, but continued to fiddle with the ribbon on the pineapple candy box. "Actually, it wouldn't hurt to give you a simple explanation, just to help you understand the term. A Horcrux is an object that contains a part of a person's soul, but I still don't quite understand, sir." Riddle carefully controlled his voice. This time, even Harry could feel his excitement. However, Slughorn seemed oblivious, continuing on the topic. "Compared to the term Horcrux, I actually prefer to call it a split soul, because it can split a complete soul and then hide it in an object. In this way, even if your body is attacked or destroyed, you won't die. Because a part of your soul remains in the world, unharmed. But, of course, to be precise, a soul existing in this form." At this point, Slughorn's brows furrowed tightly. He seemed to be organizing his thoughts. Sherlock immediately recalled Voldemort, whom he had seen 2 years ago in the room where the Philosopher's Stone was kept. Without a physical body, it could only cling to Quirrell's head, living in that humiliating way. In some ways, it was even less than a Hogwarts ghost back then. Yet it was still alive. Clinging to life. Very few people become like that, Tom, very few indeed. It's better to die than to become like that. Slughorn didn't forget to remind Tom Riddle, but unfortunately, Riddle's greedy expression was barely concealed. He revealed an impatient look and continued to ask, "How do you split a soul?" Oh, hearing Riddle's words, Slughorn became somewhat uneasy. "Tom, you must understand that the human soul, no, the soul of any living being, should remain whole and complete. We should revere life. Splitting the soul is unnatural, contrary to objective laws. Even those evil dark wizards are unwilling to understand these things, but how exactly should it be split?" Riddle ignored these warnings and continued to press. "Through evil deeds, the most evil deeds," Slughorn emphasized, "murder, only killing can split the soul. Wizards who want to create Horcruxes use this destruction to seal the fragments of the soul, seal. But how exactly? There's a spell, don't ask me, I don't know." Slughorn began shaking his head frantically. "Do I look like I've tried it? Do I look like a murderer?" "No, sir, of course not." Riddle realized he had gone too far and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you." No offense," Slughorn said gruffly. "It's normal to be curious about these things. A wizard of your talent will always be attracted to the other side of magic." Sherlock could tell from this scene that Slughorn truly liked Tom Riddle, even more than Lily. It could be said to be true love. "Yes, sir," Riddle said decisively, seizing the opportunity. "But what I don't understand, of course, just out of curiosity, is that a Horcrux really that useful?" Slughorn tensed up immediately. "Tom, what are you saying?" Chapter 447 Voldemort's Road of No Return. "Can a soul only be split once?" Tom Riddle looked at Slughorn and asked impatiently. "Sir, I mean, since a soul can split, wouldn't it be better to split it into more pieces? Would splitting it into more pieces make you stronger? For example, isn't 7 the most magical number? If you split your soul into 7 parts," as Riddle asked this question, he gently stroked the black gem on his ring, his excitement practically overflowing. At that moment, Sherlock understood perfectly. "Tom. My God, Tom." Compared to Sherlock, Slughorn's expression completely lost control upon hearing Riddle's words. He stared at Riddle in horror, as if he had never truly understood this boy he considered a rising star. 7. Isn't killing one person evil enough? Killing someone just to split your soul is evil enough, and you want to split your soul into 7 pieces. Slughorn looked extremely uneasy. Clearly, he was now regretting participating in this conversation. From this perspective alone, Slughorn was undoubtedly on the side of good. He gave Riddle a deep look and whispered, Tom, what we just talked about was all hypothetical, wasn't it? Just academic hypotheticals. Yes, sir, of course, Riddle immediately said. All of this is just academic hypotheticals, and it's perfectly normal to be bold when making assumptions. His words reassured Slughorn somewhat, and he cautiously cautioned, even so, Tom, what I said, what we just discussed, should be told. No one will be happy to know we talked about Horcruxes, no one. It's forbidden at Hogwarts, you know. Professor Dumbledore, the Transfiguration Professor, is particularly vehement on this matter. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, sir. Riddle finished speaking, gave Slughorn a polite bow, and then left with light steps. At that moment, Harry caught a glimpse of Riddle's face. It was filled with the same ecstasy as when he first discovered he was a wizard. But the joy didn't make his face more handsome. Instead, it appeared somewhat ferocious. Slughorn's memory had officially ended there. Thank you, Dumbledore said in a deep voice. Sherlock, Harry, let's go. When Sherlock's feet touched the ground again, he found Dumbledore already seated behind the square table. Sherlock sat down, and Harry returned from the pensieve. He glanced at Sherlock, then obediently sat beside him, quietly looking at Dumbledore on the other side of the table. I've been waiting for this evidence for over a year. Thank you for finally allowing me to obtain it, thus validating some of my judgments. After a brief silence, Dumbledore finally spoke. To Harry's surprise, the old headmaster didn't offer his opinion but instead asked, Sherlock, what do you think? Asked by Dumbledore, Sherlock didn't hesitate and replied directly, First, I must apologize to the esteemed Professor Slughorn. Oh, why is that? Even though their topic was quite heavy, Dumbledore couldn't help but ask curiously upon hearing Sherlock's words. I initially thought Professor Slughorn had taught Voldemort how to make Horcruxes, but through this memory, I've realized that's not the case. Tom Riddle already knew how to make Horcruxes. He went to Professor Slughorn merely to clarify his thoughts. To be precise, he wanted to know the feasibility of making multiple Horcruxes. His ignorance of Horcruxes in front of Slughorn was all an act, merely to mislead our knowledgeable professor. The result is obvious. Although Professor Slughorn didn't give a clear answer, Voldemort got the answer he wanted. From this perspective, Professor Slughorn's guilt and remorse were somewhat wasted. Because even if he hadn't said anything, Voldemort would still have gone down this path of no return. He would simply have verified this knowledge in other ways, which wouldn't have taken him much time. Very good, Sherlock. Dumbledore was taken aback at first, then his eyes lit up with approval. I knew you never disappoint, he continued, turning to Harry, and you, Harry, I believe you understand the importance of that conversation. At about your age, Tom Riddle was already trying to figure out how to make himself immortal. His evil started much earlier than I expected. I understand that, but what I don't understand is, Harry turned to Sherlock, a puzzled look in his eyes. Sherlock, how do you know Voldemort already knew how to make Horcruxes before questioning Slughorn? My dear Harry, it's obvious. Harry blinked. He thought he'd developed a brain after following Sherlock for so many years. But even after carefully recalling what had just happened, he still couldn't see where the obviousness lay. Sherlock sighed. At the point in time of Professor Slughorn's memory, Voldemort not only knew how to make Horcruxes, but had already successfully made one. What? Harry was taken aback, but quickly recovered. You mean Riddle's diary? But how can you be so sure this conversation happened after the Chamber of Secrets? Because you don't have all the information you have. I saw Tom Riddle in the pensieve, and by observing him, it's easy to see that the time difference between the two events isn't too great. Sherlock laid out his deductions directly. First, the Tom Riddle in Slughorn's memory was taller and more mature than the Tom Riddle I saw in the pensieve last time. This is enough to prove that this happened after the last Chamber of Secrets incident. Second, I think you must have noticed the black gemstone ring on Riddle's finger. Judging from Riddle's actions, this ring has special significance for him. Given his personality, once he gets it, he'll always wear it. But I didn't see it in my last memory. Third, his words to Slughorn were very skillful, but that didn't fool me. This is enough for me to confirm that he had successfully created a Horcrux before his conversation with Slughorn. It was the diary we destroyed. Fourth, we can also indirectly verify this with Mr. Dumbledore. Sherlock turned to Dumbledore, his tone full of certainty despite his question. Professor, My friend Hermione searched the entire forbidden section to help me, but couldn't find any information about the use of Horcruxes. She told me that only the preface to the book The Most Poisonous Magic mentions it. This book will not discuss or instruct on the most wicked magical invention, Horcruxes. As Sherlock said this, Harry also remembered Hermione angrily slamming the old book shut and stuffing it into her bag. Sherlock then changed the subject, but I think that during Tom Riddle's time at school, the school library should still have information about Horcruxes. Right, you're absolutely right, Sherlock. Dumbledore looked at Sherlock, his joy evident in his eyes. There was indeed a book in the forbidden section that detailed the creation of Horcruxes, but after I became headmaster, I removed it from the library. Where's it now? In my office. Really? I must read it sometime. I will, Harry. Continuing our topic, according to my deduction, even if Voldemort successfully created one Horcrux, he still didn't understand the consequences of creating multiple Horcruxes. That's why he thought of seeking help, which is the most crucial issue. Because he wouldn't learn anything from predecessors, because no wizard has ever split his soul in more than 2 pieces. Am I right, sir? Yes, but the truth might be even more exaggerated. Yes, not only has no one successfully created multiple Horcruxes, but besides Voldemort, there has only been one person in history who successfully created a Horcrux. He's the Dark Wizard of ancient Greece, the Despicable Helbo, generally considered the first to create a Horcrux. Despicable Helbo? That name sounds familiar. Dear Harry, have you already forgotten you can speak Parseltongue? The first recorded basilisk was bred by this Despicable Helbo. He's the Greek Dark Wizard Mr. Dumbledore mentioned, and a Parseltongue at that. Oh, I remember now, Hermione mentioned it in our second year. That's right, your friend has a vast knowledge base, so in that respect, Voldemort truly accomplished something unprecedented. He not only became the first person to create a Horcrux after Helbo, the inventor, but also the only one to create more than one. Excuse me, but I have another question. Harry couldn't help but ask again. If he wanted to live so much, why didn't he create a Philosopher's Stone, or just steal one? Splitting one's soul through murder, that sounds horrible. Chapter 448. The truth has come to light. Hearing Harry's somewhat naive question, Dumbledore sighed. Yes, Harry, we all know it's terrible. Horace was horrified when he heard that someone had to be killed to make a Horcrux, but Riddle didn't care at all. He didn't care about committing murder after murder to make more Horcruxes. In fact, we all know that the reason he's so feared is because he's personally killed hundreds of people over decades. Harry shuddered at his words. Killing hundreds of people single-handedly, it was truly terrifying. Sherlock hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. Dumbledore paused, then said to Harry, as for the Philosopher's Stone you mentioned, we know he did just that 2 years ago. But I think the Philosopher's Stone is ultimately not as appealing to Voldemort as the Horcruxes. He then turned to Sherlock. Sherlock, I think you understand, don't you? Sherlock replied crisply, the elixir of immortality can indeed prolong life, but it requires consistent use to maintain immortality. Once the elixir runs out, becomes contaminated, or the Philosopher's Stone is stolen, then immortality becomes a joke. In other words, achieving immortality through that method means complete dependence on the drug. Judging from Voldemort's character, this is something he cannot tolerate. That's absolutely right. Voldemort won't allow himself to be controlled, even by drugs. Of course, if it were merely to escape the half-dead state he was in after attacking Harry 2 years ago, he would be willing to have it. But that would only be to regain his physical body. After that, he would certainly still intend to continue relying on his Horcruxes. At that point, he would need nothing more than to regain a human body, and that would be immortality. Or rather, closer to immortality than anyone else. Harry nodded, indicating he understood. Dumbledore's expression brightened again. In fact, with this crucial memory you've obtained, the truth has finally surfaced. Now we are closer than anyone else to the secret of how to destroy Voldemort. You all heard him say, wouldn't it be better to have more pieces, to make you stronger? Isn't 7 the most magical number? Clearly, this deranged man actually split his soul into 7 pieces. Sherlock's voice was filled with barely suppressed rage. To systematically kill, split souls, and create Horcruxes simply to gain immortality was something Sherlock could not tolerate. It was at this moment that he made a decision. Voldemort must be destroyed. You mean he really made 7 Horcruxes? Harry was even more shocked. Has he gone mad? Sir, you mean they could be hidden anywhere in the world? Sherlock, Harry, I'm glad you both see the seriousness of the matter. Compared to the surprised Harry and the angry Sherlock, Dumbledore seemed remarkably calm. But I must correct you, it's not 7 Horcruxes, it's 6. Perhaps Sherlock's statement is more accurate. He divided his soul into 7 parts. As for the 7th part of his soul, however broken, it remains within his resurrected body. It is this part of him that has existed as a ghost during his years of exile. Without it, he would not exist. This 7th part of his soul will be the final target that anyone who wants to kill Voldemort must attack, the part within him. But what about the 6 Horcruxes? Harry said impatiently. How can we find them? Don't worry, Harry, have you forgotten? Your good friend has already destroyed one. Yes, Harry looked at Sherlock, his eyes filled with admiration. Tom Riddle's diary was destroyed by Sherlock with a sort of Gryffindor. Even so, we can't celebrate too soon. If the theory about the 7 souls is correct, then there are still 5 Horcruxes. Harry immediately started racking his brains. Horcruxes, also called fragments of a soul, can separate a complete soul and hide it in an object. Voldemort created 6 Horcruxes, which could be anything. The only remaining Horcrux was Riddle's diary, which Sherlock had destroyed. Dumbledore said the truth had come to light, but Harry was still completely confused. Wait? Harry suddenly turned to look at Sherlock. With Sherlock around, I don't need to think about it at all, right? To his surprise, Dumbledore made the same move at that moment. He looked at Sherlock and asked expectantly, Sherlock, what do you think, sir? Unfortunately, I don't know enough about Voldemort to make an accurate deduction, so I can only offer a few directions for your reference. No problem, I think the directions you give will be of great use to me. Facts have proven this more than once. From what I understand, Voldemort is a proud, arrogant, and superior person. Therefore, his selection of Horcruxes would not be like choosing porkies, selecting easily overlooked everyday items such as old tin cans, empty medicine bottles, or broken shoes. His first Horcrux was that diary. His own memories told us that the diary proved he was the heir of Slytherin, which was of great significance to Voldemort. Therefore, I deduced that Voldemort would choose items that have special value, especially commemorative significance, to serve as Horcruxes. For example, Sherlock looked intently at Dumbledore. Sir, I'm afraid you have to answer 2 questions for me first. Just ask, first, did all 4 founders of Hogwarts leave behind relics? Second, did each founder leave behind only 1 relic? Dumbledore paused, then smiled. Soon, that smile turned into a hearty laugh. Harry stared at Dumbledore in astonishment. He had never seen Dumbledore so happy. Whether it was Gryffindor winning the Quidditch Cup, winning the House Cup 3 times in a row, or even recently obtaining Slytherin's memories, Dumbledore's laughter was so joyful that tears streamed down his face. Sherlock, Dumbledore placed his hand on Sherlock's shoulder. Because of you, I'm increasingly confident about the future. Of course, Sherlock replied without a hint of modesty. It's the misfortune of criminals to be enemies with Sherlock Holmes. You're right. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, every founder of Hogwarts left behind relics. But I'm certain that Gryffindor's only known relic is safe and sound, and you used it in your 2nd year. The Gryffindor sword, that's right, and the sorting hat? Didn't you say the sword was Gryffindor's only relic? Oh, I misspoke. The sorting hat was indeed the hat Gryffindor used during his lifetime. Later, the 4 founders of Hogwarts infused it with their own ideas, allowing the sorting hat to sort students into different houses based on their talents and qualities. But don't worry, it's still in my office. Then the rest is obvious? Very well. From now on, I will carefully search Voldemort's past to see if I can find any traces of items disappearing around him, similar to Hogwarts relics. Another suggestion. Sherlock added, the ring Voldemort wears. Professor Slytherin apparently didn't notice it, so the details of the ring aren't very clear. But as I just said, that ring is very significant to Voldemort. This can be inferred from his behavior. So I have reason to infer that he will soon have it made into a Horcrux. It's so good to have you, Sherlock. Dumbledore looked at Sherlock, his eyes almost overflowing with affection. As I mentioned before, Voldemort twice tried to return to Hogwarts after graduation. Now it seems one reason was naturally to expand his influence through the school. The other reason was to find the relics of the other founders. A very reasonable deduction. Sherlock nodded. Then things are clear. Sherlock stood up, as if summarizing, and said, Sir, I'm afraid you'll be searching for Voldemort's past for some time to come. You're right. In fact, I started working on it 2 years ago when you gave me the diary. But then other things came up, and thankfully you resolved them all smoothly. At times like these, I'm always grateful that you're on the side of justice, which allows me more time." Harry understood that Dumbledore was referring to Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. Thinking about it carefully, if it weren't for Sherlock, Hogwarts would have been in turmoil all year, just like in the second year. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "So, you've landed another big job this year, Dumbledore. Degree. Can you tell me how you figured it out?" "You were in too much of a rush," Sherlock sighed. "Harry had only been in Dursley for a month when you wrote to tell us you were coming. From picking us up to going to Slughorn's house, you seemed calm, but some details proved you were in a hurry. For example, you couldn't wait to check his house after getting the memories. The closer you are to someone, the easier it is for me to see those things. Also, your attire clearly indicates you've come from afar." Dumbledore looked down at his black travel cloak and couldn't help but laugh. "Now that you mention it, it's really simple. I've heard that kind of talk countless times, sir." Chapter 449. You remind me of an old friend. In any case, knowing all this before Voldemort's return is definitely good news for us. Dumbledore was overjoyed when the truth came to light, even the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. Voldemort's return, however, Sherlock gave Dumbledore a deep look. "Sir, don't you think you're taking that prophecy too seriously? We can certainly disregard false prophecies, but true prophecies exist in this world. Even if true prophecies exist, I believe that destiny is in our own hands." Hearing this, Dumbledore also gave Sherlock a deep look. So alike. Sherlock was Muggle-born and originally a staunch believer in science, so it was understandable that he didn't believe in prophecy or divination. Not to mention Sherlock, even Dumbledore himself had once considered stopping Hogwarts divination class. Recalling that he had agreed to meet Professor Trelawney only because she was a true descendant of a prophet. He never expected that this descendant of a prophet would unconsciously make that true prophecy. Although Dumbledore continued the course out of protective intent, Professor Trelawney's usual prophecies were undeniably unreliable. It wasn't until many years later that she made a second, unconscious, prophecy. However, Dumbledore knew a true prophet. Not only that, but this prophet was also closely connected to him, an old friend. And this prophet, like Sherlock, always believed that fate was in one's own hands. It was precisely because of this that he and Dumbledore could become like-minded. At this moment, Dumbledore's thoughts drifted back to that windswept summer in Godric's Hollow. That year, he and Sherlock were young and full of life. However, Dumbledore didn't notice that while he was lost in his memories, Sherlock was staring intently at him. This wasn't the first time Sherlock had noticed Dumbledore with such an expression. If he couldn't deduce something, Sherlock wouldn't be Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock knew perfectly well that his recent actions had reminded Dumbledore of yet another old acquaintance. He had previously thought it was Nicholas Flamel, but later realized it wasn't. Then he thought it was Newt Scamander, but that wasn't either. This was mainly because Dumbledore had lived so long. This had led him to know many legendary figures. If he lived any longer, he himself would become a legend. No, in a sense, he was already a legendary figure. It was like many college students in the Muggle world, they didn't realize it while in school. But after leaving school and entering society, they would be surprised to find that the highest-ranking people they had ever come into close contact with were none other than their own teachers from school. Today's gains were undoubtedly satisfying. Dumbledore finished his reminiscence, withdrew his gaze, and smiled at Sherlock and Dumbledore. "I think we can end our journey today." "Wait, sir, just a moment," Harry exclaimed anxiously. He immediately said, "Sir, if you find any other Horcruxes, can we go with you to help destroy them?" "Harry, I'm very touched." Dumbledore looked at Harry very seriously for a moment, then shook his head. "But I don't think that's enough." Faced with Dumbledore's seemingly touching yet ultimately rejected attitude, Harry was stunned. This isn't right, is it? "I'm very sorry. Destroying Horcruxes is a very dangerous thing. You were able to destroy the diary successfully last time because it was Voldemort's first Horcrux. And he even used it as a weapon. I can assure you, Voldemort has definitely cast very powerful protective spells on the remaining Horcruxes. Although you are outstanding among your peers, dealing with Horcruxes is far too much for you, who are still minors. I won't go with you to destroy Horcruxes," Sherlock suddenly said. Dumbledore exclaimed in surprise. "Sherlock, what did you say?" Sherlock looked at Dumbledore. "My request is simple. Once you're certain you have a Horcrux, you must inform us before you set off." Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Inform us in advance? That's no problem. After saying this, he glanced at Sherlock again and changed his words. However, if it's not about destroying the Horcrux, but merely retrieving it, I think you can come with me. We can. Harry was taken aback. What was going on? Dumbledore had just said no. Oh, yes, Dumbledore said with a slight smile. I think you've earned that right. Harry's heart soared. Finally, he heard something that wasn't about caution or protection. This feeling was wonderful. Sherlock, on the other hand, remained calm, as if he had expected this. I have one last question, sir. Harry, you've asked an unusually large number of questions today. Dumbledore was clearly in a very good mood. This really is the last question, isn't it? I assure you, I want to ask, when the Horcruxes are destroyed, will Voldemort know? Can he sense it? Dumbledore didn't answer immediately, but turned to Sherlock. Sherlock, what do you think? Harry, he felt Dumbledore was slacking off. This wasn't the first time. Whenever he asked a question, Dumbledore would say, Sherlock, what do you think? And Sherlock would immediately give the answer. Right. Thinking of this, Harry realized, if that's the case, why ask Dumbledore at all? Why not just ask Sherlock? Sure enough, Sherlock gave the answer directly. Judging from the current situation, Voldemort won't find out, because the piece of soul contained in the diary has been separated from him for too long. Given Voldemort's character, if he truly knew that a piece of his soul had been destroyed, he would be furious. Under such circumstances, our headmaster couldn't possibly be unaware. Why do you think I would know? Dumbledore smiled at Sherlock. After he left Quirrell, you said he was hiding in the Albanian forest, which means you have your own intelligence sources. While his exact location is uncertain, you must have some information about his movements. You're more than just a headmaster, you overestimate me, Sherlock. Dumbledore laughed again. I do have my own intelligence sources, but not as exaggerated as you imagine. However, I share your view that Voldemort won't discover the destruction of his soul. Because Voldemort is now too sinful, and these vital parts of him have been separated for too long, I believe his senses are far inferior to ours. Perhaps only at the very end of his life will he feel something, so, he'll feel it when we destroy his last Horcrux, not necessarily the last one, the second to last could be. Years ago, when Voldemort was certain he could create multiple Horcruxes, he dispersed them. The first Horcrux was given to Lucius Malfoy, and I believe Voldemort wanted Lucius to bring it to Hogwarts. Lucius needed Voldemort's permission to act, but Voldemort disappeared shortly after entrusting the diary to him. Even so, he wasn't worried about the diary's safety. Voldemort was far too arrogant. He believed Lucius would do nothing with the Horcrux except guard it carefully. Unfortunately, he overestimated Lucius's fear of his master. Keep in mind, Lucius hadn't seen his master for over a decade, so he naturally assumed he was dead. Of course, even now, Lucius didn't know what the diary actually contained. I imagine Voldemort only told him that the diary was enchanted, allowing the Chamber of Secrets to reopen. If Lucius knew he held a piece of his master's soul in his hands, perhaps he would have shown it more respect. But the truth is, he devised a plan for his own purposes, to place the diary on Arthur Weasley's daughter, hoping to ruin Arthur's reputation, expel me from Hogwarts, and eliminate a potentially dangerous piece of evidence. He never imagined his carefully laid plans would be ruined by a house elf. You all know what happened after that. When he discovered the house elf was missing, he had to change his mind and give the diary to Gilderoy Lockhart. Ah, poor Gilderoy, controlled by the Horcruxes out of selfishness, he's still unconscious. But Madame Pomfrey told me some good news. He's recently shown signs of revival. I don't think that's good news, Harry muttered. Sherlock shook his head. No, it is indeed good news. What? Harry looked surprised. He really didn't understand why Lockhart's awakening was good news. But he didn't dwell on it and asked another question. Sir, if all the Horcruxes are destroyed, can Voldemort be truly killed? Harry, you just said that was the last question. I'm sorry, sir, I won't ask any more, Harry said apologetically. It's all right, I can answer that question. This time, surprisingly, Dumbledore didn't ask Sherlock, what do you think, but instead gave the answer directly. Chapter 450 I'm a fool. Without the Horcruxes, Voldemort is just a mortal with a broken soul, Dumbledore concluded in his first sentence, but then added, but we mustn't forget that even if his soul is beyond repair, his mind and magic remain. Therefore, We must never be complacent when dealing with a powerful wizard like Voldemort. Moreover, Sybil's prophecy says he will be even more powerful and terrifying than before. Dumbledore answered Harry's last question. With that, today's task was finally complete. Dumbledore put away the pensieve, tidied everything up, and led Sherlock and Harry out of his private property off campus. Just as they stepped out of the hut, he suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, I hope only the three of us know about today's events." Harry looked somewhat embarrassed. It seemed Ron's words still hadn't faded. Sherlock shrugged. "I already told Hermione and Ron about the Horcruxes last time, of course. I think Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger have proven themselves trustworthy." Dumbledore looked at Sherlock and Harry, coughing. "So I hope you can persuade them not to tell anyone. It wouldn't be good if word got out that we know or are aware of how many secrets Voldemort holds." Someone who trembles at the mere mention of Voldemort's name probably wouldn't dare listen to his secrets. All right, don't look at me like that, I'll pass it on." Although Sherlock seemed nonchalant, Dumbledore knew that once Sherlock promised, he would definitely keep his word, so he felt relieved. Next, Dumbledore took the two back to number 12 Grimmauld Place. Sirius Black quickly arrived. Looking at the smiling Dumbledore, a hint of surprise appeared on his handsome face. "Looks like you had a good day. To be precise, a very good day." Dumbledore smiled at Sirius and then paraded away. At Harry and Sirius's invitation, Sherlock didn't go straight home but stayed at number 12 Grimmauld Place for a few days. Just as Sirius had said, after some tidying up, the place was much cleaner and tidier than before. This made Harry feel much better. Of course, that wasn't the key point. The key point was that Sherlock's stay at number 12 Grimmauld Place for only a few days brought Harry a huge surprise. He found a letter. It was a letter that even Sirius himself had forgotten about. "Dear Bigfoot, first of all, thank you for the birthday present you gave Harry. It's probably his favorite toy. At only 1 year old, he can already fly around on his toy broomstick, and he looks so happy. I've attached a photo for you to see. Although the little broom you gave him only goes 2 feet off the ground, he still managed to nearly kill a cat. Not only that, he also broke a terrible vase Petunia gave us for Christmas, which wasn't a big deal. Of course, James thought it was hilarious and said the kid would be a Quidditch star someday. But for safety, we had to put all the decorations away and keep an eye on him while he flew. On Harry's first birthday, we had a very quiet birthday tea party. Only old Bathilda was there besides us. She's always been very kind to us and especially dotes on Harry. It's a shame you couldn't come, but the Order of the Phoenix comes first. Besides, Harry is too young to even realize it's his birthday. Being cut off from the outside world makes James a little disappointed, though he tries to hide it, I can tell. Dumbledore also took his invisibility cloak, so he has no chance of going on a picnic. I think he would be much happier if you could come and visit. Wormtail came by last weekend, and he seemed a bit listless, probably because of the news about the Mackinnons. I cried all night after hearing that unfortunate news. Bathilda comes almost every day, often telling us old stories and anecdotes about Dumbledore. To be honest, I don't know how much to believe, those things seem too unbelievable for Dumbledore. I wonder if you would be happy to hear them. Clearly, this letter was written by Harry's mother, Lily, specifically to Sirius. From the letter's contents, we can see that Sirius gave Harry a small flying broomstick for his first birthday. When Sherlock handed Harry this letter and a photograph, Harry felt immense joy. In the photograph, a 1-year-old Harry was riding a small broomstick, running in and out of the picture, laughing happily. A pair of legs, presumably James's, were chasing after him. "There's one more, Sherlock." My mother hasn't finished speaking. "There's another one. Unfortunately, there isn't one here," Sherlock said calmly. Sirius may have lost it during the 12 years Sirius was in Azkaban. The lack of the second half of the letter inevitably made Harry feel a little disappointed. But overall, he was still as happy as he was in the photo at 1 year old. This was the first time he had seen his mother's handwriting. He was both surprised and delighted to find that his mother, Lily, wrote the letter G exactly the same way he did. This must be genetic. As for not finding the second half of the letter, it didn't matter, because Sirius himself was here, he could just ask him. How wonderful. When Harry found Sirius with a letter, he said with great emotion, "I had even forgotten about it." He looked at the letter and the photo over and over again, just like Harry had, and then told the two of them what had happened. At that time, Dumbledore had already received Snape's warning that Voldemort was targeting Harry, so he secretly protected the Potters. James and Lily took Harry to Godric's Hollow, where they lived a secluded life. This was naturally difficult for the free-spirited James to endure. Sirius Black, James's best friend, was also targeted by Voldemort and the Death Eaters and had to go into hiding. Under these circumstances, the two could only communicate through letters. Yet, he still sent the 1-year-old Harry a miniature flying broomstick. This was Harry's favorite gift. At only 1 year old, before he could even walk, he was already flying around the room on the broomstick, even breaking a vase Petunia had given Lily. It can be said that Harry had already demonstrated his talent for flying at that time. James also predicted this, and without any Quidditch training, Harry was exceptionally admitted to the house team, becoming the youngest Seeker in a century and the Quidditch star of the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As for Dumbledore taking James's invisibility cloak, Sirius didn't understand why at the time. Now, of course, he knew, it was because he was worried James would sneak away wearing it. Dumbledore's actions were completely unnecessary, Sirius said, somewhat indignantly. James, now with a family, is no longer the carefree playboy he once was. He's a very responsible man and would never risk his wife and children. You must have heard of Bathilda Bagshot. She's the author of your textbook, The History of Magic, and a good friend of James and Lily. She's still alive and lives in Godric's Hollow. And that cat. I think it probably left because no one was feeding it anymore. As for the second page of the letter, it says, Sirius suddenly paused. What does it say? Tell me. Harry immediately became impatient, knowing his parents were involved. However, Sirius remained silent. It's about Dumbledore. I think Dumbledore offered to be Harry's parents' secret keeper, but Harry's father preferred you. Sirius wasn't surprised that Sherlock could directly state the contents of the letter. He nodded silently. You're right, Sherlock, that's it. I was a fool. If I had persuaded James to accept Dumbledore's offer to be the secret keeper, they wouldn't have. It's not your fault. Although he was very emotional when he saw his mother's handwritten letter, Harry was clearly more able to face his parents' unexpected deaths than Sirius. You don't need to blame yourself too much. You didn't do anything wrong. Mr. Dumbledore didn't do anything wrong either. The ones who were wrong were Voldemort and those Death Eaters who followed him, Peter Pettigrew, and Harry ultimately didn't mention Snape's name. It's understandable that Harry was conflicted. Anyone in his shoes probably wouldn't have been able to get over this so quickly. After all, Snape was a Death Eater from the beginning. When Snape heard that Professor Trelawney's prophecy involved Voldemort, he told his master. From a Death Eater's perspective, this was perfectly normal. The enemy, after all, is meant to be destroyed. However, when Snape discovered that Voldemort believed Harry was the prophesied child, he immediately regretted his actions. As Dumbledore said, although he was inherently selfish, initially only trying to protect Lily, after being reprimanded by Dumbledore and witnessing Lily's love for her husband and child, he ultimately abandoned his principles, resolutely defected, and became Dumbledore's spy. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.